Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Dumbledore locked Harry and Snape in a magical standoff. Here is short summary. Dumbledore traps Harry and Snape in the room of requirement, forcing them to confront their differences in a high-stakes magical standoff. Will they clash or find common ground? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Little Harry was just finishing up with the dishes. He didn't seem to notice his older counterpart at all. Just then, a howl erupted from the living room. Dudley had discovered that his dinosaur was missing. Harry froze. What the hell was he thinking? He couldn't just go picking things up in another dimension and change the past. He hurriedly took the little figurine out and ran into the living room. He tried to put the toy on the table, but it simply went through the wood. Harry beeped in his breath. Was it part of his dimension now? He spent a panicked couple of minutes trying to put the dinosaur somewhere, anywhere, but this world seemed to refuse to accept it. Harry looked up, heart racing as his younger version was dragged into the living room by Aunt Petunia. Oh, now he remembered this day. Now he remembered it perfectly. I didn't take his dinosaur, honest. The younger Harry was insisting. Aunt Petunia gave him a smack for his efforts. Don't lie, she returned, shaking him. Dudley and Uncle Vernon watched this exchange with interest. Usually Petunia left the violence to them. Now, you give him his dinosaur, or no food for a week. Little Harry had no answer for this, but instead schooled his features and began to grimly look for the dinosaur. Harry watched him, a feeling of dread in his stomach. He really didn't want to watch the rest of this, but something told him he wouldn't be able to leave until he did. Well, boy, barked Uncle Vernon, have you got it or not? No, Harry admitted, but, in a rare show of defiance, he added, but I didn't take it. Dudley must have lost it. Well, this was unheard of, blaming Dudley in the Dursley household. Dudley began to sob, big fat crocodile tears running down his face. He stuck his tongue at Harry between wails. Aunt Petunia began to shake Harry again, hard. Don't you say that about Dudley. She spat. Then she shoved Harry towards his uncle. Make him see sense, Vernon. Vernon seemed slightly reluctant to get off the comforts of the couch. Give me the dinosaur, and then it's into your cupboard for you, he said gruffly. Little Harry looked desperately around, somehow knowing that this was his last chance. He wished with all his heart for a dinosaur, and suddenly a little creature appeared with a pop in the living room. It was a dinosaur toy, but not the Muggle kind. It emitted a tiny roar and began to graze on the carpet. The Dursleys stared at it, open-mouthed. Then, as one, they swiveled their heads at Harry. And, then, chaos. His aunt and uncle started to scream, and Dudley, frightened for real, began to sob afresh. Make it go away, freak, roared Uncle Vernon, his fat body wobbling in fear. Now, the whole family jumped on the furniture, making sure they were well away from the sleepy little brontosaurus, who was now stretching his neck. The younger Harry swallowed, panic threatening to overwhelm him. He had done it again. And they were going to kill him if he couldn't make it go away. He got really close to the little dinosaur and hovered over it, almost afraid to touch it. Go away, he whispered. Please. The dinosaur began to scratch itself. Please, Harry begged, nearly at the end of his rope. The dinosaur toy, in response, stood up on its hind feet and attempted to nuzzle Harry's leg. The Dursleys gasped in horror, and Vernon, from the couch, leaned over to give Harry an almighty smack on his shoulder. Harry grimaced, thrown forward by the blow. Now, freak. Go away, Harry yelled at the little toy, voice cracking. Finally, in desperation, he threw the animal against the wall. It emitted a pained yowl. And then it went still. And then it disappeared. Several things happened at once. Uncle Vernon grabbed Harry by his mop of hair. Dudley stopped crying. And Aunt Petunia started to screech about the mark the toy had left on the wall. Uncle Vernon slapped Harry across the face, hard, with his free hand. Blood immediately started spurting from the boy's nose. And then he threw him in his cupboard, roaring that Harry would stay there for the rest of the summer and no meals for the next 2 weeks. The older Harry felt a tug behind his navel, and he tumbled away from the memory, still clutching the Muggle toy in his hand. Snape must have been studying the parchment, because Harry was returned right on top of him. The two of them were a mess of limbs, thrashing about, until Harry could extricate himself properly. Out of breath, he scrambled away from the professor on all fours until he bumped up against the wall. Snape stood up, towering over him. Harry's eyes darted to the parchment lying between them. "Take me to Potter" was scribbled on it in Snape's handwriting. Then "take me to Harry Potter." And, then, below that, "help me." But the parchment had not answered Snape. He saw Harry looking at the crumpled piece of paper, and viciously kicked it out of his line of vision. "So," he sneered, as Harry stared fixedly at the ground. "So." Only Snape could inject that much malice into 2 words, Harry thought. He craned his neck up at last. Snape's nose looked even more hawk-like than usual from this angle. "Get up, Potter," Snape growled, hauling Harry to his feet as he did so. Only then did Harry smell an acrid scent in the room. Harry flushed, and felt the tiniest bit sorry for Snape. He silently asked the room to vanish and the smell immediately disappeared. 2 identical spots of color appeared in Snape's pale cheeks. "You will explain yourself now," he said stiffly. Harry shifted from foot to foot. He didn't really want to go into it, but he doubted Snape would accept that. He wondered if Snape could use legilimency in here. He looked into Snape's eyes, allowing all thoughts of the toy trauma to drift to the forefront of his mind. Snape stared back, brows furrowed as if in confusion. Something seemed to shudder through him as he realized what Potter was after. Verbally, he clarified stiffly. "The other is not at my disposal." Geez. Harry felt even sorrier for Snape. This room had turned him into a Muggle. His thoughts must have been written across his face, because Snape growled, "Do not pity me, Potter, or I will give you something to feel sorry about." Harry frowned and decided it would be best to change the subject. "The parchment took me to a memory. A memory of mine," he clarified, seeing the question on Snape's face. "It took me to the Dursley home in Surrey." Snape quirked an eyebrow. "And you did what there?" Harry grimaced but figured there was nothing for it. "I used the loo, and talked briefly to myself at 6, and watched the Dursleys, interact with the other Harry." "I see," Snape said, hands folded under his chin as he considered this. Was there anything extraordinary about this memory? Yes, Harry thought. "I think that was the first time I thought they were going to kill me." "No, sir," Harry replied. Snape pursed his lips. "I do not believe you," he pronounced. "And I fail to see how this childhood memory of yours is going to get us out of here." "But perhaps you do." Harry gaped at his professor. Was Snape asking him for help? He carefully considered the question, sticking his hands in his pockets. The dinosaur was still there. "Well," Harry said hesitantly. "Was Snape going to kill him over this?" "I took something from the memory." "You took something from the memory," Snape echoed in disbelief, his voice going up an octave. "Did anybody notice that this object was missing? And what did you remove?" I took one of my cousin's toys," Harry admitted. "And, yes, they noticed it was missing." This seemed to unleash something in Snape. "And what phenomenally idiotic reason did you have for doing that? You stupid child, do you have any idea how dangerous it is to fool with time?" "Yes, actually," Harry shot back. "I probably have more of an idea than you do." "That's misdirection worthy of a Slytherin," Snape sneered. "But let us focus on the present crisis. You have removed an object from the past, and its absence was noted by at least 3 people besides yourself. Your actions could have far-reaching consequences. But, then, you never think of others, do you, when you go off on one of your hair-brained misadventures? What were you thinking, interacting with an unknown magic artifact? Who knows where it could have taken you? Well, it couldn't be worse than Tom Riddle, could it?" Harry said defensively. "And that turned out all right, didn't it? You were even more arrogant than your father was." Snape erupted, spittle flying from his mouth. At least he never thought lightly of the Dark Lord. Or maybe he did, using that weakling pedigree for a secret keeper. No wonder he ended up dead, the fool. "And you," An even bigger fool. You shut up, Harry yelled, fury bubbling within him. You shut up, Snape, or all. You'll what? Snape sneered, looming over Harry. He had at least 150 pounds on him. Be quiet before you make a fool of yourself, Potter. Or I'll tell the room to hurt you, Harry said quietly. Don't you ever mention my father's death to me again, Snape. You wouldn't dare, whispered Snape. I'd have you expelled so quickly your head would spin. Yes, why don't you run off to Umbridge right now, scoffed Harry. You seem to believe we are still in Hogwarts, Professor. But we aren't, not really. And I have the power here. Yes, Snape whispered, eyes glittering. You do. And the question remains, Potter, what will you do with that power? At that, Harry deflated. He swallowed. He didn't want to be a bully. He looked up at Snape from underneath his fringe. What do you think I should do? The answer seemed to please Snape. I think you should enter the memory, return the toy, and hope for the best. Harry cocked his head. But that's just it, Professor. I'm not sure I changed the past or not. Because, you see, I do have a memory of a toy. He fished the dinosaur out of his pocket and showed it to Snape, of this toy disappearing mysteriously one afternoon. Nothing in my memory seemed different. It happened just like I remembered. Snape tapped the fingers of his left hand against his side. I see, he said, brow furrowed. Then, exasperated, he threw his arms in the air. Then I fail to see the point of any of this. I know, Harry admitted. I don't get it, either. He hesitated. And, I tried to, replace the dinosaur already. But I couldn't, not once I had picked it up. I really don't think I changed anything, Professor. So, Snape mused, perhaps this is all happening as it should, then. By going back into the memory and altering it, it has now happened just as you remembered. Harry nodded. That had almost made sense to him. So, what now? He asked Snape. The question seemed to surprise Snape. I confess myself at a loss. Why don't you inquire of the room? Okay, Harry said agreeably. Room, what do we require now? And suddenly Harry felt himself whirling back into another time and place. Little Harry was staring up at him owlishly. Hello, the child said, undisturbed. Go on, then, I've got to get to the dishes. As before, he turned away and walked into the kitchen. You certainly were a runty little thing, weren't you? Snape drawled. Is this the memory you were in before, Potter? Wordlessly, Harry nodded. The first thing Snape did was mutter a lumos. When nothing happened, Snape's expression soured and he shoved his wand into his robes. So, he barked, looking around the hallway. This is the place I'm forced to visit during remedial potions, is it? Without waiting for an answer, he started up the stairs. Harry followed him, pleased to be putting distance between Snape and the Dursleys. Snape paused at the top of the hall, staring at the enormous portrait of a piggy-eyed Dudley that greeted all visitors to the second floor. I do hope it doesn't talk, Snape said distastefully. With a sniff, he opened the first door to his right. Dudley's bedroom, filled to the brim with toys and electronics. This must be your room, Snape sneered, closing the door firmly behind him. Where's the washroom, Potter? Harry pointed, and Snape disappeared into the loo. Wait here. Harry barely heard him, already taking 2 stairs at a time and racing into the living room. He took the dinosaur out of his pocket and flung it on the ground, wishing with all his might that the toy would decide to rejoin this universe. He didn't care if he was messing with the past, all he cared about was ensuring that Snape did not witness his nearing humiliation. To his surprise, the toy landed with a soft thump by Dudley's feet. With any luck, Harry thought, all Snape would witness would be his younger self cleaning up the kitchen. Harry heard the loo flush, and dashed back upstairs, heart thumping. He skidded to a stop outside the bathroom and ran a hand through his hair, trying to look nonchalant. Snape looked at him suspiciously as he came out. Harry took a couple of deep breaths, forcing his pulse to slow. What are you up to, Potter? Snape began, but they were interrupted by a howl downstairs. Mummy, where's my dinosaur? Harry took my dinosaur, Dudley screamed at the top of his lungs. Harry stiffened, trying not to look alarmed. How could this be? Even Dudley wasn't stupid enough to overlook a toy sitting right at his feet. "Let's see you wriggle out of this one, Potter," Snape said gleefully. He glided past Harry down the stairs, towards the living room. "No," Harry said without thinking, grabbing Snape's arm as he walked past. Snape froze, staring at his forearm where the boy had hold of it, and then looked back at Harry. Harry stared determinedly into Snape's eyes, far preferring that Snape look at him rather than his younger version in the living room. For a moment he thought he had done it. For a moment it looked as though Snape would do nothing but stare at him with a puzzled expression on his face. But then a yell rang through the air, and the spell was broken. Snape shook Harry off wordlessly and quickened his pace down the stairs, almost tripping in his hurry to get away from him. "Petrificus totalis," Harry said in desperation, jumping the last 2 stairs once more and aiming a wild spell at Snape. Nothing happened, except Snape turning around, an absolutely murderous look in his eyes. "You'll pay for that, Potter," he spit, about to continue when escalating noises from the living room interrupted him. Snape gave Harry one more warning look before disappearing into the den. Harry didn't follow. He knew what would happen next. He leaned against the wall, folded his arms, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Soon enough, Uncle Vernon ran right past him, dragging little Harry behind him. The child was silent, a grim, hard set to his jaw as blood dripped down his face. Snape was right behind them. He shot a look at Harry, a dark, unfathomable look, before turning back to the uncle and nephew. Uncle Vernon finished berating Harry, opened the door to the cupboard, and threw him inside. He locked the door with a satisfied click and stomped away. Harry stilled, waiting for the memory to end as it had before. Instead, Dudley waddled into the hallway. He glanced slyly around him, before scurrying to Harry's cupboard. "Hey, Potter," Dudley whispered. He leaned right up to the door. "I found the dinosaur under the couch." "Oops," he sniggered, wiggling the toy about, although of course Harry couldn't see it. The older Harry closed his eyes. Oh, yes, he'd forgotten that Dudley had come to taunt him afterwards. Well, he always did that. There was nothing terribly memorable about it. Or maybe now that he had altered the past, his memory was reflecting it. Either way, it seemed this afternoon was doomed, no matter what Harry did. Maybe, Harry thought, he was just destined to have the Dursleys despise him. When he opened his eyes, Snape was staring at him. He looked old, Harry thought. Old and tired. Then his features began to melt. Snape reached his arm out, a blurred, smeared hand with dissolving edges, and briefly touched Harry's shoulder. His arm and Harry's shoulder pooled together, a long inky pool of black, until the memory bled away and they were thrown back into the room. Harry scrambled to his feet, putting as much distance between himself and Snape as was possible. The room had changed in their absence. A trunk was sitting in the middle of the room. The ceiling was higher, and there was a new door. Harry lunged for it, desperate to get away from Snape, Snape who knew about the Dursleys, Snape who knew about everything now. He gasped aloud in disappointment when he realized the door only led to a bathroom. Nonetheless, Harry rushed inside and locked the door behind him. It was a rather nice washroom, he thought distractedly, with a big marble tub and a sink with a dragon spigot. Harry leaned over the sink and splashed some water on his face. He startled at his reflection when he looked up. His nose was badly bruised and there was caked blood near his upper lip. He was ashen, and his eyes shiny with unshed tears. He didn't look much like a warrior. Harry sank down onto the lip of the tub, clapping a hand over his mouth to stifle a sob. Why was he crying? He never cried. Harry swatted the tears away, bewildered. He fished into his pocket, looking for a handkerchief, and came up empty. The dinosaur was gone from his pocket too, he thought dully. Dudley had it now. Well, he'd probably chucked it ages ago. Harry put his head in his hands, and took great gulping breaths, desperate to stop the tears he felt welling up in him again. Tears over a stupid toy. Stop it, Harry ordered himself. Stop being such a big baby. You never had any toys. Finally, with a shudder, the urge to cry passed. Harry scrubbed his face until all trace of blood and tears were gone. He gazed at himself in the mirror again. Buck up, you, he thought. Or else you'll never get through this. His reflection gazed back at him, something like ice entering his eyes. Good, Harry thought, and opened the door. Snape was sitting on the closed trunk in the middle of the room, looking rather like a black island in a sea of stone. Harry walked up to him, his head high. He waited for Snape to say something, determined not to give anything away before he had to. Finally Snape obliged him. "Do you know, Potter," Snape greeted him, a distant look in his eyes, "how to brew strength serum?" Harry opened his mouth and closed it, thrown. "No, I don't," he replied. Snape went on almost as if he hadn't heard Harry. "It requires a high level of skill. Powdered dragon scale, very fine. The saliva of a hippogriff. Mermaid scales. A bit of honeysuckle. The eye of a unicorn. Very difficult to procure the ingredients, of course. Even more difficult to prepare. It has to stew for long time. Months. And, even if you do prepare it properly, it doesn't always work." "What does it do?" Harry asked sharply. "Just what it sounds like," Snape said absently. "It makes you strong. Strong of body, strong of mind, strong of character, superhuman, really, temporary, of course." "Of course," Harry echoed, puzzled. "Will we learn to brew it this year?" "No," Snape said, one finger tracing his jaw. "It's outlawed by the ministry. The fumes are fatal about half of the time. It's quite a risk." Harry nodded, thinking that such a potion would be useful in the fight against Voldemort. "Yeah, sounds like it. Does Dumbledore know about this potion? Something like that could be helpful for the Order." "Yes, the headmaster knows about it." Snape snarled, the venom in his voice so potent it made Harry take a step back. Snape grimaced, and exhaled loudly as he looked at Harry properly. "I would say Dumbledore has been making a strength serum out of you, Potter." Harry clenched his fists. "Huh, tell me, Potter," Snape said in clipped tones, tension gathering in his eyes. "What do you think strength consists of?" He had snapped into full professorial mode, now, and looked down his nose at his pupil expectantly. Harry relaxed marginally at the emergence of this familiar persona. "Well," he said thoughtfully, images of Umbridge and the Daily Prophet flashing through his head. "I think it's a matter of guts, really. If you have the guts to do the right thing, no matter what, then you aren't weak." "Inarticulate," Snape said, "but sufficient. Now, Potter, what would you say separates strength from heroism?" Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Well," he paused, "I suppose a hero is a strong person who helps others, isn't he? No matter what others do to him." "No matter what others do to him," Snape echoed, nodding with satisfaction as though this were a particularly clever answer. Rather the risky addition, wasn't it? Dumbledore could have exploded his cauldron. Harry crinkled his brow and looked at Snape. "What? Dumbledore left you to stew there for years," Snape continued. "And the fumes from those muggles could have broken you, or worse, in the end. But they didn't. Quite the opposite, really." "What are you going on about?" Harry said sharply. "I'm not a bloody potion." "Oh, yes you are," Snape retorted. "The headmaster's finest serum. He saw your potential that night in Godric's Hollow, didn't he? And he saw the future. He saw you becoming a stupid coddled prince like that cousin of yours, the useless joy of the wizarding world." "Which is what you've always thought of me," Harry interrupted, every muscle in his body taut as if for flight. "And so," Snape relentlessly continued, like a freight train bearing down on Harry, "Dumbledore decided to season you, to strengthen you, by adding to the mix a miserable childhood. The mystery ingredient that would keep you humble, keep you hungry, keep you sharp." "That's not fair," Harry yelled, not caring that he was defending the wizard who had ignored him most of the year. "Dumbledore is the best man I know." "Oh, me as well," Snape breathed, his words coming faster and faster. "But then, you and I don't know many good men, do we? What about your uncle? Is he a good man?" Harry felt something clench inside of his chest. "No," he said, his voice going up an octave. "He isn't." And, at Snape's smug nod, he added sharply, "And nor was your father, was he?" Snape smiled nastily, something like fire in his icy eyes. "He never locked me in a cupboard." "What is it you want from me?" Harry cried out, all at once at the end of his rope. Snape jumped to his feet, his face inches from Harry's. "I want you to go away," he hissed. "I want you to go away so I don't have to alter my beliefs to include a merciless Dumbledore and a bullied Potter. I want this room to give me back my magic. But those don't seem to be options, do they?" Snape stalked towards Harry, his words becoming deadly soft as he moved closer with feline grace. "I want you to tell me the truth for once in your miserable life. I want to know if you try to save everyone, Potter, because nobody ever saved you. I want to know if there was chamberpot in that cupboard." Harry could actually feel all the color leaving his face as he backed away from Snape. "Shut up," he said hoarsely. "You just shut up right now, or I'll have the room hurt you." And, he added, a snarl, or a sob, catching in his throat, "I won't save you." "I dare say you will," Snape said calmly, sitting back down on the trunk. "Because you know what it's like to be powerless, Potter. I know you do. And you can't bear it when the strong torment the weak. And here," he said, the familiar smirk of a maneuvering Slytherin entering his eye, "I'm no more than a muggle. You wouldn't dare hurt me. You were powerless with your father," Harry gasped, barely holding on to the thread of the conversation. "I know, I saw, and you don't seem to have any problems hurting the weak, do you?" "No, I don't," Snape said, looking rather more relaxed than Harry thought he had any right to be. "That's why I marvel at the risk Dumbledore took, leaving you with those people. Because you could have turned out like me." "I'm nothing like you," Harry spit out, clutching to the anger he could throw back at Snape. Snape actually chuckled, the sound so low as to be nearly inaudible. "Now I finally know why Dumbledore has indulged you so much since you came to Hogwarts. He's giving you the world after taking it away from you, isn't he?" A note of bitterness entered Snape's voice. "He never gave me the same courtesy. Perhaps that is why you turned into a hero and I turned into a stupid Death Eater who won't shut up," Harry yelled, too far gone to care if that sounded childish. "Yes," Snape said, 10 points from Gryffindor for cheek. "Now, go on. I believe you were going to order the room to torment me, weren't you?" Snape's black eyes sparked with interest as he leaned forward, the dare written all over his face. Harry stared at him, heart pounding. "All right," he snarled. "You think you have me all figured out, don't you? All right." Harry flung his arms to the ceiling. "Room. I need you to give Snape exactly what he deserves." The room shuddered violently, and the floor began to shake and crack beneath Harry's feet. Harry had time to gasp, once, before the crack widened to alarming proportions. Cold water drenched Harry, and he heard odd noises, almost like violins, almost like thunder, and then lights, purple lights, and the sound of crickets, and the smell of mud, and then with a roar, the earth opened up. Harry found himself weightless, found the ground gone, and the ceiling, and only Snape left staring at him. Snape howled, and this sound, too, was unearthly and lunged for the boy, but by then they were both falling with ungodly speed and grace into whatever lay beyond. Snape met the boy's eyes and wondered if his own expression held the same savage determination that he saw in Potter's. When stripped of all else, Snape thought mid-flight, that was what remained of Potter. And then, with a thump that was weirdly, eerily silent, they fell to the ground. They were in a kind of clearing, with thick leafy plants forming a natural fence around them. There was nothing, save an enormous rock to one side, to mar the vivid, swampy greenness of the place. The air was hotter than a sauna, and just as humid. "So I deserve to die of heat stroke, do I?" Snape panted, getting to his feet. "I've got to hand it to you, Potter, even I didn't think." "Quiet," hissed Harry, the hairs prickling on the back of his neck. He and Snape stiffened, both having realized the same thing at the same moment. They immediately dove behind the enormous rock, Snape in his hurry for cover smashing them both painfully into the stone. Voldemort walked into the clearing, looking oddly snake-like in this lush environment. He had a supple look to him, looking healthier than Harry wanted him to, and his beady eyes were an odd pink color. He was waiting for someone, but his wait was short-lived. With a pop, someone apparated into the clearing. Harry's jaw dropped as he realized it was Snape. Snape, looking the same as the one crouched next to him with one hand firmly clasped on the back of his neck. Harry snuck a look at his Snape, and saw that, although his face was pale, his eyes were cold and calculating. The hand on his neck tightened, then, until Harry knew it would leave a bruise. "Severus," Voldemort was saying to the other Snape. "How good of you to join me." "My lord," Snape said, kneeling to key the hem of Voldemort's robes. "You deserve a fate worse than death," Voldemort said conversationally, his hand caressing Snape's greasy head. "I know all your secrets now, my little traitor." "Do you?" Snape said blandly, his face muffled by the curtain of hair around his face. "I wish I had time to punish you properly, but my time is precious these days," Voldemort said, rolling his supple neck about. "Give Lily Potter my best, won't you?" And then, with a chuckle, he yelled the killing curse at Snape, who immediately crumpled to the ground. Harry gasped from behind the rock, and tried to stand up. Was this the future? Had he just seen the future? Snape's hold on his neck was painfully firm, however, and Harry beeped in exasperation. Snape coolly clamped his other hand over the boy's mouth, his eyes never straying from the scene in front of him. He looked oddly unaffected by his apparent death. His hands, Harry noted in a detached way, were cold. The odd, wild violin music swept the air again and filled Harry with dread, as if it were the opposite of Phoenix song. The whole world shook, like in a snow globe, and then everything stilled once more. The dead Snape was gone, and Voldemort was waiting again, in the exact same luxurious pose. As before, Snape apparated before him, but this time Voldemort's welcome was much more affectionate. "Congratulations, Severus," Voldemort was purring. "You deserve a reward for this. You had me doubting your loyalties, you know, until you killed him." A deep snicker rumbled in Voldemort's throat, and, to Harry's disgust, Snape joined in, their laughter booming through the sticky air. Harry wriggled under Snape's iron hold to no avail, and, in extreme annoyance, finally nipped the hand that was covering his mouth. Snape let go with an audible yelp, glaring daggers at Harry. Voldemort and the other Snape kept talking, totally oblivious. Harry darted a glance at his Snape, who seemed to be turning colder and more like granite as each second passed. Was this the future, then? No offense to Snape, but he sort of preferred the previous version. Harry stood up slowly, ignoring Snape as he furiously gestured for Harry to get back down. Harry cautiously walked out from behind the rock, deftly avoiding Snape's grab at him, and walked over to the creepily happy Death Eater and his master. No sign of recognition from either. Harry reached out a hand to touch Voldemort and the other to touch Snape, and exhaled loudly when his hand went right through both figures. At this, his Snape straightened from behind the rock, his expression thunderous. "You," he hissed, "your stupidity astounds me. Now come here before I do something you will regret." He pointed one finger savagely to the spot next to him. But there was no need for Harry to obey, or disobey, because the unearthly music spilled into Harry's ears again, and this time it seemed faster and tinged with panic. A loud flash blinded him, and they were quite suddenly in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, his expression hard as he contemplated the man sitting in the armchair across from him. It was the other Snape, of course, the Snape who had so far been killed and been rewarded by Voldemort. Harry felt, rather than heard, his Snape's breathing quicken beside him, but when Harry looked up, Snape's eyes were devoid of emotion as he stared at the scene. Dumbledore had a cold look in his eyes, the same look he'd worn all year around Harry. "Severus," he was saying slowly, "you don't deserve my protection any longer. It appears I've misjudged you." The Snape in the chair said nothing, while the flesh and blood Snape sagged against the wall, his indifference undone by this declaration. "I foolishly gave you a second chance once before," Dumbledore continued. He looked up, the twinkle in his eyes completely gone. "But it would appear you didn't deserve that chance. And I'm not inclined to give you another one." Dumbledore stroked his beard as he delivered the final blow. "Minerva will escort you from the grounds." The Snape in the chair stood up and swished out of the office without another word. Harry's Snape staggered towards Dumbledore, staring at him as though he had never seen him before. "Albus, please," he said, his voice cracking on the second word, as he reached out his arms beseechingly towards the headmaster. Dumbledore stretched out his arm, and for a moment it looked as though he had seen Snape and was going to embrace him. But then Fawkes the Phoenix flew down and perched on his arm. Dumbledore caressed the bird, his face troubled. "Fawkes," he said quietly. "I do believe we've lost him forever. I only hope he hasn't told all of Harry's secrets to Voldemort." The Phoenix threw back his head and sang, as Snape threw Harry a look of undisguised hatred. Harry looked away, his heart thudding. Just as Harry's past seemed destined to misery, so too did Snape's future. If this was really the future, Harry suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of deep, heart-tugging loneliness, the kind that filled the back of his throat with a desperate ache. He swallowed and wished, oddly, for Dobby. The music, the most horrible music in the world, filled the air again, twisting and perverting fox-trilling song until Harry felt that he was listening to the howl of a Dementor. He hoped with all his heart that they were done here, but to his dismay he found himself and Snape back in the headmaster's office. "Severus," Dumbledore was saying softly, a much twinklier look in his eyes this time. "You deserve my most heartfelt thanks. And, my boy, I think I owe you an apology." Dumbledore's Snape tensed as if for waiting for something else. Finally, he prompted the headmaster with a slightly desperate, "Is there anything else you feel I deserve, headmaster?" With a casualness that seemed out of place, Dumbledore took a drop from the tray beside him and popped it into his mouth. "Only my utter gratitude for all you have done for Harry, my boy." Dumbledore smiled serenely across the table at his potions master, obviously not feeling the need to elaborate. The Snape in the vision finally swallowed, and nodded, staring at the ground. Harry's Snape, in contrast, froze for a long second and then wheeled around to face Harry. "I will never forgive you this," he whispered, a wildfire dancing in his eyes. To Harry's utter bewilderment, Snape reared back a hand to slap him. But Harry, reflexes sharp by years of dodging his fat uncle, ducked and evaded the blow. This seemed to further infuriate Snape, who grabbed him by the shoulders and ground out, "You will take what you deserve." Between shaking Harry until his teeth chattered, the music began to swell, and rage, and churn, until Snape's expression melted into a sickening mask. Snape dropped Harry like he was on fire. To Harry's relief, Dumbledore was gone, and Snape and Harry were whirled into what Harry could only presume was Snape's quarters. This Snape was sipping brandy and staring into the fire. He looked entirely too calm for a man who had been both rewarded and punished by Voldemort and Dumbledore in the space of an hour. But this Snape, Harry noted, looked different than all the others. Snape looked at peace, a tiny smile tugging at his mouth as he stared into the flickering flames. His expression, always so shuttered in Harry's experience, was transparently open and calm. He sipped his brandy, the silence serene around him, and began to hum to himself. Harry, feeling like the whole world had gone mad, choked back a horrible urge to laugh. He clapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide as he stared at his decidedly non-humming Snape. Snape, to his relief, merely said, "Yes, it is laughable," the bite in his voice somewhat more exhausted than usual. The ground rumbled, and Harry clamped his hands over his ears, determined never to hear that horrid music ever again. Snape looked at him oddly, and then Harry forgot about everything as the music split him open. Harry screamed in agony. He would never get out of here, he would never find out which future was the right one for Snape, the sound was going to kill him. And then they were back in the room of requirement, looking as it had before, but with the candles fluttering and rubble everywhere. There was a crack, and then the music stopped, the candles blew out, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the air. The room gave a couple of almighty gasps, and shuddered like a Muggle machine about to die. With one last jolt, the room stilled. Harry gasped as he sprawled onto the ground, unable to do anything but catch his breath, his whole body aching. "I've broken the room," he thought, and then the rest was silence. Harry opened his eyes some time later, a vague sense of uneasiness sweeping through him. There was an emptiness around him, a hollow kind of deadness that hung thickly over the room. Harry struggled to sit up, but realized immediately that this was not an option. Exhaustion pervaded every pore in his body, and he could do nothing more than shift to a comfortable position in the rubble and ponder the unhealthy, invisible weight that pervaded the air. It felt almost like the magic had been beeped out of the room, but that couldn't be right. Harry certainly didn't feel this same kind of empty malevolence when he was around Muggles. Well, around most Muggles. S.S. Snape, Harry croaked out, his vocal cords rubbing against each other like sandpaper. "Do you feel it?" He tried again to turn his head, but the sluggishness was so complete that he gave up quickly. Instead he waited, too tired to worry about the long ensuing silence and what it might mean. Finally, Snape replied, just as strung out as Harry. "Yes, I feel it." His voice sounded close by, and Harry turned his head infinitesimally to the side and saw Snape lying a few feet away. "Good," Harry rasped, which didn't follow Snape's response, but he didn't really care. "Professor. What, do you think I broke the room?" "Yes," Snape said, a little more strength in his voice. "I think you did." A long pause, then, as Harry digested this, and Snape finally resumed, groaning as he shifted position, "If I had the energy, I'd go over there and express my displeasure." This long speech seemed to wind him, and he fell silent. "Crap," Harry groaned, familiar prickles of guilt behind his eyes. Weakly, he added, "You goaded me into it." "Yes," Snape snapped, tendrils of anger curling his syllables. "It's never the Gryffindor's fault, is it?" Harry could think of no reply to this, an odd twisting feeling in his gut. In a tight voice, he said, "Maybe the room will recharge if left alone for a while." "Which means," Snape said, not bothering to hide the satisfaction in his voice, "no more magic for you." Harry scowled at this but could not deny the logic. He had pushed the room too far, it seemed, and now he could practically feel the room pulsing waves of distrust at him. He gritted his teeth, more frightened than he wanted to admit at the idea of being defenseless in a locked room with Snape. Well, he couldn't just wait here like a sitting duck, that much was certain. Harry gathered all of his strength together and, with a phenomenal force of will, sat up. Dizziness immediately assaulted him, and he slumped against the wall and closed his eyes, pursing his lips to stop the groan trying to escape. "You should be conserving your strength," Snape said from the floor, a hint of malice behind his words. "If something attacked now, you'd be powerless to stop it." Harry stared at him, wondering if that was a veiled threat. He certainly wouldn't put it past Snape to fake exhaustion while he waited for Harry to weaken himself. And then, what would Snape do to him? Harry felt rather bad, actually, about making Snape watch all that stuff. Snape had goaded him into it, but still. One thing Harry didn't understand, though, was why Snape had flown off the handle at that one vision, the one where Dumbledore was being perfectly nice to him. Actually, two things made no sense. He still didn't really know what Snape deserved. And neither, it seemed, did the room. Harry did a little recharging himself, too worn out to do anything but sit against the wall like a lump. But eventually he needed a drink of water. Well, since he couldn't conjure water right now, he would have to drink from the tap in the washroom. That was no problem, Harry had done so loads of times in Surrey. A garden hose, a faucet, the neighbor's dog bowl, he wasn't picky. Water was water, and the Dursleys had been stingy with it as well as everything else. Now, did he have the strength to stand up? And why were he and Snape so bloody exhausted, anyways? Maybe the room's weariness was contagious. Harry staggered to his feet and scanned the route he would have to take to avoid most of the rubble. He knew for a fact he wasn't up to climbing over or moving anything heavy. He was going to have to go right by Snape. Harry picked his way over slowly, carefully. Should he offer to get Snape some water? No, best to let sleeping Snape lie. He let himself stare down at Snape for a moment, knowing he was unlikely to ever tower over his professor again. Suddenly a hand shot out, grabbed Harry's ankle, and pulled. Harry squawked, alarmed, and lost his balance. He fell with a painful thump on the stone ground. "What did you do that for?" Harry yelped, backside throbbing. "That's the last time you try and sneak up on me," Snape said grimly, cracking open his eyes to stare at his student. "I must say, your father was better at stealth than you are. And he was never alone, which is rather more impressive." "I wasn't trying to sneak up on you," Harry protested. "I just wanted a drink of water." "A likely story," sneered Snape, sitting up with a grunt. "You've given me no reason to trust your word, not after that stunt you just pulled." "I didn't want the room to hurt you," Harry said, exasperated. "You were daring me to, weren't you? All I did was tell it to give you what you deserve." You are not the Wizengamot, Snape said sourly. You are not my judge. You are not my jury. You had no right. I didn't mean. You never mean anything. But time and time again, other people get hurt because of you and your foolish decisions. Never you. Always it is others who suffer. An image of Uncle Vernon punching him flashed unbidden through Harry's mind. Eyes blazing, he lifted up his chin and stared at Snape. Snape jerked his head and looked away, as though to concede the point. Harry struggled to his feet, beeping in a breath as he realized afresh how much of him hurt. His side ached from being crushed into the rock. The back of his neck was alarmingly tender. His shoulders and teeth hurt from being shaken. He had a splitting headache. And now his bum really hurt, too. Most of these injuries were directly attributable to Snape, so Harry gifted him with a supremely irritated glare. When on earth was Dumbledore going to relent and let them out of here? Problem? Snape demanded, eager for a fight. No, Harry muttered. He wasn't particularly anxious for another round. He got quite enough of this kind of treatment from the Dursleys. I just wonder if this is what Dumbledore meant to happen when he locked us in here. Don't worry, Potter. Dumbledore won't let you rot in here, Snape said flatly, a mask descending over his features. He won't let you rot in here either, you know, Harry sighed. Snape snorted. Sure about that, are you, Potter? Yes, Harry said firmly. I know you think Dumbledore's made me into some kind of wounded hero machine, but he's not evil or anything. Surely you know that. Harry had the distinct impression he'd hit a nerve, because Snape suddenly looked at him with a flash of something so raw and vulnerable that it took Harry's breath away. No, Potter, he's not evil, Snape finally answered, drawing out his syllables disdainfully. He's apologetic and grateful. Ah, something clicked into place for Harry, then. Something about why Snape had tried to slap him. He's more than that, Professor. Yes, Snape hissed. To your father, to your werewolf, to your godfather, and to you. To me, Harry said coolly. You can't have it both ways, Professor. Either Dumbledore treated me right or he tossed me to the Muggles. Which is it? Snape spread his arms out, an innocent look on his face. I think that's a question only you can answer, Potter. Harry didn't like that answer all. If he couldn't trust Dumbledore, he couldn't trust anyone. And, really, the Dursleys hadn't killed him or anything, right? Fine, then, Harry said stoutly. Dumbledore did right by me. Even though he hasn't looked at you all year. My, Potter, you really are sickeningly forgiving, aren't you? Snape's voice softened to a purr. I bet you've even forgiven those Muggles. Harry hated Snape mentioning the Dursleys, and Snape seemed to know it. He pressed his advantage, continuing in a whisper, have you forgiven them for the dinosaur, Potter? Harry swallowed and, against his will, shook his head. Snape smiled triumphantly. Harry cleared his throat and tried to regroup. I didn't say Dumbledore was perfect. He's made mistakes. And what would those mistakes consist of? Snape said quietly, his eyes so intense that Harry felt everything, absolutely everything, was at stake here. Harry stared at Snape, at his ugly smile, and thought it was the most hollow smile he'd ever seen. It was a smile that lacked something. Dumbledore should give you more than gratitude, Harry said softly. Almost against his will, he added, he should have given you the, world. A long silence greeted this statement. A flurry of emotions raced across Snape's face. Anger, distrust, impatience, fear, before something rigid settled across his brow. Shut up, Potter. Everybody deserves the world, Harry muttered, thinking about what the Dursleys should have given him. What Dumbledore should have given Snape. What his parents, he knew, had given him. Maybe, Harry thought to himself as he looked at the lines on Snape's face, maybe being a warrior could really screw you up. After Harry had drunk his fill, he found he had no desire to leave the washroom. Harry looked at the inviting marble tub and thought how very nice the hot water would feel on his aching body. He immediately disrobed and spent a soothing amount of time in the tub. He never took nice hot water for granted. Eventually, Harry got out of the tub, feeling much refreshed but also very ready for bed. He had lost all sense of time, but thought rather feverishly that he had been awake for quite a long time. Harry surveyed the sink. There were 2 toothbrushes and some toothpaste. There was also a cabinet below the sink that he hadn't noticed before. Harry brushed his teeth and then squatted so he could see what was in it. A pair of pajama pants, a sweatshirt, and some rather fluffy blue socks. Harry shook the clothes out, bemused but not altogether surprised to find that they were in his size. Harry peered back into the cabinet, but there was nothing in there for Snape. Oh well, Harry thought rather gleefully, that was Snape's problem. Harry changed into the nightclothes, even the fluffy socks. If Snape decided to have a go at him, well, it wouldn't be the first time. Harry padded out of the washroom, his black mop even unrulier than usual. Water seemed to give it more bounce. Snape was up and about, shifting rubble away from something in the center of the room. He stopped immediately, however, when he saw Harry. "I told you no magic," Snape accused, pointing at Harry's clothing. "Did you conjure those clothes?" "No," Harry said wearily. "They were in a cabinet under the sink." Snape pursed his lips. "Make yourself useful. Unearth the trunk." He stalked off to the washroom without another word, making sure to give Harry a wide berth. Harry had forgotten about the trunk that had appeared in the room right after the dinosaur memory. Snape had already dug most of it out. In fact, all Harry had to do was give it one good yank, and it was free. Harry examined the trunk. He quickly discovered two important things. It was locked, and it wasn't his. Harry slid his eyes over to washroom. Sounded like Snape was taking a shower. He probably wouldn't hear one tiny little alohoroma, right? But did Harry really want to risk the room's wrath? Or, for that matter, Snape's? The room still didn't feel right, and Harry finally decided with a sigh to be a good little boy and not do anything. He sat down, leaned his head against the trunk, and closed his eyes. Snape exited the washroom, grudgingly attired in the black pajamas and dressing gown he'd found underneath the sink. He stalked over to the trunk and snorted. Potter was slumped against one side, sound asleep. Snape peered around him, trying to get a good look at the trunk. It was locked, but there appeared to be some tiny writing next to the keyhole. Unfortunately, the boy's absurd mop of hair was obscuring his view. Snape considered his options. He could either bodily move Potter, or let the trunk's mystery remain until the boy got all of his beauty rest. "Potter, wake up," Snape said loudly. Harry startled and opened his eyes. He said helpfully. "Move, Potter," Snape said impatiently. Harry blinked blearily, still half asleep. Finally he staggered to his feet, yawning hugely. "Was it?" Snape ignored him and studied the writing. "Tap your weapons" was written in tiny block print. He frowned, not recognizing the handwriting. Well, at least the message was clear enough. "Potter, is your wand on you?" he asked imperiously. Harry, still looking like a ruffled owl, nodded. Snape took out his own wand. "Now," he instructed, "tap your wand when I do against the trunk." Harry agreeably got out his wand. "My," Snape sneered, "you certainly do become more obedient with sleep deprivation, don't you?" "Useful information, Potter." Harry proved his point by merely yawning until Snape could see his molars. "On my count. 1, 2, 3. Both of them tapped their wands on the proscribed point. The lock clicked open, and Snape nodded, pleased. Snape peered inside the trunk. There were various foodstuffs, and 2 squashy purple sleeping bags. They looked suspiciously like the ones Dumbledore had conjured in the Great Hall during the Chamber of Secrets fiasco. Snape gave one a retaliatory poke. Both of the sleeping bags flew out of the trunk. One merrily bounced up to Potter and patted him on the cheek. To Snape's great disgust, the sleeping bag started cooing at Potter, and reached out a flap to stroke his hair. The boy just stood there and took it, eyes closed, a tiny smile on his face. Sickening. The sleeping bag finally rose several feet into the air and arranged itself into a very inviting hammock, complete with blanket and pillow. Without a glance at him, Potter sleepily climbed into it, curled up, and was asleep in seconds. The hammock began to rock gently back and forth. What treacle! The other sleeping bag floated respectfully in front of Snape. "Oh, go on then," Snape sighed. The sleeping bag floated away until it was right next to the boy's hammock. "No," Snape said firmly. "Further away." The sleeping bag hovered stubbornly. "Shoo," Snape repeated, motioning with his arms. Not next to his. Over there. But the sleeping bag merely converted itself into another hammock. Snape growled but got into it. He could hear the boy's even breathing, and if he had wanted to, he could have reached out and touched him. The hammock began to rock. "Stop that or I'll use you for toilet paper," Snape hissed. To his great satisfaction, his hammock stilled immediately. Harry's eyes snapped open. His heart was thudding, and he was covered in sweat and tangled in blankets. His scar was throbbing something awful. It felt like seconds since he had tumbled into the bed, but something told him it had been far longer. Harry scrubbed at his face, his nightmare still pulsing through him. The look in Cedric's eyes when he died. The sound Wormtail's knife had made when it sawed against his bone. The agony of the Cruciatus curse. And then it had turned into something else. Voldemort was unhappy about something, he was punishing someone. He'd had the same nightmare for months now. And, for whatever reason, they were usually followed by a painful vision from Voldemort. Dudley had heard him beeping in his sleep over the summer and teased him mercilessly about it. Since then, Harry had made a nightly practice of casting a silencing charm on his bed before he slept. But he hadn't cast one last night. Harry rolled over onto his side, kneading the blanket between his fingers. "It's okay," he whispered to himself. "It's okay." Harry's voice caught in his throat when he found himself inches from Snape's face. Snape was staring at him from his hammock, a slight sneer on his face, his black eyes barely separate from the darkness. They looked at each other a long moment, the only sound the swishing noise of Harry's sleeping bag. Finally, Snape spoke. "It's no wonder you're such a dunce at occlumency." Harry winced, stung, and pushed the sweat-plastered hair off of his forehead. His scar glowed red in the darkness, casting an eerie pallor on Harry's face. Snape stared, oddly transfixed by the jagged, ugly scar that had given him 10 years of freedom. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to touch it. Snape reached out his hand, a strange eager look in his eyes. Harry shook his head, a horrified look on his face. "What do you think you're doing, Snape?" he whispered, dread crawling up his backbone. "Please, I'm asking you, don't." He leaned away, understanding suddenly how this man could have become a Death Eater. Snape ignored him. He felt like he had the first time he had seen the Dark Lord. Enchanted, intrigued, bold, he let his long, stained finger brush gently against the inflamed scar. Harry arched his back and screamed. Snape snatched his throbbing finger back, biting his tongue so hard he tasted blood. The pain was excruciating, Snape thought clinically, as he examined the tip of his finger. It was covered in blisters, as thought recovering from a particularly nasty burn. The boy was still screaming. "Potter!" Snape yelled, snapping back to himself. "Calm yourself." This, predictably, had little effect. Snape awkwardly got out his hammock, ran to the washroom, and soaked a towel in cold water. Then he ran back to Potter and slapped the cold towel over his face. The boy bucked a few more times, then shuddered and was still. Great rasping breaths tore out of him. Snape hovered by his side, the lines in his forehead more pronounced than ever. "Potter," Snape finally said haltingly. Harry made no reply, but sat up and yanked the towel off his face. His scar was bleeding. With a roar, Harry threw the towel as hard as he could at Snape. It hit him full in the face, and Snape stumbled backwards, lost his balance, and fell awkwardly to the ground. Snape painfully picked himself up. The boy was glaring at him, little rivers of blood streaming down his face and leaving tracks like tears. Snape didn't like the look of that bleeding scar. "Potter," he said quietly, gentling his voice as much as he knew how. "I need to look at your scar. I don't care what you want. Don't touch me." Harry gasped, shaking his head from side to side as a dog would to rid itself of water. He tumbled out of his hammock, looking wildly around him. "I mean it, Snape, touch me again and all." Snape took a step closer. "Room!" Harry yelled wildly. "I need you to keep Snape away from me." Nothing happened except a slight rumble. Snape took another step closer. Harry fumbled and took out his wand. Petrificus Totalis, he incanted. Not even a rumble from the room. Snape closed the distance between the two of them. Harry beeped and did the only other thing he could think of. He closed his eyes and swung. Snape staggered backwards, his eyes wide open in surprise. His lip immediately began to spurt blood from where Harry had clipped him. Snape wiped the blood off. "You'll have to do better than that," he growled, and stalked towards Harry again. Harry offered no resistance this time. He closed his eyes, a weary feeling of resignation washing over him. Snape would do as he liked. Without magic, Harry had little power here. Snape put both hands on Harry's shoulders and stared intently at his scar. The raw redness had faded, and the blood was now coagulating. Snape pulled away, satisfied. Then he firmly pressed the cold towel against the boy's forehead. "No lasting damage," Snape pronounced. "Hold the towel against it for the next hour." Harry violently shrugged Snape off, but clapped the towel to his forehead just the same. "Now," Snape said brusquely. "Has your scar ever bled before?" "No," Harry snapped, anger washing over him afresh at Snape's gall in asking such a question. "But nobody's ever had the bloody nerve to touch it before, either." Harry took a deep breath and tried to make his voice steadier. "Perhaps he did have one weapon left here. You know, I wasn't sure what you deserved before tonight. And the room certainly didn't clarify matters, did it?" Snape began to interrupt, but Harry stopped him. "The options," he announced, ticking them off with his fingers. 1. Voldemort kills you, but you're good so it's all right. 2. Voldemort likes you and you're evil. 3. Dumbledore throws you out for being a bad guy. And 4. Harry stopped, eyes glittering as he went in for the kill. 4. Dumbledore is grateful but doesn't love you, right? Snape's eyes narrowed into slits. "Careful, Potter." "And 5, Harry continued, voice satisfied at the palpable hit. "Well, I can't imagine you ever sitting in a chair humming to yourself." "So, was one of the 5 showing us the future? Your end at the hands of either Voldemort or Dumbledore? Or maybe the room just meant that neither one of them trusts you." Snape said nothing, but something about his expression let Harry know that these were not unfamiliar worries to Snape. "Nobody seems to be very sure where your loyalties lie, Snape. But let me tell you something. Not even Voldemort has ever dared to touch my scar." Harry leaned in closer. "So that either makes you stupider or braver than him." His voice got just as waspish as Snape's. "Or it makes you worse than him. Tell me, Snape, which one do you think it is?" A muscle in Snape's face twitched. "Go to bed," he said in a low, cold voice. "And we'll speak no more of this." Harry glared at the man. "You can't even apologize, can you?" "I suppose I have my answer." He got back into his hammock and closed his eyes. Snape really was a bastard. Harry ignored Snape the next morning. He made breakfast for himself out of the stuff he found in the trunk, and then set about trying to find his schoolbag. Finally, he found it buried in a corner under some rubble, and settled into his hammock, rereading his Dada text. Whenever he wanted a break, he tried to get the room to let him perform some magic, but nothing ever happened. But then something did happen. Harry was lazily waving his wand, studiously ignoring Snape, when all of a sudden 2 tiny vials popped into existence and hovered halfway across the room. Was his magic coming back? Harry jumped up, excited. So did Snape. His professor, perhaps out of habit, yelled, "Accio bottles!" At the exact same moment Harry did. The bottles didn't respond to either of them. Well, that answered that question about his magic. Harry yelled, "Room, I need those bottles," but quickly gave it up and ran full out towards the hovering vials, determined to beat Snape there. Luckily, he had youth and agility on his side, and easily reached the bottles before Snape did. Panting, Harry examined the bottles, darting well away from Snape. The little things were identical and filled with a clear liquid. Harry took the top off a one and sniffed it. Odorless. Harry's heart sank. Did that mean that they contained Veritaserum? Snape said in disbelief, catching up to Harry. Harry wanted nothing to do with Veritaserum, especially not around Snape. He hastily screwed the top back on and stuffed both vials into his pocket. Could just be water, but he doubted it. "I suggest you drink it and find out," Snape sneered. "Why don't you drink it and find out?" Snape cocked his head. "Give it to me and I will verify that it contains Veritaserum." Harry looked at him suspiciously. That almost sounded polite. And did he really think Snape was going to hold him down and force the liquid down his throat? Well, he might. After last night, Snape had proven that he was, if nothing else, unpredictable. That's okay, Harry said awkwardly. I'll just keep them safe in my pocket here. Snape scowled. He glanced at Harry's scar, which was still rather red, and swiftly changed tactics. Then I believe the time has come for you to keep your part of our agreement. What agreement? That I will not inform Professor Umbridge of your illegal defense meetings, and you in turn will do something for me. Harry nervously touched the vials in his pocket. He could see how much Snape wanted to get his hands on the Veritaserum. And he appreciated, he really did, that Snape wasn't immediately flying off the handle and bullying him into it. But he also knew, without a doubt, that he did not want Snape to use the truth serum on him. Sorry, Harry said out loud. Tell Umbridge, then. Is your Gryffindor honor really worth so little to you? Not to mention the hides of all your little friends. And your own hide. Harry had never really trusted Snape to keep his word about not telling Umbridge, so he wasn't too fussed about that. Besides, first he had to get out of here. Then he would worry about that old toad. No deal, Harry said, faking a carelessness he did not feel. Snape was not out of tactics yet. Not by a long shot. What if we need to drink those vials in order to be released from this room? Ever think of that, Potter? What if, by disobeying an implied command from the room, you are dooming us to spend eternity in here? Oh, Dumbledore won't let me rot in here, Harry said airily. You told me that, Professor. Snape wasn't a Slytherin for nothing. Only a certain tenseness in his shoulders betrayed his growing sense of frustration. Give me the Veritaserum, Potter, he breathed. I believe it may be of critical importance to getting us out of this place. You have my word that I will not use it on you. Harry, for the first time, answered truthfully. Sorry, Professor, I don't trust your word. Snape cocked his head. And there's nothing I can do to convince you otherwise, is that it? No, Harry said, surprised by the question. I mean, maybe if you drank the Veritaserum and let me question you. But if I give it to you, something tells me you won't want to use it on yourself. And if I apologize, for last night? Harry looked at Snape incredulously. An apology doesn't count if it's leverage for something. And, besides, you wouldn't mean it. You were sure of that? Snape said quietly, his black eyes somber. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. I don't know. Snape looked at him shrewdly before changing the subject. There are 2 vials. What if we each drank at the same time? Harry shook his head. No, you'd just pretend to drink it. Snape threw up his hands, letting irritation cut through his voice. You really don't trust me at all, do you, you little whelp? Harry shook his head, a feeling of doom coming over him. This wasn't going to end well. He suddenly felt an intense wave of sympathy for Dumbledore. It was sometimes really hard to deal with Snape. Snape tried again, forcing his words to be slow and even. You owe me, Potter. You owe me for those little visions with the Dark Lord and the headmaster. Give me the vials, and we will call it even. I won't report you for hitting a professor. And I won't assign you any additional punishment once we get out of here. Harry swallowed, knowing that Snape wasn't going to like what he said next. Did you really think that you could touch my scar and not suffer any consequences for it, Professor? I'm sorry, but it's the same answer as before. I don't trust you to keep your word. Not after last night, sorry. Snape's fingers began to tap ominously against his side. Give me the Veritaserum, Potter, or I tell my Slytherins about the dinosaur. Oh ho, now they were getting down to it. Tell them, then, Harry said bravely. I never thought you wouldn't. Snape already knew about the Dursleys. Any other Slytherin was small potatoes compared to that. Snape's hand stilled, which for some reason worried Harry more than his fidgeting had. Do you really want to do this the hard way, Potter? Snape asked quietly. Do you really want me to take the Veritaserum from you by force? You wouldn't, Harry said, hoping to Merlin it was true. Oh, not out of any concern for me. You proved that last night. But because the vials might break. That is a risk I'm willing to take. Snape looked Harry over. Make your decision, Potter. Give the vials to me or I take them from you. The choice is yours. Harry stared at Snape. His professor looked back at him, his black eyes resolute. Harry felt backed into a corner, and he didn't like it. What was all that stuff, then, about me not abusing my power when I had my magic and you didn't? He cried. You didn't mean any of that, did you? Now that the tables are turned. Snape curled his lip. I never said I wasn't a bully, Potter. It's better to bully than to be bullied, don't you think? Your father taught me that. You're no better than the Dursleys. Harry said bitterly. Snape folded his arms. I doubt your relatives gave you a choice beforehand. He paused, and then his low voice became even deeper. I do not wish to take the Veritaserum by force, Potter, but I will if I have to. Those vials might be the key to our release from this place. Don't be an idiot. Snape stood at his full height, patient now as he waited for the boy's decision. Harry bit his lip. He didn't want Snape to wrestle the Veritaserum from him. He was used to violence thanks to the Dursleys, but that didn't mean he liked it. And, oddly, more than that, Harry discovered that he really didn't want to punch Snape again. And he knew he would, if Snape came at him again. Harry slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out the vials. He deposited both of them into Snape's waiting hand. Good boy, Snape said softly, something like relief in his voice. Harry looked at him, wide-eyed, more shaken by that than anything else Snape had said. Snape did not need long to verify that the bottles did indeed contain truth serum. He merely stuck his hooked nose in the vial and inhaled deeply. All right, Potter, Snape announced briskly, seemingly back to his normal self after his brief insanity in praising the boy. It is Veritaserum. Harry, relieved to be back on safer ground, cocked his head. How can you tell? I thought Veritaserum was supposed to be odorless. I have my ways, Snape said repressively. Harry shrugged, willing to take his word for it. It didn't make much sense, anyways, for Dumbledore or the room to give them 2 vials of water. So, Snape said slowly, the question becomes, what do we do with it? He settled against an overturned bit of granite, and cocked his head in a way that meant Harry should join him. Harry sat across from his professor and waited. Snape examined the 2 vials. What do you think, Potter? You are asking me, Harry said, surprised. He hesitated. They were meant to drink it, which is why he had been so reluctant to part with the vials in the first place. His thoughts must have been written over his face, because Snape smirked. So you think we should drink it? Harry ventured. Yes, Snape said, and, let me assure you, your unwillingness to do so is by no means unique. Nonetheless, I feel that we should not deny the room. Yeah, Harry said with a groan, finally reconciling himself to the idea. I agree. He looked at Snape uncertainly. So, how do you want to do this? Should we each drink it at the same time, or one at a time? An idea occurred to Harry. But if we drink it at the same time, will we even be capable of questioning each other? Snape rolled his eyes and looked prepared to say something very nasty. Then, he seemed to change his mind. Potter, do you have your potions text in your bag? Harry nodded. Go and fetch it. I already lectured about Veritaserum once this year in class, and I have no intention of repeating myself. Slightly chagrined, Harry jogged over to his bag and fished out the requested text. He flipped through the pages as he walked back, finally finding the right section. Read it aloud, Snape said in a long-suffering tone. A person under Veritaserum is physically characterized by a slack, unfocused gaze and a flat, expressionless voice. He or she cannot ask questions, but only respond to them. The victim will not remember anything about the experience afterwards. Thus it would be pointless for us to drink the potion at the same time and then try to question the other. Meaning, we have to do it in turns, Harry said, heart sinking. But, Professor, that doesn't seem fair. There are rumors, you know, that you are immune to Veritaserum. Snape stared at him a long moment, considering him. Finally, just as Harry was losing hope of him ever answering, Snape replied heavily, that particular rumor is false. Harry knew they were getting into murky territory, but he plunged forward anyways. So he's never used Veritaserum on you? He has, Snape allowed. Once. He looked at Potter slyly. But he, unlike I, cannot tell water from Veritaserum. And as I am responsible for stocking his potions. You tricked him, Harry said incredulously. Cool. Snape seemed rather pleased by Harry's reaction, and allowed a small smile to shade his features. His next words, however, were gruff. Furthermore, if you ever paid attention in my class, Potter, you would know there is an antidote to Veritaserum. Something I never forget when I am in the company of the Dark Lord. You don't have the antidote now, do you? We would not be having this conversation then, would we? Harry shook his head in defeat. Okay, so do you want to drink it first or shall I? Not so fast, Snape drawled. I am not about to let you ask me anything you like. That would be supremely dangerous, Potter, given your connection to the Dark Lord. It could be devastating to the war effort. You mean if he found out you were a spy? Harry asked. Snape cocked his head. Among other things, the Dark Lord can currently sift through your mind at will, you know. There are a number of topics that he cannot find in your brain. That is final. Harry nodded reluctantly at Snape's logic. So what is off limits? Snape tapped a long finger against his jaw. Go fetch a quill and some parchment, if you would. Harry got up immediately. As he jogged away, the unwelcome thought flashed through Snape's mind that sleep deprivation was, apparently, not the only thing that made Potter more obedient. He also seemed to respond better to a slightly less authoritarian approach. Harry flopped to the floor, materials in hand, and looked up expectantly. I think, Snape said, that you and I should have a written agreement about this little truth-telling exercise. Parameters are very important. So, Harry said, grinning for the first time. I get to set parameters, too. Snape nodded. After quite a bit of haggling, Harry finally put down his quill, slightly disappointed at the results. I, Harry James Potter, do solemnly swear not to ask Professor Snape anything about the Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, Voldemort, Dumbledore, his loyalties to any of the above, or really anything that has to do with the war effort whatsoever, while he is under Veritaserum. I also swear to never tell anybody anything that I find out during my questioning. I understand that failure to keep this agreement would be incredibly dangerous. And especially dangerous to your own health, Snape growled. And not because of the Dark Lord. Do you understand me? Harry swallowed. Yes, sir. Snape cleared his throat. I, Severus Snape, do solemnly swear never to tell anybody anything that I find out during my questioning of Harry Potter under Veritaserum. I also swear never to use any knowledge gained against Potter. I also swear not to punish Potter, or anybody else, based on anything incriminating I may find out during questioning. I also solemnly swear not to ask Potter anything about his romantic life. Here Snape paused. Are you sure you don't want to add anything about your home life, Potter? Harry shrugged. Snape already knew the worst about the Dursleys. You didn't add a disclaimer about your childhood. I won't either. Very well. Snape paused. Shall we get this over with, then? I have one more question, Harry said. I won't really know if you break the agreement, will I? And neither will I, Snape allowed. I believe, Mr. Potter, that we are supposed to trust each other. Harry scowled. Great. With a flourish, Snape pulled a vial out of his pocket. Why don't you drink it now before I change my mind on signing such an agreement? Okay, Harry said hastily, grabbing the vial. Go ahead, Snape said, something glimmering in his eyes. 3 drops ought to do it. Harry squeezed 3 drops on his tongue. Cheers, then. Snape watched as the boy's expression glazed over and he slumped against the wall. Once verifying that he was good and truly dosed, Snape leisurely walked into the washroom and took the other vial of Veritaserum out of his pocket. He poured the contents down the sink, washed the vial out thoroughly, and refilled it with water. Really, it was for the boy's own protection. Potter simply could not have too much knowledge about Snape inside his head. Not when he was so horrible at occlumency. Snape strolled out of the washroom, trying to ignore the fact that he was now using the same trick on Potter that he had used on the Dark Lord. The boy was too trusting for his own good. One of his Slytherins might have seen this coming. And, even if he was going against the room's wishes, Snape found he did not particularly care. Other things were more important. His secrets were more important. Snape stuck the now harmless vial back in his pocket, and turned his attention to the boy in front of him. Potter. At his mercy. All of his thoughts laid bare. Snape smiled wolfishly. So, Potter, he began, starting with the most delicious question. Who stole the boomslang skin and the gillyweed from my stores? And for what purpose? Potter said flatly, eyes rolled back. Hermione stole the boomslang for the polyjuice potion. We wanted to impersonate Slytherins and get Malfoy to tell us what he knew about the Chamber of Secrets. Dobby stole the gillyweed on the morning of the second task so I wouldn't drown. Snape frowned, slightly disappointed. He longed to nail Potter for something, anything, even if he couldn't punish him for it afterwards. This did not suffice. Explain how you helped Black escape from the Dementors. Hermione had a time turner that McGonagall had given her. Dumbledore told us to use it to save Sirius. We went back in time, saved Buckbeak, and then I held off all the Dementors with my Patronus. Then we flew Buckbeak up to Sirius and helped him escape. We got back into the hospital wing just in time. Snape's mouth fell open. What on earth had Dumbledore been thinking, entrusting a time turner to two 13-year-olds? The idea was incredible, absurd. No wonder Potter had been so nonchalant about changing his own past at the Dursleys. And what was this about Potter holding off so many Dementors? Impossible. Snape growled, displeased at this apparent evidence of Potter's magical talent. Have you ever told anyone about what you saw in my pensieve? Remus and Sirius. Why? Snape said sharply. Wanted to have a laugh with them about me, did you? No, I wanted to know if my dad was really such a git. They said he was an idiot but grew out of it. That would be a matter of opinion, Snape said sourly, but his venom was lost on the slack-jawed boy in front of him. You told nobody else. No, Snape felt something in him loosen. The boy hadn't told his little friends, then. He had kept his word. So like a Gryffindor, to pass up good blackmail information like that. Snape racked his brain for other instances of wrongdoing he wanted confirmed. Was that you with the egg in your invisibility cloak during the Triwizard Tournament? Yes, and it was you, wasn't it, who put something in Goyle's cauldron that led to everyone getting splashed with swelling solution? Yes, so Hermione could steal the boomslang skin. I know, Snape said, irritated. And when Draco saw your head in Hogsmeade, how did you manage that? There's a tunnel by that statue of the one-eyed witch. I used my invisibility cloak. Snape nodded, allowing a vision of catching wayward Weasley twins to flit across his mind. Satisfied with this accounting of the boy's petty misdeeds, he turned his attention to weightier matters. You never really wanted to learn occlumency, did you? Why? The link has been useful to me. It saved Mr. Weasley's life. And I really want to know what is behind the door at the Department of Mysteries. Also, you were a bad teacher. I couldn't learn occlumency from you. Quote. Well, you were ungrateful, said Snape, startled by candor about his teaching skills. He leaned forward, thirsty for revenge. Tell me your worst memory of the Dursleys. Harry obediently responded. When I was really little, around 4, I saw something on the telly about making Christmas cards for your parents. The parents in the advert gave their son a cuddle when they saw the card. So I decided to make a really nice Christmas card for the Dursleys. I wanted it to work like it did on the telly. Nothing else had worked on them. So on Christmas morning, after Dudley had opened all of his presents, I gave them my card. Uncle Vernon started to laugh, and Aunt Petunia tore it up and told me to never do such a thing again. That's it, Snape said incredulously, after it became clear that this was the end of the story. It can't be. Potter, didn't the Dursleys hit you? Yes. And starve you? Yes. And lock you up in a cupboard? Yes. And your aunt tearing up a card you made, that's your worst memory? Yes. Why? Snape said, unconsciously slapping his hand against his thigh as he did when he was particularly impatient with a student. Because, Harry said unemotionally, that's when I realized they didn't love me, and that I was alone. Snape averted his eyes, not liking this answer. He would have preferred something about a particularly nasty beating. This was different. And your best memory of the Muggles? The day Hagrid took me away from them, the boy replied instantly. What do you really think of me, Potter? Snape asked next, determined to do the thing thoroughly, no matter how unpleasant the response. I think you are a bully. I know my father was a git to you, but it was nothing to do with me. I think you are an awful teacher. You're horrible to my friends, but you saved my life. Dumbledore trusts you, and I don't know why. I don't like you. I don't understand you. Are you scared of me? Sometimes. This pleased Snape. He had one more question, or maybe he had had just one question all along. Potter, what do you remember of your mother? The night she died. The Dementors show me the night she died. Tell me, Snape said quietly. When she saw Voldemort, she put me in the crib behind her and threw her arms wide to shield me. She kept saying, "Not Harry, not Harry, oh please not Harry." And he told her to stand aside. He called her a silly girl. She begged him, told her she would do anything, and he kept telling her to stand aside. But she didn't, and so he killed her. She died to protect me. She kept me safe from him. Snape closed his eyes, unable to look at the boy. What else do you know of her? She was very good at charms. She was beautiful, with pale skin and dark red hair. And green eyes. I have her eyes. She was in Gryffindor, and in the Order. She defended you. She used to hate my dad, but something changed, I don't know what. I don't know why she loved him. She looks happy in the pictures I have of her. I don't think she got along with my Aunt Petunia. That's all. Snape croaked. Do you have any keepsakes from her? Has nobody ever told you stories about her? No. Snape took out his wand. He ran his hand gently over the tip of it, his thoughts far away. He was done with his interrogation. Harry fuzzily opened his eyes. Snape was sitting across from him, staring off into space. Harry grunted, and Snape fixed his black eyes on him. How did it go? Harry asked, sitting up and rolling his shoulders. Learn anything interesting? From you. Not once in 5 years, Snape said snidely. Harry was still too out of it to fully register this insult. Has it been 5? Feels more like 500. Snape snorted, watching as the boy came back to himself. He was not looking forward, particularly, to his upcoming deception. One more in a long line of deceptions, really. But, as always, it was for the greater good. It would be very useful to know what questions Potter wanted to ask him. He also admitted a certain curiosity as to whether the boy would keep his word about the off-limits questions. That had been the whole point about creating the agreement, so that he could see how trustworthy the boy really was. Harry walked around the room, feeling a bit as though he had overdosed on butterbeer. After a few laps, though, he felt back to normal and ready for the far more exciting part of this little procedure. All right, Professor, Harry said gleefully, sitting back down and pulling his knees up. Your turn. Snape gave him a glare for his impertinence, and then took out the other vial. Remember, Potter, he said silkily. Nothing about the war. Got it, Harry said confidently. 3 drops then, off you go. Snape daintily stuck out his tongue and shook 3 drops out of the vial. Potter had seen Crouch under Veritaserum, so he knew what the results looked like. That wasn't a problem. He had faked the effects before. Snape immediately slumped against the wall, allowing his features to slacken and his gaze to become uncoordinated. Wow, Harry said, impressed. Brilliant. Okay, what did you find out from questioning me under Veritaserum? A clever opening gambit, Snape thought. How you helped Black escape from the Dementors. How your friends stole things for you from my stores. How you managed to get in and out of Hogsmeade undetected. How you told 2 people about what you saw in my pensieve against my express wishes. How you used your invisibility cloak to sneak out after curfew. How you deliberately ignored my instructions in occlumency. Oh, dear, Harry murmured, half amused and half aghast. Did you ask me anything about the Dursleys? Yes, I asked you what your worst memory was with them. And what was that? Harry asked, wincing as he wondered how talkative his drugged self had been. The Christmas when you were 4. Your aunt tore up the card you made for her. Harry lurched as though Snape had slapped him. Then he said, so quietly Snape had to strain his ears to catch it, oh. Harry scratched his chin and looked at Snape, needing to verify that the man was well and truly out of it. He wouldn't remember any of this, right? Interesting what your mind comes up with, Huh, Snape. Harry mused. I dunno. The day Uncle Vernon drove me to the dump and left me there, that was pretty bad too. But, yeah, I think that Christmas was worse. With effort, Snape kept his features loose and relaxed. An unwelcome image of a hook-nosed man, arm raised, flashed through his mind. So, Harry said, heaving a ragged breath as he changed the subject. Ron will kill me if I don't ask this one. Why is your hair always so greasy? Of all the impertinent questions. Snape wasn't a Death Eater for nothing, though, so he merely said flatly, it is genetic. Like your nose, Harry said, his thoughts swinging transparently to other matters. Snape, seeing this, silently cursed to himself for leading the boy to his family tree. So, Snape, your childhood was pretty rough, huh? Yes. What did they do to you? Harry inched forward, keen to hear the answer, although his tone was solemn. Snape considered lying, but he doubted the boy would accept it. He had seen the memories, after all. Perhaps a partial answer was prudent. They were unhappily married, Snape said, careful to keep voice even. And a child inconvenienced them. I was not a priority. I know how that feels, Harry said sympathetically. To Snape's surprise, Potter did not continue this painful line of questioning. Professor, what do you really think of me? Now this was a question he could answer, Snape thought with relish. You were a mediocre student with a knack for getting in and out of terrible trouble. You were impertinent, arrogant, cocky like your father. Your disrespect is terrible. You never call me, sir, or, professor. You were a terrible potions maker. Your risk-taking is foolish, your so-called bravery misplaced. You've done nothing to deserve your fame, and you expect that none of the rules apply to you. You are weak and cannot conceal your emotions. Moreover. Okay, Harry said hastily. Is there anything you do like about me? Professor Snape, he added pointedly. Slightly mollified by this token of respect, Snape decided to be generous. You are not as spoiled or as pampered as your father was. Gee, Harry said sarcastically. Thanks. Then Harry suddenly leaned forward, Snape's response turning a switch in his head. Can you tell me something nice about my mum, Professor? Something in Snape's chest clenched. It took an enormous amount of willpower to not tense his muscles. Oh, Merlin, why did Potter have to ask that question? Perhaps it was inevitable. The boy had just admitted he had no stories about her. Of course he would want to know. And he, Snape, could say anything about her at all, and Potter wouldn't know if it were true. But he would. Lily Evans was a good woman, Snape said, hoping Potter wouldn't notice the waver in his voice. She deserved far better than James Potter. Something nice about her was her laugh. She had a lovely laugh. Like bells. And she had a lovely smile, and lovely eyes, and the way she smelled was lovely, and the way she said Severus was especially lovely. Everything about her was lovely, except for the man she married, and the son she produced. Potter seemed satisfied with this answer. Like bells, he repeated slowly, and then something awful, a raw horrible desperate yearning, crossed his face, and Snape knew he was trying, and failing, to remember that laugh. The boy hunched his shoulders, and asked nothing else for a long while. Then, finally, he started again, his voice almost as flat as his victim's. I don't know what else to ask you. I can't ask you about all those war things. But I don't know if I'll ever get a straight answer otherwise. The boy seemed to be talking himself into something. I know the agreement said I'm not to ask you about your loyalties. But I really need to know the answer. It would make everything so much easier. Various emotions struggled across the boy's face. The desire for the truth was practically radiating off of him. Transparent. Why was Potter always so transparent? Harry groaned, working his way aloud through his dilemma. If I break our agreement, does that mean the room won't let us out of here? That seems like the kind of thing Dumbledore would do. Harry drummed his fingers against his leg. To Snape's practiced eye, it was obvious that the boy's irrepressible curiosity was going to win out. Harry finally succumbed to the inevitable. I'm sorry, Professor, he muttered, casting his eyes upwards. Professor Snape, where do your loyalties lie? The little sneak. Snape felt rage simmering inside of him at this evidence of the boy's dishonesty. His own betrayal felt like nothing now, because clearly it had been justified, absolutely justified. Snape nearly got up and ended the whole charade when it came to him that Potter's apology was not intended for him. But he mastered himself, and continued to loll about stupidly like a ghoul. "Never mind," Harry yelped suddenly, waving his hands wildly in a stop motion. "Never mind, I don't want to know. Voldemort can't know the answer from me, he can't." Harry shuddered, terrified at what he had almost done. He had to remain ignorant of Snape's true loyalties. Anything else was much too dangerous. Harry jumped up, nervous. He wanted to ask Snape so many things. He wanted Snape to tell him what the weapon was that Voldemort was after. He wanted to know why everyone was so keen to keep him away from the Department of Mysteries. He needed to know if Snape was truly on Dumbledore's side. But, more than that, he wanted to stay alive, and he wanted to keep those he loved alive. "Why didn't I learn occlumency?" Harry groaned, berating himself. "Then I could ask you this stuff and not worry about Voldemort finding out." "You didn't learn occlumency because you were an arrogant little twit," Snape couldn't help adding in his flat voice, still very much annoyed, and still finding it quite easy to rationalize his own betrayal while despising Potter for his slip. "Shut up," Harry said nastily. "Just because I've decided not to ask you those questions doesn't mean I can't ask you something awful." He ran his hand through his untidy hair, racking his brains for something so satisfying that it would make up for all those other questions he knew he could never ask. "Ah, there it was. Tell me something nice about my dad." Snape wished, for the first time in his life, that he really was under Veritaserum. He cursed himself for his deception, cursed James Potter, cursed Harry Potter, and cursed the whole lot of Gryffindor for a good measure. How, exactly, had he come to find himself in the position of having to compliment that arrogant Torag? Harry began to grow impatient. "Well, you're supposed to answer straight off, aren't you?" Snape opened his mouth, inspiration coming in the form of a bland Quidditch compliment. But no words came out. Potter looked at him, clearly on tenterhooks, eyes deeply and richly green with his desire for something new about his father. And suddenly, Snape couldn't do it. He couldn't find the loophole, as he had done with the Veritaserum, in order to spare himself pain. "Your father," Snape said, "took you to Hogsmeade when you were 6 months old. I don't know why. I was coming out of Borgin and Burke's when I spotted the pair of you. He was tossing you up in the air, and you were laughing. And then he called you Fawn. That was his nickname for you. Fawn." Harry closed his eyes and ears, closed his mind, forgot that Snape was in the room, forgot everything, as he tried desperately to remember his father, to remember Prongs, calling him Fawn. But it was no use. Harry sank to his knees, overcome by the strength of his emotions. It was unbearable to know and not to remember. His mother's laugh, his father's nickname for him, all of it. None of it. Harry looked miserably about him, desperate for something, anything to dull the sharp grief that had possessed him. His eyes landed on Snape. "Snape," he whispered, "please." It was not a question, strictly speaking, so Snape was under no obligation to answer it under Veritaserum. So he didn't. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to ignore the ragged gulps from the boy next to him. But they were hard to ignore. Harry's magic was back. This was good news, of course, but somehow Harry couldn't bring himself to care very much. He had felt the magic zooming into his wand, quite suddenly, and then warmth flooded into his body. He had done several cursory charms, just to test it, and then tried to open the door. The door had remained firmly shut, and the room failed to yield to any of Harry's requests to release them. After that, Harry had lost interest. Perhaps the room was rewarding him for allowing himself to be dosed with Veritaserum, perhaps not. What did it matter, really, if he still couldn't get out of here? Harry twirled his wand in his hands, and stared broodingly into space. His mother's laugh, his father's nickname, he repeated this miraculous information to himself, over and over again, as though he were trying to make it a part of himself. Bells. Fawn. Bells. Fawn. Learn anything interesting. Harry craned his neck at these familiar-sounding words. Snape had rejoined the land of the living, it seemed. Well, as much as he ever did. Harry shrugged. Snape was studying him intensely. Your magic is back. Yep. Snape wondered if this meant his was back as well. Somehow, he doubted it. He had not upheld his end of the Veritaserum bargain after all. Snape cast a hover charm and verified his suspicion. Damn. Snape slid his eyes over to Harry, wanting to see the boy's reaction to his humiliation. But Harry was not paying attention to him in the slightest. You kept to your part of the agreement. Snape probed, ignoring the boy's clear reluctance to talk. Yes, Harry said, adding, I almost broke it, but I didn't. Snape waited for Harry to throw the question back at him. Instead, Harry began banishing the rubble away from the room. His wandwork was jerky, and the results rather more violent than was strictly necessary. Snape said nothing, deciding it was in his best interest to drop the subject altogether. Instead, he tracked Harry with his eyes as the boy cleaned, a fierce expression on his thin face. He had wasted a lot of time and energy, Snape thought to himself with no little bemusement. Here he had spent 5 years insulting the father to the son, with little effect. Clearly, the real way to wound the boy was by giving him memories of parents he would never remember. And yet, Snape felt no pressing need to utilize this new weapon. He instead felt a shameful surge of empathy for this boy, who after all was the only other person in the world who missed Lily as much as he did. Maybe more. Harry paused in his mad cleaning frenzy, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The room looked pretty good now. Snape was looking at him, Harry noticed, with a surprisingly neutral expression. When Snape spoke, his words were unexpected. I propose a different drink is in order, Snape said, fishing 2 fire whiskies out of the troublesomely magical trunk. What do you say, Mr. Potter? Harry didn't need asking twice. He snatched the offered drink and gulped it down. The amber liquid burned marvelously, so much so that it stung. Harry welcomed the sensation. Snape raised his bottle in a sort of salute, and then drank the whiskey, his movements practiced. The fierce edge of the alcohol relaxed Harry, and he felt the tense, strange mood that had enveloped him loosen. Better, Snape said, looking at the boy appraising Ly. Now stop acting like a house elf. This made little sense to Harry, who certainly didn't expect Snape to care about his mental state. But the profound nature of his afternoon, Merlin, his father had called him Fawn, left him feeling drained and rather unable to mount his usual defenses. Have you ever had fire whiskey before? Snape continued. No, it has a medicinal effect after Veritaserum, Snape lectured, effortlessly falling into his teaching mode. Much like chocolate combats dementors, so fire whiskey neutralizes the effects of Veritaserum. Harry accepted this with a nod of his head. His churning emotions had less to do with taking truth serum and more to do with administering it, but that was all right. The liquor was welcome. Snape cleared his throat. I am pleased that your magic is back. Harry's green eyes narrowed, and he looked at Snape closely as the implications of that hit him. Why isn't yours back? You took the Veritaserum too. I do not think this room intends to ever allow me access to magic, Snape said after a pause. Nonetheless, it is promising that your magic has been returned to you. Yeah, Harry said, unable to stir up much emotion about it either way. I hope we get out of here soon. I don't want to fall behind in my classes. That's never bothered you before, Snape snapped. He tapped his long fingers against the empty fire whiskey bottle, considering something. There is no reason I cannot tutor you, Potter. It would help pass the time at least. Really? Harry said doubtfully. Yes, Snape said, firmness entering into his tone as he solidified the decision in his own head. It would help pass the time, and it would probably also pacify the room after the Veritaserum fiasco. Okay, Harry said, his mind still more on his parents than his potions professor. We'll start with potions, Snape said briskly. Go fetch your books and parchment. Now, Harry said, surprised. Yes, I imagine the alcohol will remove the manual dexterity required for one of us to kill the other. Harry nearly cracked a smile at that as he gathered up his materials. Now, Snape said, transfigure something into a desk. Harry flicked his wand and transfigured his empty bottle into a quite serviceable desk and chair. Perhaps his break from magic had been good for him, Harry mused. He felt a little more powerful now. Sit, Harry rolled his eyes but did so. Today we will be covering the class of potions that works on house elves as well as on witches and wizards, Snape said, his voice confident and clear as it rang through the room. This type of potion is known as a cross-species substance. Now, Potter, tell me what law these potions break. Look it up, Snape commanded. You should know this. Harry paged through his text. Oh, the law of better blood. Harry snorted. Hermione is going to have kittens when she reads that. We covered that law your third year, Snape said snidely. So undoubtedly Ms. Granger is already familiar with it. You, however. Harry tried his best to look abashed. House elves and wizards share the ability to do magic, but this magic manifests itself in different ways. It is not unsurprising, then, that only a few of our potions work on them. Potter, tell me 2 ways that house elves' magic differs from ours. Harry brightened. They can apparate into places we can't, like Hogwarts. And they don't carry wands, and we do. Harry's knowledge of house elves, via Dobby, carried him through most of the lesson. Snape continued to pepper him with questions, never praising him when he got one right, but always ready with a snide comment when Harry didn't know the answer. The alcohol kept Harry from losing his head, however, and he allowed most of the insults to slide off of him. Snape began to wrap things up. And that is why house elves have such a strong reaction to butterbeer. Any questions, Potter? Harry shook his head. He had actually understood everything, a rare and momentous moment in his potions career. For next class, 1 foot comparing cross-species substances and multi-use salves. Dismissed. Harry snorted. I wish. He did not stand up, however, oddly comforted by this familiar version of Snape looming over him with his arms crossed. Snape, too, looked more relaxed after giving a class and setting an essay. Or maybe it was just the alcohol. Harry, driven by boredom, had started in on his homework right away. Snape had let this pass without comment, and was prowling around the room rather like a bloodhound looking for a dropped scent. Snape was bent over, inspecting the sealant between the floor and walls, when a cry from Harry startled him. Snape whirled around, pulling out his wand out of sheer habit. His eyes widened slightly at what he saw. Potter, Snape said harshly, crossing the room in one stride. Did you conjure this? No, Harry said. His parchment and quill slid to the ground unnoticed as he jumped to his feet and joined Snape. The mirror looked a bit smaller to Harry. Well, it had been 4 years since he had seen it last. The same incomprehensible writing was swirled around the edges in delicate ink, and the same golden claws supported it. Before Harry could even begin to deal with the return of this rogue mirror, the glass began to shake. There was a sputter, and then a pop, and then something flew out of the mirror, smacking Harry on the nose. He uncurled the piece of parchment, heart thumping. Dumbledore's slanted writing stared back at him, and Harry felt a stab of dread. What does it say? Snape demanded. Desire is a battle, Harry said, frowning. That's all. Snape snatched the parchment away and studied it for himself. He growled and threw the paper to the ground, annoyed. I do not like this. Harry was annoyed, too. Why can't he at least show his face? He complained. This is getting ridiculous. A place for warriors, was Snape's reply. Tap your weapons. Desire is a battle. Harry looked at him blankly. Then his gaze hardened. When I started Dumbledore's army, this isn't quite what I had in mind. Snape eyed the mirror warily. I do not know what the headmaster has in mind, either, leaving the mirror arised here. It seems a type of torture. It's odd, Harry agreed, careful not to look into the glass. If he looked at it once, he wasn't sure he would ever look away. Dumbledore told me that men have gone mad before this thing. And we can't really escape from it, can we? Perhaps it is another test, Snape said, his nose crinkling at the mere suggestion. He had not recovered from the Veritaserum, and the boy had not either. It was cruel of Dumbledore to present them with another emotionally fraught task so soon after the last one. Do you think we are supposed to look in it or not? Snape shrugged with the air of someone who has little to lose and strode up to the mirror. Snape's demeanor changed completely once he gazed into it. The tension left his body, leaving him unguarded. And, it happened so quickly, but Harry could never after shake this impression. Snape looked for a moment like he knew somebody loved him. A small, secret smile stole over his features, as though he had a lovely secret, for once, instead of a horrible one. Then, impossibly, Snape's flinty black eyes began to look darker, as though they had been smeared with something wet. He put his hand up to the mirror. Harry suddenly felt as if he were intruding on something very private, and looked at his feet. Harry thought that Snape would remain there for quite a while. He certainly had his first year, but to his surprise Snape broke away seconds later with the dazed air of someone who has gotten too close to chaos. He stumbled away, a man lost in a dream. Harry spared his professor only a glance before he walked up to the mirror, feeling its siren call tugging at his spirit. He would only look for a second, he told himself, just to see if his heart's desire had changed. It had not. Harry stared at his mum and dad, looking the same as they had the last time, immensely proud but sad as well. The love in their eyes was profound, radiant even. Harry thought he heard a faint tinkling in his ears. Like bells. His father looked at him, the adoration clear in his face, and Harry thought how fiercely this man had both loved and left him. Harry echoed his professor and put his hand up to the glass. His parents put theirs up as well, and for a moment it was like they were all touching each other. But the glass was cold, and hard, and unyielding, and after a second Harry let his hand fall to his side. Father and son shoved their hands into their pockets in the exact same way. Lily kept hers up in a kind of wave. Harry rocked back on his heels, feeling with sudden clarity how little he knew about her. He looked like his dad. He shared gestures and quirks with his dad. But Lily, she was a mystery, mostly. A mum shouldn't be a mystery. Harry understood now why Snape had not lingered. This mirror showed intensely private things, and it didn't feel right to have such an experience in front of another. Harry broke away, promising to himself that he would return when Snape was asleep. Snape was a few feet to the side of the mirror, head bowed, as though he couldn't bear to part with it. Harry studied him, and felt something niggling at the back of his mind. Harry grabbed onto it, feeling unable to cope with his parents and desperate for a distraction. "First year," Harry said, and then stopped, surprised at how weak his voice was. He cleared his throat. "First year, this mirror showed me the Sorcerer's Stone. I wonder if it would show us a key or the way out of here." "If that is what your heart desires the most right now," Snape said, his voice hollow. "I am not certain mine does." "Let's both look," Harry urged. "I bet Dumbledore would want us to work together. Let's both look and think of how badly we want to get out of here." Snape nodded carelessly, his sharp edges dulled by whatever he had seen in the mirror. Harry faced the mirror once again, and felt that Dumbledore's stupid note wasn't far off the mark. Desire was a battle. At the moment, he couldn't find it in himself to care about getting out of here. He didn't want to get away from this mirror and away from his parents. Especially, at this moment, from his mum. Lily swam into view, alone this time. Harry felt a sharp intake of breath behind him, and felt, rather than saw, that Snape had joined him. Lily seemed to see them both. She looked at Severus, her eyes filled with love and what looked like forgiveness to Harry. "Oh, Lily," Snape said, pain and regret wrenching his voice into knots as he saw her again. This mirror had never shown him anything but her. Then Lily looked at Harry. Something in her eyes changed. Harry still saw love there, so much that it hurt, but he also saw, not forgiveness, but a sort of apology in her eyes. Almost as though she were asking for forgiveness this time, rather than granting it. "It's okay, Mum," Harry said softly. "I know you didn't want to leave me." Lily stood there, dark red hair around her pale face, looking at both of them. Harry and Snape remained as they were, utterly entranced by her. Snape broke away first. "Come," he said to Harry in the gentlest voice he had ever used with him. Harry didn't know he was capable of such a tone. "We shouldn't linger, lest we fall into madness." Harry didn't move. Snape lightly touched the boy's shoulder, as though Harry were made of glass and not the mirror, and turned him around. Harry looked up at Snape, the same sort of aching plea in his eyes that had tumbled out of his mouth earlier. This time, Snape did something about it. It wasn't much, but it was all he knew how to do. He squeezed the boy's shoulder, hard enough to hurt, and left his hand there in what he hoped was a bracing sort of way. It wasn't much, but for Harry it was enough. He had nobody else here, and nobody outside of the mirror, and Snape would just have to damn well suffice. Harry allowed the hand to remain on his shoulder, and for Snape that was enough, too. The rest of the night passes in a blur for Harry. He remembers breaking away from Snape, and Snape gruffly telling him to go to bed, and then falling into his hammock. After the day he'd had, mind games courtesy of the headmaster, his sleep is deep and undisturbed. He dreams only about his mother smiling at him. It is a nice dream. When Harry opens his eyes the next morning, Lily is still gazing at him. She's standing in the mirror, Harry realizes with a pang as he puts on his glasses, as though she has been keeping vigil all night. The idea bothers Harry. He waves his wand and casts a covering charm on the mirror. A curtain of red and gold falls over Lily, obscuring her from sight. "Sorry, Mum," Harry mutters. He gets up and begins to take breakfast items from the trunk. Snape sweeps out of the washroom, robes billowing as usual. He stops with a start when he sees the curtains over the mirror. Eyebrows raised, he joins Harry in what is quickly becoming the breakfast nook. He surveys Harry over his tea, cool black eyes calculating. "So," Harry says without preamble, as though answering a question Snape has just posed. "You saw my mum in the mirror?" Snape merely nods, expression shuttered. "Why did you see her?" Harry prompts. "Why do you think?" Snape snaps. He puts down his tea with a clatter. "You loved her?" Harry asks, unconsciously squaring his shoulders as though preparing for a blow. His instinct is correct. Snape wordlessly hurls his cup to the ground, and shards of porcelain scatter at their feet. A puddle of hot tea inches towards Harry's robes. Harry takes out his wand, but Snape puts out his hand. "Leave it," Snape says, curtains of hair obscuring his expression. "I will clean it up." Snape begins to pick up the shards. Harry watches him, acutely embarrassed for his professor, crawling around like a muggle after the broken glass. Harry sees himself at 6, cutting his ear after Aunt Marge threw a wine glass at his head. Harry flicks his wand, banishing the mess. "I told you to let it alone." Snape roars, all control gone, straightening like a shot. "But you never do you?" "I want to know about my mother." Harry answers between clenched teeth. "I deserve to know what you did with her." Snape's voice goes dangerously cold, sending a shiver through Harry. "I did not do anything with Lily Evans. And if you ever refer to her with such disrespect again, Potter, I will teach you a lesson you will not enjoy." "Well, it won't involve magic," Harry retorts. "And that's not what I meant." He takes a deep breath, trying to force his voice into politeness. "I want to know if you loved her, and if she loved you. That's all." As though that were nothing. Snape spits, eyes flashing. "I am not the rest of the wizarding world, Potter, ready and willing to comply with your every request. You would do well to remember that. Let it alone." Harry has been let alone himself too often to take this advice. "My mum would want you to tell me." "You don't know what your mother would want," Snape says viciously. "You never knew her." This cuts Harry like a knife. It probably would have shut him up, too, had they been anywhere else. But here, he has magic and Snape doesn't, and it is this more than anything else that lets him stand his ground. "I bet my mum never looked twice at you," Harry taunts, determined to get a response out of Snape. "I bet she felt sorry for you, and she was nice to you because she was a good person. But she never wanted you. She wanted my dad, always, and I bet he knew it too, and they would all laugh at you behind your back." Silence. Snape roars. "As always, Potter, you are completely wrong." "Tell me the truth then," Harry says at once. "Go on, you always wanted to rub my face in it, I know you did. Here's your chance." Snape points a long bony finger at him. "Sit down," he thunders. "Sit down, and be quiet. Perhaps you will learn something for once in your life." Harry immediately slides into the chair that had been used yesterday for the potions lesson. He looks up keenly, giving Snape far more attention than ever gives him in class. "Your mother and I met as children," Snape says, managing to make even that sound like a threat. He plants his hands on the desk, leaning forward so their faces are a foot away. I introduced her to magic. I told her she was a witch. I was her best friend, her first link to the wizarding world. And once we got to Hogwarts, it was no different. She hated your father from the first time she saw him on the train. She used to complain to me about how awful he was. And it was me who she studied with, me who she talked to. She told me, first year, that she'd rather be in Slytherin with me than in Gryffindor with him. Spit is flying onto Harry's cheeks, but he doesn't wipe it away. He sits stock still, afraid that any movement will break Snape's concentration. Your mother and I spent every summer together after that. We played tricks on that awful sister of hers. We plotted how to put James Potter in his place, and we made potion after potion together in her attic. She was a marvel at potions. Snape shakes his head, sidetracked. I am astounded that you did not inherit even one drop of her talent. Harry privately thinks this is up for debate. He might not be pants at potions if Snape had ever given him a proper chance. And then, Snape says, voice cracking, then it went to pieces that day by the lake. I don't have to tell you the one I mean. She wanted nothing to do with me after that, even though I apologized. Oh, so his father had been, at best, tangential to the real hurt of that day. She started to spend more time with James, Snape says relentlessly, and I became a Death Eater. Without her there was no reason not to. She never tried to stop me. Maybe she had expected me to go dark. Everybody else did. Snape leans even closer to Harry, so that their noses are almost touching. But you remember this, Potter. She cared for me before she ever set eyes on your father. She loathed him, and you are him in miniature. Harry wipes the spit off his face, and it is almost like he wiping away tears. Well, he manages. Not completely. I have her eyes. I've never said you weren't lucky, Snape sneers, standing back and folding his arms. Lucky you do have her eyes, or I wouldn't have bothered protecting you all this time. Harry doubts that as he looks closely at his professor. Snape is the same age as Lupin, but has always seemed far older. Harry had attributed this to the trials of being a Death Eater, but it now seems far more likely that his mum is responsible for the lines around Snape's eyes. So you have been protecting me? Harry asks, almost shyly, looking at Snape through his fringe. For her. And, you can't be working for Voldemort, then. Not if you loved her. Not if you are protecting me. Snape says nothing, but his silence is evidence enough for Harry. Well, so the git is on his side after all. You apologized for calling her that, Harry says, an unpleasant feeling settling in his gut. And she never forgave you. She didn't try to stop you from becoming a Death Eater. Ever. Don't you say a word against Lily. Snape yells, slamming his hand against the desk. Harry flinches, and then flushes, embarrassed. Snape doesn't care. He thumps his hand down, again, seemingly for the pleasure of seeing Harry jump and jerk away. She died to protect you, Snape hisses. Don't you ever forget that. You dare say a word against her. Do it again, Potter. Just try it. Harry glares at the desk mutinously. If not for your mother, Snape continues, I would have been the only 11-year-old Death Eater ever to join Voldemort's ranks. She was my... Snape stops, voice catching. I do not blame her for preferring a popular Quidditch hero to me in the end. And you will not blame her either. So blame my dad instead. Harry asks. That's what you've been doing, isn't it? And blaming me because I look like him. Snape does not deny this. I despised your father for many reasons, as well you know. She still should have gone after you, Harry says stubbornly. Just because you lost your temper once and called her a mud. Do not say that word to me. Snape shrieks, grabbing the front of Harry's shirt and yanking Harry so hard that he rises halfway out of his seat. And do not presume, boy, to talk of things you know nothing about. Snape lets Harry go, a disgusted expression on his face, and Harry falls backwards, landing heavily in the chair. Harry smooths his rumpled front, taking a couple of fortifying breaths. He reaches into his robe pocket and pulls out his wand. Something registers in Snape's eyes then, and his lip curls unpleasantly. Harry clutches the wand, comforted by the cool wood. Well, Harry says, still rearranging his shirt, even though the wrinkles are gone. Well, you still haven't said it, but I have the answer to my question. You did love her, and she cared for you, once. That's all I wanted to know. It was more complicated than that, Snape says coldly. But of course, such complexities are beyond you. Love isn't complicated, Harry says. Hate is, but not love. He starts to say something else, but then his eyes dart to the covered mirror. He gets up and heads for the washroom. I knew you couldn't handle the truth, Snape tosses over his shoulder, hands still planted on the desk as though scolding an invisible student. A lot of people think that, Harry says shortly. But they're wrong. He strides into the washroom, slamming the door behind him. Snape flinches. Harry sits on the edge of the bathtub, head in his hands. Merlin, he needs to talk to Ron and Hermione. He can just see Ron's freckly hand slapping him on the back, and Hermione tossing her bushy hair and assuring him they'll get him through this. The thought of his friends puts a lump in Harry's throat. Are they worried about him? Has Dumbledore told them not to interfere? Are they ignoring the headmaster and trying to get him the hell out of here? He can't imagine allowing one of them to become a Death Eater. Ever. He'd die before he let it happen. And yet Lily hadn't stopped Snape. She must have seen what was happening to him, she must have known the influence she wielded over him. And yet she just let him turn dark. What kind of friend was she? Harry stands and looks in the mirror. He sees his father's hair and his mother's eyes. These familiarities have been a source of comfort to him for a long time. But now he is only confused, not the least because he now feels a sort of kinship with Snape rather than with his parents. After all, Lily and James had been normal. They had been normal kids with loving families. They had been normal kids with loving families who had chosen each other over a difficult, weird outsider. Harry hates them for it. Sometimes hatred is simple, too. Snape thinks about going after the boy. But, really, what more can he say to him? He'd wanted the truth, and Snape gave it to him. If Potter wants to pout and wallow in his misery, well, that is his business. But when Potter marches out of the washroom some time later, his green eyes are snapping like fireworks. Done sulking, Potter, Snape says, covering his surprise. How are we going to fix this? Potter demands. If your mind cannot handle the thought of your mother preferring me over your father when we were children, Potter, then you are even weaker than I presumed. Not that, the boy says impatiently. How are we going to stop Voldemort from finding out that you love my mum and have been protecting me? And that you really aren't on his side? Snape adjusts his expectations for this conversation. I'm certainly not planning on telling him, Potter. I am an Occlumens. Well, I'm not, Potter says. But you're going to teach me to be one, for real this time. I have no intention of giving Voldemort a reason to kill you. How touching, Potter, but I assure you that I can fend for myself. It has nothing to do with you. I just don't want to feel guilty for another death. So are you going to teach me or not? Snape files away the guilt comment for future use. Only you would think that is an adequate way to ask a professor to give you lessons, Potter. Potter scowls. Excuse me, sir, but I would be much obliged if you would give me lessons so that I can prevent your death. I'm not interested in your hero complex, Potter. Save it for the prophet. I don't need saving, especially not by you. Someone's got to do it, the boy says harshly. We both know what will happen if he finds out from reading my mind. He'll kill you once we get out of here. And how, exactly, do you propose I teach you occlumency? Snape points out. I cannot legitimize you here. Try it. Try it. What? Snape growls. Try it, sir. Snape takes out his wand. It feels warm to the touch, and a jolt of hope surges through him. He points his wand, but instead of legitimizing the boy, he attempts to send a blasting curse at the closed door. Nothing happens, and Snape frowns. The magic is in his wand. Pulsing. He can feel it, but how to unlock it? Snape turns to the boy and meets his stony eyes. He raises his wand. Legilimens. Snape staggers at the force of emotion he finds within Potter. Rage, hurt, sadness, disappointment. The last puzzles Snape, so he delves further. As usual, the boy puts up no resistance. Snape finds an image of himself and Lily as teenagers. Lily has her nose up in the air as Snape. A bruised and bewildered Snape with oddly untidy hair pleads with her. But this never happened, not in this way, and so Snape prods the thought, demanding it to explain. The teenaged Snape appears again in Harry's mind, and people are jeering at him. He flails on the ground, alone, friendless, neglected. Lily watches him silently and turns away. The younger Snape watches her leave, and it seems his last hope is going with her. An arm with a dark mark on it appears, and Snape takes it, heaving himself to his feet. He seems resigned. The child Snape is replaced by a child Harry, pleading with his teacher to believe him about his black eye. The teacher, who has dark red hair, tells him not to make up stories about his family. Harry watches her leave, and it seems his last hope is going with her. He looks out the window and Dudley waves at him, grinning wickedly. Harry resigns himself and trudges outside. And then a roar of hurt overcomes Snape, pain so strong Snape cannot stand it. He stumbles back, thrown out of Potter's head by the force of the emotion. He pants, staring at Potter, at this stupid boy who has gotten it all wrong once again. Potter is clutching his head, groaning in distress. "Mum," the boy is croaking. "You shouldn't, he needed, you were all he had, not decent." "Stop it," Snape says, aghast at what he sees, and understands. "Potter, look at me." The boy continues to writhe, so Snape strides over to him, and roughly lifts the boy's chin up so they are looking at each other. The panic slowly recedes out of the boy's green eyes, but the anguish remains. "Correct me if I am mistaken," Snape says, "but you appear to be laboring under the misapprehension that your situation and mine are similar." The boy looks at him miserably. "Just to clarify," Snape continues, "you were a child and all the adults around you failed you. And, in the same fashion, you think Lily failed me." "Yes," the boy mutters, but he seems unwilling to elaborate. Perhaps unsurprising, given Snape's earlier reaction. "She was not responsible for my choices," Snape says firmly. "I was almost an adult. She was not my keeper, and she did not fail me. Quite the opposite, in fact. She could have stopped you," the boy says, terrible in his sadness. "I would have. If you had been my best friend, I would have stopped you. I would have at least tried. Sometimes, Potter," Snape says quietly, "sometimes I wish she had tried, too." Snape looks furtively at the mirror as the shame of this admission washes over him. This, if anything, only makes Potter more agitated. "I would do anything for Ron and Hermione," he says, almost panting with angry sincerity. "And she just didn't bother with you anymore because you were too difficult. Just as your teacher didn't bother with you." Snape prods. He realizes something else, then, and pales at the implications. "Your parents didn't fail you, Potter. They died to save your life. They left me with them," Potter says heatedly, and then blinks in surprise, as though he has never voiced that hurt before. He casts his eyes downward. Snape taps him under the chin again, making him look up. "I never thought I would see the day, Potter, that you would find similarities between us." "Well, what did I ever have in common with my parents?" Potter asks furiously. "They had happy homes, loving parents, and me, I had nothing," Snape finishes. They look grimly at each other. The boy shoves his hands in his pockets. Snape, amazingly, smiles. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter." Potter looks at him blankly. "Huh, you threw me out of your mind." A crooked grin washes over the boy's face. Harry cannot wipe the broad smile off of his face. This is the third time he's thrown Snape out of his mind, and somehow this victory is the sweetest of them all. "I should have known, Potter," Snape says snidely. "You, who cannot do anything normally, of course you would not do this in the accustomed way." "What do you mean?" Harry inquires. "I mean, Potter," Snape says, savoring the taste of his success, "I mean that now I know how to teach you occlumency. You simply need to do the opposite of what you were doing before." Harry ducks his head and sheepishly asks, "What was I doing before?" "Before," Snape says, with surprising lightness, "before, I instructed you to clear your mind of emotions, to try and feel nothing at all. Which you found impossible," Harry interrupts. "Precisely," Snape drawls. "But what threw me out of your head just now?" "Well, I don't know, do I?" Harry answers. "You tell me, sir." "The force of your emotion," Snape says, pointing his wand at Harry to emphasize the point. That is what threw me out of your mind. That is what will throw the Dark Lord out. Not your lack of feeling, but the terrible immensity of it. Harry shivers as an aftershock of that immensity streaks through him. So I have to be desperately unhappy in order to chuck him out. Great. I see no reason why a positive emotion would not suffice. What you have to do is think. No, not think. Feel your chosen emotion to the exclusion of all else. Dumbledore is always going on about the power of your emotion. Here is your chance to prove it. Harry looks at Snape doubtfully. It sort of sounds like Snape wants him to conjure a Patronus. I am going to attack your mind again, Potter, and this time I want you to focus on an emotion. Try a positive one first, to the exclusion of all else. Let that emotion fill your mind, Potter. Let it was over you like an ocean. Harry snorts. You want me to go googly-eyed with feeling, sir? Yes. In fact, I demand you to do so. I want you to be an emotive, effusive little Gryffindor as hard and as long as you can stand it. Or, he adds dryly, as long as I can stand it. Harry dances on his toes, a familiar look of determination settling over his features. Okay, hit me with your worst. Don't tempt me, Snape says darkly. Harry rolls his eyes. It's just an expression. Harry focuses all of his attention on the feeling of happiness. He lets pleasurable memories roll over him. The day the school nurse slipped him his first pair of glasses, the moment he first rode a broom, and the lines in his forehead smooth out. Legilimens. Snape barks, flourishing his wand. Harry struggles against the intrusion, and discovers that this is, in fact, quite different than conjuring a Patronus. This is like trying to conjure a Patronus while someone is yelling in your ear and somebody else is slapping your face and somebody else is trying to yank your wand away from you. Impossible. He hears a disappointed huff, and then Snape pulls out of his head. What happened? He demands. You offered no resistance. I did, Harry protests. But it was really hard. I couldn't hold on to feeling happy. Were you focusing on a single memory? More than one? Or were you concentrating on what would bring you happiness? Or perhaps the physical sensation of the emotion? I don't know, Harry says, annoyed. Trust Snape to want to dissect this. When you threw me out last time, what were you feeling? Specifically. Harry shrugs. It's important, Potter. I know what I saw in your mind, but I need to know your interpretation. Harry sighs, embarrassed, and looks determinedly at the ceiling. I was feeling unhappy. The last bit, the bit where I threw you out, well, I had just been thinking about that stupid Ms. Johnson, and how she didn't believe me when I told her about my bruises. Okay. So, it was a single memory, Snape says thoughtfully. A single memory connected with great sentiment. Harry nods. Focus on a single memory, then. A happy one, Harry says skeptically. It's not like conjuring a Patronus, Professor. Try a different emotion if you wish. I merely suggested happiness, Potter, because it is unfamiliar to the Dark Lord. Harry nods thoughtfully. I'm not sure if familiarity makes a difference. Then pick another feeling, Snape says impatiently. I care not, but stick with a single memory. Harry decides to try anger this time. He focuses all his being on the memory of Umbridge forcing him to write I must not tell lies with his own blood. Rage pumps through him, so that he does not even hear Snape cast the spell. He does not feel Snape enter his mind, or leave it for that matter. Shards of white light blur his vision, and all the strength whooshes out of Harry. Potter. Harry blearily opens his eyes. He is on the ground for some reason, so he staggers to his feet. Snape thrusts something into his hand. Harry sniffs it and takes a gulp, and shudders as the brandy sloshes down his throat. Strong, he croaks. Good, Snape says sharply. You need it. Snape waits until Harry has finished the drink and puts down the flask. Then, quick as a flash, he grabs Harry's hand and examines it. Without comment, he runs the pad of his thumb over the thin white scars. Harry flinches and yanks his hand away. Don't touch my scars without asking, Harry snarls. Remember. Snape acknowledges this with a sardonic little bow. Harry considers him, lips pursed, cradling his hand to his chest protectively. Angry, Snape shoots at him from under his curtains of hair. About my hand, Harry snaps. Of course. I hate that bloody woman. Language, Snape sneers before clarifying. You used anger that time for your emotion. Yes. Snape cocks his head. You did throw me out of your mind, but it cost you a great deal to do so. And I would not advise using rage around the Dark Lord. He will feed off it like a vampire feeds off a tasty young lady. Harry groans. So you want me to try a third emotion? Correct. All right, Goldilocks, Harry says, making a face at his professor. Give me a minute to think of one. I should hope you have more than 2 emotions in your repertoire, comes the dry reply. But perhaps not. A long pause, and then Snape's eyebrow goes up. What did you just call me? Harry smirks beneath his closed eyes as he contemplates his next emotion. Joy, peace, merriment. No, those things have little to do with him. Hate, fury. Voldemort knows those emotions like the back of his hand. Harry wiggles his own hand and considers how well he too knows those feelings, especially lately, thanks to that toad of a professor. No, what he really needs is something altogether different. Ready, Snape says impatiently. Good grief, Potter, surely you've thought of an emotion by now. Ah, and Harry has. The answer is so obvious, he wonders that he did not think of it before. He nods and straightens. Snape gives him a long, close look and frowns. In the end, though, he shrugs and incants. Legilimens. Harry focuses on the physical sensation of grief. He cannot bear to pick out a memory from the tangle of his parents, and Cedric, and other things too, that comprise his list of things to mourn. Instead, he calls forth the pressure in his throat, the tightness behind his sinuses, the involuntary clenching of his jaw, and his brain, and his heart, all of the sensations, in short, that he associates with grief. Because grief, unlike other emotions, is actually physical, he can feel his heart rate rise, feel the tears building, and, most of all, he can feel the ache clawing out of him. And, in a moment, Snape claws out of him, too. Harry tenses, but, amazingly, and unlike his professor, he is still upright. He feels tired, but not in a bad way. More like he has just finished a long training session. Snape pants from the stone floor, hands massaging a bruised elbow. We have a winner, he groans, making no move to stand. What in Merlin's beard was that, Potter? Harry rolls his neck, relishing this strange new sensation of peaceful fatigue following an occlumency lesson. He strides over to Snape and offers him a hand. Snape grunts but takes it, and it takes all of Harry's remaining strength to heave the larger man onto his feet. So, Snape repeats, brushing himself off. What did you use? It was not a single memory or a collection of memories. I used grief, Harry admits, wondering how Snape will like this. Snape taps his tapered fingers against his wand as he studies Harry. You focused on the physical sensation, I presume. I experienced it as a wall of blue flame. Something in that image rings a bell, deep in Harry's chest, and he nods thoughtfully. You do not look to be suffering any ill effects, Snape observes. And I doubt the Dark Lord has ever grieved for anyone in his life, which should work in your favor. But tell me, Potter, are you prepared to dip into the strength of your sorrow whenever someone invades your mind? I don't think I have a choice, Harry says. I'm pretty sure I can't do a circle of blue flame with anything else, Professor. Snape looks pained but does not deny this. How do you occlude? Harry asks, astonished that he has never thought to ask this question before. Snape snorts. I do it the proper way, Potter. No emotion. There is something sharp underlying Snape's words. Harry frowns. You don't like me using grief, do you? No, I don't, Snape says, and now his voice is so sharp it could stab someone, preferably Harry. I find it disturbing, frankly, that you are more comfortable using that emotion over all others. Well, I think it's weird that you find it so easy to feel nothing at all, Harry shoots back. And here I thought occlumency was helping us discover our similarities, Snape says dryly. Very well, Oliver Twist. Use grief. It's certainly strong enough. I will, thanks, Harry says, stretching the kinks out of his neck. He stuffs his wand into his pocket. Wait, what did you just call me? But Snape is already onto other things. Incendio. He roars, flinging his wand dramatically at the wall. When nothing bursts into flame, he frowns. "All right then," he mutters. Lumos. Harry watches the proceedings with interest as Snape runs through an extensive litany of spells. He feels kind of bad for his professor. None of the spells do anything at all. At the same time, he can't help but feel relieved. The two of them seem to be getting along all right at the moment, but Harry has a feeling that will all change when Snape gets his magic back. Part of him wonders if Snape is being nice because he wants to mollify the person with the most power, which happens to be Harry at the moment. He remembers the instinct well from his days with the Dursleys. Snape finally gives it up with a sigh. He wheels on Harry, who takes a step back instinctively. Snape without magic is still no laughing matter. "Well, Potter," Snape drawls. "It appears the room has allowed me the use of only a single spell." "It's a move in the right direction," Harry reminds him. "More magic might come with time. That's what happened to me, remember?" An idea occurs to Harry. "Professor, can I borrow your wand?" "Certainly not," Snape says, cradling his wand protectively, much in the same way Harry protected his hand earlier. "I wonder if your wand will work for me," Harry says. "Maybe I can. I dunno, use two wands at once to blast our way out of here." Snape snorts. "Magic doesn't work like that, Potter. You can't use two wands simultaneously. Magic works differently in here," Harry argues. "Come on, Professor. Maybe it will lead to something. What have we got to lose?" Snape says nothing for a long time. "If I say no, will you disarm me anyways?" he inquires, his black eyes unreadable. "What do you think?" Snape considers him. "Give me your word," he says abruptly. "Give me your word that you will not use my wand against me." "I give you my word as a Gryffindor," Harry says solemnly. "Wonderful," Snape mutters. He glances at the scars on Harry's hand, winces, and thrusts the wand out. Harry reaches out and takes it as quickly as possible. Harry and Snape look warily at each other. Something has changed between them now, and the air buzzes with tension. Snape's wand feels entirely foreign to Harry. There is magic in it, certainly, but nothing like his own phoenix feather wand. Snape's wand pulses something darker, something stonier, and Harry snatches a fleeting impression of smoke swirling within the wand's core. A surge of protectiveness goes through Harry, and he vows to himself that he will not harm this man's wand. The man, maybe, but not the wand. "Well," Snape says sharply, "what are you waiting for?" Harry incants a blasting curse at the wall, focusing his energy on aiming the spell out of both wands. It is a very odd sensation. Something like white lava shoots out of the wands and splatters on the wall. Harry gapes at the goo, puzzled at this unexpected result, when suddenly agonizing pain shoots up his hands. Harry drops the suddenly savage wands, gasping as he tears his sizzling flesh away from the white-hot wood. Snape's eyes follow his precious wand to the ground. In 2 steps, he has snatched both wands up with a half-strangled yell of triumph. Harry yelps as the fierce pain burns through his hands. He knows, from agonizing experience with Muggle kitchens, that he has been burned, somehow, and burned badly. Snape is still staring at both of the wands as though he can barely believe his luck. Then, with a grim smile, he pockets them both. Harry sinks to the ground, his face drained of all color, but nothing more escapes his lips. Finally, Snape notices him, and rushes to his side. "Potter, what is it?" "Burned," Harry gasps. "The wands burned me," Snape curses. He aims a healing charm at Harry, first with his own wand, and then with Harry's, but nothing happens. "Can you hold a wand to charm yourself?" Snape demands. "No," Harry says between gritted teeth. Snape rushes over to the magic trunk. He sticks his head far into it and screams that he needs healing potions. Harry dimly hears him, but all his attention is on his hands. They are blistering from the tip of his fingers to his wrists. Second-degree burns. "Anything," Harry beeps. Snape rushes over to him, pale as death, and Harry has his answer. Harry's eyes close, but Snape lightly slaps his face. "Potter, stay with me. We are going to have to solve this the Muggle way." "Okay," Harry says, steeling himself. "I know what to do." "As do I," snaps Snape. "Show me your burns." "No," Harry snarls, backing away from Snape. He pants, an animal look in his eyes. How many times? What? How many times? Harry yells, dizzy with pain. How many times have you done this the Muggle way? Twice. I win, Harry snarls. Now you listen to me or I'm going to do it myself. Go get a t-shirt from my trunk, one with thin fabric. Dampen it with cool water, not cold. Snape curses but rushes away. Harry pulls himself up to a sitting position and leans against the wall. It will be harder to lose consciousness if he is upright. He holds his hands out in front of him, loath to let them touch anything but air. He moves his fingers apart, to stop the skin from sticking together, and a low hiss escapes him. Snape returns to his side, dampened shirt clutched in one fist. Okay, Harry says, as lancing pain shoots through his hands. That stone over there, drag it over here. I'm going to rest my hands burned side up on it. Then you cover my burns with the shirt. Gently. Don't break the blisters. Snape's eyes widen, but he brings the block of stone over, and Harry puts his hands on it, palms up. Snape gently covers them with the damp shirt. Harry cannot help it. He groans with pain, a great animal sound he did not know he was capable of making. Now get a blanket and wrap it around me. Snape does not question this, but returns quickly with the blanket. He wraps it around Harry, very careful not to jostle his hands. The warmth feels good to Harry, and he takes a great gulping breath. Thanks. I've never done this with help before. Makes it a lot easier. Snape looks at Harry sharply, his dark eyes calculating. Okay, Harry continues. Keep me talking. I shouldn't lose consciousness. In a bit, I should be able to heal myself. But not until the pain lessens. Very well, Snape says, in rather a lower voice than usual. What is your favorite subject? He puts a hand on Harry's forehead, and then on his neck, as though he is checking his temperature and pulse. Harry submits to this in silence. Snape sits back on his heels and repeats the question. Potter. Favorite subject. Defense against the dark arts. Even with Umbridge. Lupin. Fake Moody. They were good teachers. This year, magical creatures. Are charms. And where does potions fit in? Where do you think? Snape seems to fish around for a less dangerous subject. Are you prepared for your OWLS? No, Harry says, grimacing. But Hermione will help me study. I'm not fussed. Except for potions. You wish to do well in my class. Snape says, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Well enough to be an Auror. Perhaps you ought to consider healing instead, Snape says darkly. You were planning to heal yourself how? Don't know how it works, Harry says, sweat trickling down his forehead. The pain is swelling to a crescendo, and red dots speckle his vision. He arches his back, panting. But it always does. You learn to heal yourself. Snape prods. When? He eyes Harry's sweat as though it is of concern. In the kitchen, Harry beeps, past caring that he is revealing something private. The important thing is to stay awake. As punishment. Snape leans forward intently. What do you mean, as punishment? Hands. To the stove. When I misbehaved. Harry purses his lips to stop from beeping out. That's how I learned. A look of disgust flits over Snape's features. That's how you learned, he echoes. He squints at Harry. I wonder what else those muggles taught you. Harry shudders, and then relaxes imperceptibly. The worst is over. The pain has become manageable. I can heal myself now, Professor. How do you know? Snape demands. I just do, Harry answers, his voice regaining in strength. Take off the shirt, carefully. With the deft hands of a potions master, Snape plucks the shirt off of Harry's hands in one clean motion. Harry brings his hands up to his face. An oddly serene expression settles across his features, and he mutters quietly to himself. The blisters on his hands shrink back into his flesh, and then the flesh itself reddens before returning to the correct color. The whole thing takes 30 seconds. Harry drops his healed hands to his lap, immensely relieved. Haven't had to do that in years, Harry jokes weakly. I guess it's like riding a bicycle, you never forget. Snape stands up, sweeps to the washroom, and returns with a glass of water. Can you hold this? Yeah, Harry says, now rubbing his hands together briskly to get the blood flowing. Really, I'm fine now. The hard part is managing the pain so I have enough strength to focus. The healing itself is easy. He takes the glass and drinks thirstily. Thanks. He makes to stand up, but Snape immediately looms over him, stopping him. You will rest, Snape says grimly. But I'm fine, Harry says, insulted. I've done this loads of times before, Professor, and... Snape whips both wands out of his pocket and points them at Harry. I have your wand. You will do as I say. Rest. Harry frowns. Grasping the wall for support, he heaves himself to his feet. He sways once, and then seems to get a grip on himself. Give me my wand, Professor. No, you need to rest after healing. All wizards do, even Dumbledore. Healing is very draining. Not for me, Harry says shortly. I didn't have time to be drained, did I? I had to get Dutters his pancakes. He grimaces. Just give me my wand, will you? Snape throws it at him. Harry easily catches it, puzzled by the ugly look on Snape's face. Thanks, he says slowly. Professor, what's your wand core? Snape seems unfazed by this rapid change of subject. Why? I want to know why our wands behaved so oddly. My wand is phoenix-free, I'm happy to say, Snape sneers, sidestepping the question. Then do you know why the spell backfired and the wands burned me? Harry presses. And what was that white gooey stuff? No idea, Snape says, his eyes widening oddly as he peers over Harry's shoulder. But there's more. White gooey stuff, on the wall behind you, should you care to investigate. Harry turns around and gasps. The white goo is forming itself into slimy words, bubbling and popping as it spreads over the stone. United are the victors, Harry and Snape say in unison, reading along. As if on cue, a great rumbling noise fills the room, and then a large oak door appears in the wall. Snape gets there first, and puts his hand to the knob. Slowly, as if coaxing a tricky potion, he turns the knob and pulls. The door opens a smidge. Snape turns to Harry, an unreadable expression on his face. Harry whoops with delight. Snape grandly pushes the door open all the way, and the two of them disappear through it. The empty room seems to hold itself still for a moment. And then, it relaxes, as Snape's howl of fury reverberates within it. All right, so the door doesn't lead to anywhere Harry recognizes. That's disheartening, certainly, but nothing to kick up such a fuss about. Will you be quiet? Harry hisses to Snape. What if someone hears us? Harry peers anxiously around him, noting the details of this new place a bedroom as he searches out escape routes. The door back to the room has faded back into the wall, so that only leaves the door that presumably goes to the rest of the house. There is also a grimy window and Harry strides over to it and looks outside. Disheveled little houses are packed like sardines on either side of a muddy river. Large smokestacks dot the landscape, all of them pumping foul smoke into the sky. If he has to, Harry decides, he can jump out the window to safety. A fat clump of bushes, just under the window, will cushion his fall nicely. There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger, so Harry turns back to the room and takes a closer look. He'd guess it was an attic garret from the sloped ceiling and the stuffy, slow-moving air. The walls are bare, and the only furniture is a desk, dresser and a grim little bed. Does a boy or a girl live here? A wizard or a muggle? Hard to tell. There aren't any hints of personalization, nothing that would give away the occupant. Do you know where we are? Harry asks Snape. His professor has stopped his yowling, at least, and is sitting on the bed, head in his hands. Snape doesn't answer, which is weird. Harry steps closer and realizes that Snape is shaking, actually shaking, beneath his curtains of hair. Professor, Harry asks cautiously, are you all right? Further discussion is postponed by the soft patter of footsteps just outside the door. Harry dives behind the shabby dresser and pulls out his wand. Snape, he whispers urgently. What are you doing? Hide. Too late. The door opens soundlessly, and a small boy steps inside, closing the door neatly behind him. The child stops dead when he sees Snape sitting on his bed. Hello, the boy says blankly. Who are you? At this, Snape finally looks up. His face looks oddly haggard to Harry, and his eyes are registering profound shock. He seems incapable of speech, and just stares at the child. The boy begins to look nervous. "What are you doing here?" he asks, still in the same soft voice. "Who are you?" Harry shoots an encouraging look at his professor, but the man remains as still and useless as a statue. Harry stands up, slowly, and clears his throat. The child whirls around, and Harry gets his first good look at him. He is wearing a closed black trench coat, ragged jeans, and bright red trainers. His long dark hair is unkempt, and there are smears of dirt on his face and hands. He makes an odd, yet somehow dashing little figure, and Harry can't help but grin. "Hi," he says nicely, crouching back down so he is eye level with the boy. "My name's Harry. What's yours?" "Severus," the boy says. His eyes dart back and forth between Snape and Harry. "I'm 9. How old are you?" Harry tries to contain his surprise, but an ungodly urge to laugh bubbles within him. "2 Snapes. What on earth has he done to deserve 2 Snapes?" "I'm 15. Why are you here?" the boy asks. He crosses his arms over his thin chest and looks coolly at Harry. He has obviously decided Harry is the lesser of the 2 threats. "My teacher and I got lost," Harry says lamely. "We're sorry to intrude like this." The little boy frowns. "Well, you'll just have to leave. Dad won't like it if he finds you here." As if on cue, heavy steps sound on the landing. The tiny Snape flinches, and, at the same exact moment, so does the larger one on the bed. The adult Snape stands up abruptly, but once again he is not quick enough to hide. The door opens, and Tobias Snape strolls inside. The hooked nose is clearly a family tradition. Snape and Harry, both in full view, freeze. But Tobias only addresses his small son. "Where's your mum?" "I don't know, sir," Severus mutters. "I haven't seen her all day. When you see her, tell her to get her fat ass to the kitchen and cook me some dinner." Tobias bangs back out, and both Snapes sag with relief. "He can't see us," Harry exclaims. "Wow, this keeps getting weirder and weirder. I bet I know why I can see you and Dad can't." The boy says, a hint of pride in his voice. "It's because Dad's a." His voice trails away, and he looks suspiciously at his visitors. "It's all right," Harry assures him. "We're wizards too." "Oh, well, Dad is a muggle. I bet that's why he can't see you." "Maybe," Harry says doubtfully. He looks pointedly at Snape. "What do you think, Professor?" In answer, Snape strides to the wall and begins running his hands over it, as though trying to find the outlines of the door to the room. "Revelio," he snarls, but nothing happens. "Potter, find the door." Harry smiles at the boy apologetically, and then does everything he can think of to find the door. A lot of pops and sparks, but nothing else. "Well, it looks like we might be here for a while, Severus. You can stay," the child decrees grandly, pointing at Harry. "But I'm not so sure about him." "I don't blame you," Harry says dryly, darkly amused that little Snape doesn't seem to like his future self. Then the grin falls off his face. Actually, who can blame the kid? He doesn't have a whole lot to look forward to. "This is madness," Snape growls, pocketing his still useless wand. He strides over to the child. "Do you know who I am?" he demands. "No, sir," the boy says quickly. "I'm a relative," Snape says firmly. "Now, then, Severus." Both Snapes cringe again. Without a word, the small Snape glides toward the door and his steps quickly fade away. As he leaves, an invisible force pulls Harry forward. He bangs into the door and falls backwards into Snape, who is right behind him. "I think we have to stay near him," Harry pants, remembering how he had to stay close to Snape in the pensieve. Indeed, Harry can think of nothing else but getting little Severus back in his line of vision, and blindly stumbles to the door. He rushes downstairs, barely taking in his surroundings, Snape at his heels. The pull ceases the second Harry sees the child again. "Give this to Joe," Tobias is telling Severus, stuffing some muggle money into his son's hand. "He's going to want more than this," Severus says flatly, counting the bills. "Well, that's your problem, ain't it?" Resentment flashes in the child's eyes, but he pockets the money and marches out the door. Harry and Snape are bound to follow, and so they do. Harry is pleased to leave the grimy, depressing little house behind. He hasn't been outside in ages, and the smoky wind feels wonderful against his cheek. Snape doesn't seem to be enjoying it at all. He glances about, hatred in his eyes, as they pass shabby house after shabby house. It's the same look Harry has, he's pretty sure, whenever he's forced to return to Privet Drive. This looks like a Muggle town, Harry observes, as an old tramp looks right through him. And I think Severus is the only one who can see us. Why has Dumbledore brought us here? Snape returns, voice on edge. Now you know how I felt when you saw the dinosaur, Harry reminds him. That was different, Snape hisses. That was a memory. And this isn't. I would remember meeting my older self, Potter. Snape snaps back, clearly at the end of some sort of tether. Harry shrugs and sticks his hands in his pockets. They have reached a nondescript gray building next to a dumpster. A poster of a scantily clad woman adorns the door. Severus slips inside, and Harry and Snape follow. The little boy has clearly been here before, even though this is obviously no place for children. He winds his way to the basement, where three dangerous-looking men are playing poker on an old folding table. The child marches up to one of them. Here, Joe, here's what my dad owes you. The bald, fat man reminds Harry of Uncle Vernon, and he can't help but admire the proud, fierce look in the little boy's eyes. He chances a look at Snape, and is surprised by the ugly look of rage he finds there. This all, Joe grunts. He owes me twice this. He looks coldly down at the child, and slaps him across the face with a meaty paw. Severus stumbles backwards but manages not to fall over. The other men roar with laughter. You tell your dad there's more of that coming, Joe sneers. I want my money. The little boy turns and flees, and Harry has to flat out run to keep up. Once outside, Severus breaks into a dash. The neighborhood blurs by Harry, and stays that way until the child skids to a stop. They are inside a sun-dappled grove of trees. The river, now a proper blue, tinkles merrily by, and the air is cool and fresh. The child flops the ground, hand over his red cheek. This is an excellent hiding spot, Harry thinks approvingly. They are well removed from civilization, and there is something comforting about the sturdiness of the trees. Snape strides over to the child, sinks to the ground, and unceremoniously takes the boy's hand away from his cheek. It's bleeding. I hate it when Joe wears a ring, the child says wearily. I know, Snape replies quietly. He dips his hand into the river and washes the blood away. He leaves his hand on the boy's face longer than is strictly necessary, and then moves his hand to the child's long, unkempt hair. He cards his fingers through it, once. Severus looks up at the man, and Harry's heart clenches as he sees the familiar ache in both pairs of dark eyes. You look a lot like me. Snape seems to sense where this is going. I'm not your father. Severus frowns and pulls away. An uncomfortable silence fills the thicket. Harry keeps his eyes down, feeling, again, that he is intruding on something private. He'd known that Snape had had a crummy childhood, but seeing it in the flesh makes it a lot more vivid. Severus, squeals a new voice, and Harry looks around for the source. A small red-headed girl bounces into view. She is wearing a pair of crisp jeans and a pretty blue jumper. Her bright green eyes are sparkling with curiosity as she takes in the two visitors. Who's this, then? You can see them too, Severus says excitedly. He jumps to his feet, slap forgotten. Of course, the girl says haughtily. I think only magic people can see them, Severus informs her. He immediately fumbles in his pocket and draws out some black licorice. Want some? All right then. She delicately takes a strand and begins to nibble on it as she considers the newcomers. So you two are magic, are you? Harry swallows and nods at his 9-year-old mother. He sinks to the ground so he can look at her properly. They really do have the exact same eyes. Magic, he repeats, feeling dazed. I'm Lily, she says, bemused by his reaction. What's your name? Harry. Oh, I've always loved that name, Lily says happily. All the color drains out of Harry's face, and she looks away, discomfited. Who are you? She asks Snape. A wide smile breaks over the professor's face, utterly transforming him. It is the first time Harry has ever seen him really smile. He kneels in front of Lily and kisses her hand gallantly. "I am Sir Gawain, madam, and I am at your service." This is so unexpected that Harry can only ogle at Snape. Lily, however, giggles and snatches her hand away. "Are you then? Lovely. Severus, you can be the Green Knight." The little boy scowls and shoots Snape, the precursor of the infamous Snape glare. "Why can't I be Gawain?" Lily puts her hands on her hips. "Because he called it. Now you be the Green Knight." "Fine," Severus grumbles. He straightens up, muttering to himself, eyes firmly closed. "Now," he says fiercely, and his skin turns bright green. He opens his eyes, looking pleased, and shoots a darkly triumphant look at Snape. "Oh, brilliant," Lily says, clapping her hands. "Well done, Severus. And now some pink mixes with the green." Harry can't help but snort. Severus greatly resembles a miniature version of the Wicked Witch of the West. "I never get to play with other magic people," Lily says, fluttering around them. "Well, except for Severus, of course," she adds, shooting a sly glance at her bright green companion. "Now," she continues bossily, "Harry can be the lord and I'll be his wife, the lady." Both Snapes glare at Harry, who at this point is so confused that he can only shrug. He's never heard of Sir Gawain, but like the Snapes he is more than willing to do anything Lily likes. He looks back at his professor, and a silent agreement passes between them to let the rest of the world go hang. Lily's reign is supreme, so first Gawain beheads the Green Knight, Lily says imperiously. Obligingly, Snape picks up a twig. Harry surreptitiously shoots a spell at it, wondering if it will work, and is pleasantly surprised when it transforms into a fake axe. Lily squeals and claps her hands. "Oh, well done." Smirking, the adult Snape bows and then pretends to behead a reluctant Severus. Lily directs the three of them for the next half hour, and the little grove fairly pops with magic as Gawain meets the lord and lady. Finally Gawain, wearing the lady's green girdle, is restored to Camelot. Lily shoves some transformed crops away and plops to the grass. She leans over to the river and drinks thirstily. Then she lies on her back, looking dreamily up at the trees. I never liked how that story ended. Harry and a slightly green Severus flop on either side of her. Snape leans against a tree across from them, a small smile on his lips. For once, his lack of magic seems to have slipped his mind, and he looks more at ease here than Harry has ever seen him. "Why not, Lily? I always wanted Gawain and the lady to end up married," but he goes off to Camelot and leaves her alone. The smile falls off Snape's face. "I assure you," he says quietly, "that Camelot was overrated." Besides, Harry interrupts, feeling annoyed for some reason. The lady was already married to the lord, so Gawain couldn't have married her. "That's true," Lily says thoughtfully. "And they seemed quite happy together, didn't they?" "They were happy together," Harry says fiercely. "I know they were." "Well, whatever," Lily says, losing interest. "I still think it would have been more romantic for Sir Gawain to dash off with her." Snape smirks triumphantly. "You know what I never liked about Sir Gawain," Severus says, twiddling a blade of grass between his fingers. "The Green Knight doesn't die after he gets beheaded. He ought to die, but he doesn't. And then later, why doesn't he kill Gawain? They made a deal, but he lets Gawain off with a scratch instead of beheading him." "Ew," Lily says. "You'd rather the lot of them died." "That's gross, Severus." The child shrugs sullenly, but offers no further protest. Lily looks back over at Snape. "You never said your real name," she says accusingly. "Who are you really?" "He's my teacher," Harry quickly supplies. "At Hogwarts," Lily says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes," Harry says. "He was teaching me to apparate, you know, and I made rather a muddle of it, and we ended up in Severus's bedroom." "He's a relative of mine," Severus says, eyeing Snape beadily. "He said." "A distant relative," Snape says firmly. "You may call me Professor. Do not concern yourself beyond that." He looks sternly down his nose at the pair of them. "Understand?" "Yes, sir," the children answer in unison. And, just like that, the spell of the forest has broken, and they are no longer playfellows. Severus and Lily look at each other uneasily, as though they are just now realizing how cheeky they have been with a future Hogwarts master. Lily turns toward Harry, clearly determined to pump him for information before the professor whisks him away. What house are you in? Do you like Hogwarts? Are you Muggle-born or not? Is it true what Severus says, that it doesn't matter? Harry shoots a look at Snape, who is staring fixedly at the ground, brow wrinkled. I'm in Gryffindor, he answers. And I love Hogwarts. And your parents? Lily demands. Muggles are what? This is possibly the hardest question Harry has ever had to answer. He swallows, and looks straight into her familiar green eyes. My dad was a pureblood and my mum was a Muggle. So you're a half-blood like me, Severus pipes up. And that's not a problem, right? He asks Harry uncertainly. People don't tease you about that. Not about that, no, Harry says quietly. Good, Severus breathes, just as softly. My parents are Muggles, Lily interrupts crossly, clearly wanting to regain the center of attention. Sev's grandmother told me they kill Muggle-borns at Hogwarts, but she was just trying to scare me, wasn't she? Harry nods vigorously. Nasty old woman, Lily continues scornfully. Well good, I didn't fancy going off to school only to get killed. Absolute silence greets these words. Then Harry sits up and grabs his mother's shoulders. She looks back at him, startled, her eyes wide. Listen, Lily, Harry says urgently, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. Don't make Pettigrew your secret keeper, okay? Use Remus or Sirius. Potter, Snape roars. He jumps to his feet and grabs Harry by the collar. What do you think you are doing? What do you think? Harry bellows back. If you think I'm just going to sit back and let her die. What? Interrupts Lily, sounding close to tears. I'm not going to die. What are you talking about? Young Severus is at her side at once, and there is a glint of warning in his eyes as he silently watches the confrontation. You once told me you didn't have any stories of your mother, Snape says, nose to nose with Harry, dropping his voice to a murmur. Allow me to share one. Once upon a time, someone warned Lily Potter to change her secret keeper. She did, and the Dark Lord never found out where she lived with her husband and child. So the Dark Lord rose in power, unchecked, because the Potters were in hiding. And the Dark Lord killed Muggles and Muggle-borns and blood traitors, because there was nobody to stop him. The Grangers, certainly. The Weasleys, probably. And little Harry Potter never even had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, because his mother did not die to protect him. I don't care, Harry says wildly. Who says that is what will happen? You aren't a seer. Are you really so selfish, Potter? Why can't I take what I need? Harry demands. And it's not so bloody selfish for a kid to want his parents. Changing the past is exceedingly dangerous, you foolish boy. Taking that dinosaur was risky enough, but this is pure stupidity. You have already altered things so much that you may have changed, or even erased, your own existence. Snape's voice goes up a notch. Does that not concern you? Harry frowns deeply. I'm willing to take the risk. You must remain alive, Snape hisses. Lily and James must produce you, and you must remain alive to vanquish the Dark Lord. You are the only one with the power to do so. Someone else can do it, surely. Harry nearly stomps in frustration. He is so close to telling Lily everything, to fixing everything, if Snape would just shut up and leave him alone. You are the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, Snape repeats, almost as if he is quoting something. He points a bony finger at Harry. You have to let her die, Potter, so she can give you the protection that will destroy the Dark Lord. Harry narrows his eyes. Wouldn't you like to see Lily again? A fully grown Lily. Stop it, Potter, Snape says huskily. Do not tempt me. You must not tempt me. You could have another chance with her, Harry whispers, an odd gleam in his eyes. We both could. A look of bitter longing sweeps over Snape. That's right, Harry says softly. Sometimes you have to take risks, Snape. What if this is why Dumbledore sent us back here? To stop her death from happening. Stop it, Snape cries. He shoves Harry violently away from him, and Harry tumbles to the ground. Leave him alone, Lily shouts, and she throws her small body over Harry's, arms thrust wide to protect him. Severus, meanwhile, runs at Snape, kicking him sharply in the shins. Don't hit him, he yells fiercely, baring his sharp little teeth. I thought you were different, but you're just like all the rest. Now get out of here. Snape flinches under the onslaught and picks Severus up. He holds him at arm's length, waiting in silence until Severus tires himself out. It takes quite a while. I will leave, Snape promises quietly. He looks past the boy, locking eyes with Harry. I will leave after Harry does what is right. And not what is easy, Harry thinks dully to himself. He can feel Lily's heartbeat thudding on top of him. She feels like a hummingbird. Just as small, just as fast. Just as fragile. It's okay, Lily, Harry says heavily. He's not going to hurt me. You can get up. Harry's once and future protector disentangles herself and runs over to Snape. Put Severus down, she demands. Snape does so and squats down to address his younger self. Remember this, he says in his rumbling voice. Remember that you deserve better. The boy says nothing, but reaches a hand out to Lily, and the children huddle together uncertainly. Lily, Severus, come here please, Harry says softly, hating himself for what he is about to do. They exchange glances, but do as they are told. Harry looks first at Severus, at this pale neglected moth doomed to flutter into the night. He wants to hug him, but knows the boy won't appreciate it. He offers a hand instead, and the child solemnly shakes it. Then Harry turns to his mother. Here he cannot help himself, and he envelops her in a hug, burying his head in her long red hair. For a moment he allows himself to forget the future, and just remember the smell of her hair and the intake of her breath. She is alive, now, and that is as good as it is going to get. I love you, he says, her hair muffling his words. He breaks away, and her green eyes are wet. You are a strange boy, she whispers. I know, Harry whispers back. He takes out his wand before he can lose his nerve, pointing it at the pair of them. He opens his mouth to deliver the crucial, horrible word. Obliviate. And then he and Snape are whirling away, Merlin only knows where, maybe to their deaths. Does it matter? The last thing he hears is Lily's voice, saying something about it being time for tea, and then a sob catches in Harry's throat, and he is howling into nothingness as he spins. Somebody has been decorating the room in Harry and Snape's absence. A shiny banner of red and gold letters spelling "Stay in the Present" has been hung from the ceiling, and a large window is now pumping warm sunlight everywhere. Something else is different, too, but Harry can't put his finger on it. He's not sure if he cares. He's not sure what he feels, actually. Relief that they aren't visiting the Dursleys. Horror that he obliviated his mum. Exhaustion. He yawns hugely in spite of himself. Potter, says Snape, and his voice is just as weary as Harry feels. See if you can open the window, will you? He doesn't ever bother trying his own magic, which for some reason disturbs Harry. Harry stumps over to the latest edition and peers through it. The Whomping Willow looks menacingly back at him. He tries blasting and cursing the window, but it remains stubbornly closed. Try Finite Incantatem, suggests Snape. It may be an atmospheric charm. Harry does so, and the Whomping Willow disappears as though he has turned off a television set. He stares stupidly at the red curtains now framing nothing. Snape huffs in disappointment. A charmed view. I should have known. I'll put it back up, Harry says. Dumbledore must have a reason for it. And besides, the sunlight makes the place less claustrophobic. The window dealt with, Harry and Snape move as one to the headmaster's latest cryptic message. They rip the banner down. Silently but efficiently, they tear the letters into tinier and tinier pieces. They do not stop until the banner is confetti. Then Harry slumps into his hammock, sunlight be damned. He doesn't know, anyway, whether it is day or night outside. He's lost all track of time. All he knows is that he has slept in this hammock twice before. He can't have been here longer than a week. It feels 4 times that. Harry falls asleep instantly. He dreams about his mum, the same thing over and over again. Lily keeps coming up to him and asking him round for tea, but she cannot remember his name, and eventually Harry dumps the tea everywhere. And yet it doesn't feel like a nightmare, and when he wakes the next morning, he feels well rested. After showering and breakfasting, Harry and Snape re-examine the perpetually sunny window. There are no students outside of it, ever, and finally they concede that it is merely a decoration put there to torture them. Well, Harry says heavily. Now what? Now we plot revenge against the headmaster. Harry barely cracks a smile. Instead he shoves his hands in his pockets. The mirror of her eyes disappeared. Did you notice? Yes. I'm glad it's gone, Harry says stoutly, eyes on the floor. So am I. Harry looks up sharply. No you aren't. And neither am I. Snape snorts but does not correct him. Harry moodily walks back to his hammock, and is only a little surprised when Snape follows him. They stare at each other, swinging slightly in their stupid purple hammocks, until finally Harry breaks the silence. Everything's different now, isn't it? How so? Now we have something in common. Now we have Lily in common, Snape corrects stiffly. We always had Lily in common, Harry murmurs, looking up at Snape from under his fringe. I just didn't know it. I'm not sure I did either, Snape says with a huff. But now I have seen that she is your Achilles heel just as much as she is mine. Snape pauses thoughtfully. Lily is our greatest weakness, Potter. We must be careful of Dumbledore exploiting it again. I wouldn't say Lily's our greatest weakness, Harry says, surprised. Some might call her our greatest strength. Spare me Dumbledore's platitudes, Snape growls. What do you believe we have in common now, if not Lily? Severus. Snape flinches and then almost comically rolls his eyes. Rita Skeeter would have a field day with this mess. Can you imagine the headlines? Adversaries share troubled childhoods, Harry suggests. Potter and the Potions Master, putting their pathetic pasts behind them. Harry laughs in spite of himself. Or are they? He mocks, tacking on Rita's favorite expression. Snape sighs. Well, that really is the question, isn't it? He looks properly at Harry now, and there is something like an apology in his eyes. We always had Severus in common too, Potter. I just didn't know it. Harry offers him a sad little smile. I'm beginning to think, Professor, that what we don't know could fill a book. A book written by Dumbledore, Snape adds sourly. Then he scowls. Whatever our shared background, however, I must add that I have little in common with Severus now. Harry cocks his head. What do you mean? Severus is dead, Potter. I killed him the day I became a Death Eater. Harry can think of no good response to this. Oh. And I wasn't sad to see him go, either, Snape adds, eyes far away. Because he didn't have any power. And now I did. I vowed to myself that I would never be powerless again. And that meant, well, I would say my first act as a Death Eater was to throw Severus into an unmarked grave. Oh, Harry says again. He drags his toe along the floor, thinking. He can't help but picture Snape. A big, bullying, terrifying Potions Master Snape, drawing his wand on a grubby, frightened little boy with bright red trainers. Was it worth it? I put him out of his misery, Snape mutters. Some would call that mercy. I wouldn't, Harry answers. His scuffed shoe finds the red and gold remains of the banner, and he idly pushes the pieces as he thinks. Could he pull the same trick and distance himself forever from the little boy thrown in a cupboard? Would he even want to? You know, it's funny, Harry says slowly. The part of yourself that you say you killed. I think that's the bit of me Dumbledore prizes most. He pauses. Like you said before. Did I? The mystery ingredient that would keep me humble, keep me hungry, keep me sharp, Harry quotes. Harry Potter is strength serum, remember? That was a long time ago. Less than a week, Harry says heavily. I counted last night. Snape hunches over, and his long hair falls into his face. I don't think either of us got it right, Potter. What do you mean? I tried to cut my past out of myself. But that leaves a scar. Snape sweeps the hair out of his face and stares right at Harry. And Dumbledore has scarred you as well, and I don't mean with a lightning bolt. He's carving your past into you, to ensure you become champion of the downtrodden. Thus he sends you back to the Dursleys, summer after summer. He doesn't want you to forget them. Ever. I think the Dursleys scarred me more than Dumbledore, Harry points out, alarmed at the bitterness in Snape's voice. Dumbledore isn't perfect, by any means, but Harry still isn't sure he believes Snape's interpretation of events. Dumbledore has no use for a normal child, Snape snarls. He needs a warrior, and those don't usually come from houses with picket fences, now do they? The Dursleys had a picket fence. You know what I mean. Harry massages his brow. Can we not talk about Dumbledore? You brought him up, Snape snaps. The point I was trying to make, Potter, is that we both deserved different childhoods. And then Snape comes out and says it, and Harry knows for sure how much things have changed between them. Someone should have kept both of us safe from the abuse and from the neglect. Severus should have never existed in the first place. For either of us. Harry reluctantly lets the truth of this inside him. He doesn't want to think about that. He learned a long time ago that nobody was ever going to come and save him. Well, what's done is done, I guess. For me, at least, Snape concedes, an odd gleam in his eye. Harry frowns, wondering what the hell that means. But he cannot bring himself to ask, so instead he tackles another subject. You seemed awfully sure, in the forest, that I was the only one who could defeat Voldemort. And it kind of sounded like you meant now. Not just when I was a baby. Snape merely looks at him. Why so quiet? Harry snaps. Snape maintains his silence, however, and part of Harry is relieved. He has his suspicions about why Dumbledore would need a warrior in the first place. Sometimes, the way Dumbledore looks at him, or used to look at him, anyways, it's like Harry is his prize dragon that he must train up for battle. And Harry can imagine only one war, and one enemy, that Dumbledore would be interested in defeating. Maybe it's better not to know for sure. But Harry doesn't feel like telling Snape that. I bet you don't know, he can't help but taunt. I bet Dumbledore hasn't told you anything about my role in the war. A muscle in Snape's jaw twitches and Harry waits on tenterhooks for his professor to respond. Is Snape going to tell him that he's the only one who can kill Voldemort? Or is he going to tell Harry to stop being such an arrogant Gryffindor? Snape does neither. Instead he stands up, face impassive, and begins to rummage in the trunk for tea things. Fine, Harry mutters. Don't tell me. But to his dismay, this comes out more like a plea than anything else. He clamps his disloyal mouth shut and folds his arms over his chest. Finally, Snape speaks. It is not the great revelation Harry has been dreading, however. Tea. Yeah, okay, Harry sighs. He lopes over to Snape and takes the offered cup. Thanks. Snape takes a sip and surveys Harry over the rim. Let me see your potions homework. Harry goggles at him. Excuse me, you've had more than enough time to complete it. Harry snorts. Oh, yes, between the Mirror of Erised, occlumency lessons, getting burned by your wand, and, oh yeah, time traveling, I've had loads of spare time. Snape raises a threatening eyebrow. Are you implying that your homework is incomplete? Harry cannot even remember. Hold on, he says, flustered. Let me go find it. He puts his cup down with a clatter and rifles around the room until he discovers the forgotten parchment underneath his hammock. A nice black footprint is stamped right across the title, Cross-Species Substances and Multi-Use Salves. Harry banishes the footprint and flips through the essay. Well, says Snape sternly, is it done or not? Not. Finish it, now. Pray do not make me repeat myself. Harry looks at his professor in astonishment. Here they are talking about Voldemort and the war and important things, and Snape wants him to work on some dumb essay. What are you waiting for? Snape demands. If it's not done in an hour, I'm assigning you lines. Harry plants his hands on his hips. You think I care about lines? The clock is ticking. Harry cannot help but laugh at this whole stupid situation. Just when he thinks he has Snape figured out, he does something weird like this. Fine, he says, deciding to play along. But there isn't any clock in here. Nevertheless, Harry works quickly on the essay, knowing that Snape can decide time is up any old time he likes. And, despite what he said earlier, Harry has no desire to do lines, or to fight with Snape over doing lines. So instead he scribbles away about cross-species substances and the troll exception and the fifth use of dragon's blood. He has just given it a final once-over when Snape softly clears his throat. Harry blinks, coming back to himself. He hasn't thought about his mum, or Voldemort, or even about Snape for the last hour. Just about potions. And, though he'll never tell his professor this, the break was kind of great. He'd forgotten, held prisoner in this room, that there is another side to him out in the real world. A less interesting side, probably. One that is mostly concerned with friends and Quidditch and homework and girls. He gets up and gives Snape the essay. While Snape marks it, Harry can't help but brood over this schoolboy part of himself. He has been chasing this bit of boring normalcy ever since he came to Hogwarts, but it has proven a most elusive snitch. Dumbledore probably doesn't care about this side to Harry at all. He has no use for a normal child, but to Harry, in some ways it is the most crucial bit of all. You forgot thestral saliva. It can be used in potions made for both humans and goblins. Huh. Harry jumps slightly, startled out of his reverie. Oh, sorry. Other than that, this is acceptable. Harry perks up. You're giving me an A. You were pleased with the lowest pass grade. You never pass me, Harry says dryly, taking the essay back. I'm keeping this one as evidence. He skims the essay, reading Snape's spiky black corrections. There are many of them. I don't remember reading anything about thestral saliva in the book. You were meant to apply things you've learned from other classes, Potter. I know Hagrid has covered thestrals with you. Yeah, well, Umbridge was inspecting that lesson, Harry grumbles. And you know what she's like. She went on about how the Ministry thinks thestrals are dangerous. They did look like they wanted to take a bite out of her, but I don't think she could even see them, so she didn't have much of a point, really. Snape looks closely at Harry. You see the thestrals? Yes, Harry says, puzzled. And they aren't dangerous, not for Hagrid. Have you always been able to see them? This is rather a personal question, but Harry can sort of understand why Snape wants to know. No, only this year, after, the graveyard. I see. That was an odd lesson all around, Harry says uncomfortably, eager to change the subject. I got mad at Hermione afterwards because she said she wished she could see the thestrals. Snape snorts. That girl's thirst for knowledge is insatiable. I wouldn't put it past her to poison someone in the name of raising her average. Harry scowls. That's not funny. He glares at Snape. I know you can see them. Of course, Snape says sardonically. I would venture that I can see thestrals better than most. Because you've seen so many people die. Harry snaps, still seething over the jibe at Hermione. Snape does not rise to the bait. No, because my wand core is thestral hair. It is. Fitting, isn't it? Harry grins. Yeah, a great skeletal black horse hair seems kind of perfect for you. Snape does not smile. My mother thought so as well. She told me outside Ollivanders that thestrals were unlucky and so was I. The grin slides off Harry's face. That's not what I meant, Professor. No, I assure you, you would not be the first to think so. Most wizards equate seeing a thestral with seeing the grim. I don't believe any of that stuff, Harry says hotly, feeling a familiar surge of irritation at anything remotely connected to divination. Snape goes on as though he has not heard Harry. Your dear father, for one, liked to tell people I had to become a Death Eater because of my wand. My death stick, he liked to call it. Harry stifles another surge of irritation. As the days go by, he finds less and less to admire about his father. Hagrid says thestrals are dead useful and clever, and I'd believe him over Trelawney any day. Besides, who says you have to have anything in common with your wand core? I don't. Phoenixes are known for their ability to carry great burdens. Is that your way of saying I'm the only one who can kill Voldemort? Harry snaps. There is more than one kind of burden, Potter. Well, thestrals can carry heavy things too, Harry says sourly. So that doesn't mean anything. Except, perhaps, that we are both burdened by something. This philosophical crap is starting to annoy Harry. Thestrals are supposed to have a great sense of direction, but I don't see you leading the way out of this room. No, Snape says quietly. If I had had a better sense of direction, I would never have become a Death Eater. Stop speaking in riddles, Harry orders. You sound like Dumbledore. Merlin forbid. Voldemort has Fawkes Other Feather for his wand core, Harry argues, determined to make his point. And he's nothing like a phoenix. Many would say he came back from the dead. Well, I haven't. No. Snape cocks his head, but you can heal yourself just as well as a phoenix tear. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Harry demands. So maybe we are like our wands. Big deal. He sizes up Snape, and a light goes on inside his head. And, anyways, Professor, I don't think you can blame becoming a Death Eater on a thestral hair. Be careful, Potter, Snape warns, his voice a tight knot. This is really a sore spot for you, isn't it? Harry says, amazed. Here I am, going around with Voldemort's brother wand, and you are worried about what your wand core says about you. Until I exhibit tendencies to become the next Dark Lord, shut up about it. Don't tell me to shut up. The professor balls up his fists, and Harry is oddly reminded of a much younger Snape. Harry looks at him unsympathetically. You aren't the Grim Reaper because your wand has thestral hair in it, Professor. You just aren't. I have killed many, Snape snarls. I have led many to their deaths. I have led the only. Snape breaks off, and all the fight seems to go out of him. The wand chooses the wizard, Potter, he says finally. Allow me the delusion that I can blame certain events on things beyond my control. No, Harry protests. You were making it sound like you had no choice but to go dark. That's not right. Snape curls a lip. I wouldn't expect a Gryffindor to understand. Harry huffs in frustration. You had a choice to join Voldemort. That's what you said to me before. It has nothing to do with your stupid wand. You chose to. I know what I chose to do, Potter. Snape roars. I know what I've done. What I can never make right. He stops, struggling for breath, agony lining his face. And I know, Potter, that my mother was right. I am unlucky. Cedric was unlucky. Harry returns fiercely. You were a Death Eater. Snape bows his head. You also chose to turn spy, Harry softly points out. That counts for something, doesn't it? No. Harry throws up his hands. I don't understand you. Snape stands up and takes a step towards Harry. His voice is quiet, soft, even. Leave it alone, Potter. There are things you do not want me to tell you. And, if in the darkest hour of the night, I tell myself that it couldn't be helped, that my wand was cursed, that I was doomed from the start, then it is none of your business. Fine, Harry growls. I don't think that's right, but fine. I suppose this is one of those things we don't have in common. I'll add it to the list. Despite his words, however, Harry cannot just let the subject drop. He takes out his wand and thrusts it towards Snape. Before he can make his point, though, Snape reaches out and knocks it to the ground. I wasn't going to curse you, Harry says furiously, snatching the wand back up. Again, he holds out his wand. Look at it, it's just a piece of wood, Professor. That was my point. You hold the most important wand in the world out to me, and insist it is just a piece of wood. You are determined to have this your way, aren't you? Snape shrugs. I'll give you this, Harry allows, struggling to find common ground. I bet this is why I couldn't use both of our wands at once. Phoenixes and thestrals are opposites, when you think about it. Like, seeing a thestral means you've seen death. And watching a phoenix means you've watched the cycle of life. You couldn't use two wands at once because magic doesn't work that way, Snape snarls. And, Potter, when you watch a phoenix, you watch the cycle of death. Aren't we morbid? Harry mutters, pocketing the most important wand in the world. So do you think a phoenix actually watches itself die? I have no idea. Why? I was wondering if phoenixes can see thestrals. Snape looks at Harry for a long beat, and then throws back his head and barks with laughter. He doubles over, roaring, until he is gasping from the effort. I am going mad in here. Still bent over, he stumbles towards Harry and pokes him in the chest. And so are you. No we aren't, Harry says uncomfortably. Well, I am, gasps Snape, still laughing. Imprisoned in here, reliving my past, reliving my sins, with you as my jury, with Lily's son as my jury, I cannot endure it. He pokes his finger in Harry's chest, harder this time, all levity gone. You are not be endured. With your eyes, and your questions, you ask so many questions that I do not want to answer, and your bloody Gryffindor perfection, you cannot understand a sinner like me. You cannot. I understand some things, Harry replies, looking uncertainly at his professor. I mean, I think I understand why you wanted me to obliviate Lily. Stop it, Snape yells. Stop being so bloody understanding. You should hate me, for what I've done to you, for what I've done to the people you care about. He strides to the door and begins to bang on it. The password is acid pops. Cockroach cluster, fizzing whizbees, basilisk fang. Open. Why won't you open? He glares at the door, panting heavily, and throws himself against it. Open this door, Dumbledore. You cannot imprison me. Snape scrabbles at the wall with his fingers, prying at any little hold. His voice turns soft, petulant, like a child's. Headmaster, why are you doing this to me? Haven't I done as you asked? He leans his cheek against the heavy wood, dropping his voice to a whisper. You are no better than the Dark Lord. And then he gives the door a hard kick, rage suffusing his face. I cannot stay here. This cannot be borne. I am going mad. Harry has had enough. Close your eyes, he orders Snape. The professor only twitches, his feet shuffling in agitation. Harry strides closer, and pokes him hard in the chest. Close your eyes. I'm going to help you. Snape gives a ragged gasp and closes his eyes. Harry takes this opening. Imagine you are on a hill. It's not any place in particular, just the countryside, but the sky is blue and crisp and windy. It's just turning into autumn. The grass is tickling your calves. You can hear chimes in the distance. It's a high, clear sound, and it's clean like water. Take a deep breath. Feel how nice it is. Harry pauses, eyeing Snape. He is calmer now, but by no means still. You start to swing your arms in the air, just to hear the whooshing sound it makes. But your hands meet resistance. It's like the air is thicker around you, sort of solid, sort of like a block of fog. You bounce up into the air a bit, and then you shove the rubbery air again. And now you are in the air, now you are flying, flapping your arms really hard, and then it gets easier because you catch the current of the wind. You spread your arms out and glide along the countryside. Snape turns his face upwards. Good, yes, that's it. Now you are flying through the clouds. They are warm and squashy like balloons. But they taste like snow. You dip lower until you are level with the ground, and then you drop your arm down so your fingers skim the grass. The grass feels like a cat's tongue on your skin. Harry closes his own eyes, lost in the picture he is conjuring. The sun is warm on your back. You shoot up like an arrow, getting closer and closer to the sun until it snaps and pops like fire in your eyes. Then you shoot back down and you glide into a pond to cool off. The water is cold and sparkly. Then you dart back out and do loops in the sunshine to dry off. Everything is good. Everything is quiet. Everything is yours. A long silence falls, but to Harry it is a comfortable one. He lies on the ground, hands behind his head, and flies. Snape sinks to the floor next to him, rolling his neck and shoulders, the wildness slowly draining out of him. A minute, or an hour, later, Snape speaks. His voice is hoarse. You need a broom to fly, Potter. Harry doesn't bother to open his eyes. I didn't know that when I was 5, did I? Snape doesn't reply, and Harry lets the silence lull him into a doze. But then his professor jerks him out of it again. You made this up when you were locked in your cupboard. Harry rolls onto his side, propping his head up with his elbow. Yeah. To pass the time, so I wouldn't go mad. Snape sighs in a long-suffering sort of way. I see. Flying is the best thing in the world, Harry says dreamily. With or without a broom. When we get out of this prison, Snape drawls, and after we kill Dumbledore, the first thing I'm doing is going flying. I can give you lessons if you like, Harry says cockily. Snape looks at him with something almost like affection, or maybe gratitude, in his eyes. Sure of that, are you, Evans? Harry sits up, suddenly wide awake. What did you just call me? Potter. Snape snaps, looking half amused, half disgusted with himself. I called you Potter. Harry shakes his head. You've gone mad. It's official. Snape does not disagree. Harry puts down his quill. He skims the parchment with one eye and keeps the other one on his professor. No change. Snape is still slumped in the corner, nursing a drink. He's been nursing the same drink for hours. He won't look up, not even when Harry stands in front of him and yells, which happened about 30 minutes in. He just stares into the drink, robe draped around him like a shield. And this worries Harry, worries him more than the screaming and the banging did. Silence is often the prelude to something bad, and Harry doesn't relish discovering what fresh hell is in store for him next. And he can't shake the feeling that Snape has given up. And so Harry keeps one eye on his professor and the other on his parchment. So far it reads: "A place for warriors. Tap your weapons. Desire is a battle. United are the victors. Stay in the present." Now, what that lot means, Harry can't say. But it seems reasonable to keep a record of all of Dumbledore's cryptic messages. And since apparently Harry is the only reasonable one left in this room, it is up to him to update the list. Harry sighs gustily, hoping to annoy Snape into doing something. He supposes he could stir Snape up with a little magic, but he really doesn't want to go there. As long as Snape doesn't look crazy, and he doesn't, he just looks sad, then Harry will let the man be. But the silence is becoming unbearable. So Harry employs another little cupboard trick, he's got loads of them, and begins to hum softly to himself. It's tuneless, really, but it does the job. And then another voice joins in. Harry looks sharply over at Snape, but his professor's lips are still clamped shut against any more slips of the tongue. Harry stops humming, but the other voice continues. It's high-pitched but not feminine. He whirls around in a circle, heart pounding, wondering whether he is starting to hear voices. "Up here, silly boy." Harry cranes his head up, and something black and flimsy falls onto his face. Harry snatches it off with a yell and hurls it across the room. The Sorting Hat chuckles. "You," Harry says furiously. "What do you want?" The hat clears its throat importantly and breaks into song. "There's nothing hidden in your head. The Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be." "I know where I ought to be," Harry says crossly. "And, I'll give you a hint. It's not in this stupid room. Listen, Hat, can you get us out of here?" He points at Snape, who has not looked up once during this conversation. Snape here is going a little, stir crazy. "There's nothing hidden in your head the Sorting Hat can't see," repeats the Hat. "Why don't you put me on your friend there, I'll tell you if he's gone mad." "My friend," Harry says blankly. "You mean Professor Snape." The Hat laughs again and croons a couple of oddly familiar lines to Harry. "For were there such friends anywhere as Slytherin and Gryffindor?" "I really wish you would stop speaking in riddles," Harry says, annoyed. "We've had quite enough of them." The Hat smiles pleasantly, immediately reminding Harry of Dumbledore. Bowing to the inevitable, Harry sighs and crosses his arms. "So do you have a message from Dumbledore or something?" "Put me on your head and find out," the Hat chirps. "Oh, fine," Harry grumbles. He lopes over to the Hat and stuffs it over his messy hair. "I can get you out of here," the Hat whispers in an entirely different, urgent voice, right in Harry's ear. "But you need the sword." Harry's whole body stiffens. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Yes, Harry licks his lips, trying to stop himself from getting too excited. "Can you give it to me?" "Only in times of true need will I produce the sword," the Hat reminds Harry. "But, you gave it to me before, doesn't that mean I can get it again?" Harry pleads. "Come on, I know there isn't a basilisk in here trying to kill me, but we really want to get out of here." "Exactly," the Hat says mournfully. "You want to leave. You do not need to leave. I cannot aid you unless the situation becomes truly desperate. I thought you were going to help," Harry says furiously, almost stomping his foot in frustration. "How desperate does it have to get in here? Snape is going nutters and I'm not far behind." "But you are not in life-threatening danger," the Hat says apologetically. "That's all that matters to Dumbledore, isn't it?" Harry growls, clenching and unclenching his fists so he doesn't tear up the Hat. "As long as nobody kills me, then there isn't a problem." "Why don't you create a problem?" the Hat hisses. "Create some danger. You are good at it, aren't you? Every year you come into the headmaster's office, nearly dead from something or other." Before Harry can respond to this shocking bit of advice, the Hat sighs, sending a cool trickle of air down Harry's neck. "In any case, I'm meant to tell you the following. The sun is a ball of fire. We need fire in times of war. Choices are made when times are dire. And war is dire, so the sun closed a door. The sun is a star with many beams. But the rays never seek without hope. The heat is worse than it seems. And together you will learn to cope. A long silence follows this declaration. Riddles have never been Harry's forte, particularly, but this one seems fairly straightforward. Harry takes the hat off and strides over to the window. The dazzling, ever-present sunlight makes him squint. He yanks the curtains shut, and darkness envelops him. So what do you think? The hat calls, sounding very pleased with itself. I think Dumbledore's ego has gotten a little puffed up, Harry answers shortly. Anything else? Harry turns tired eyes on the hat. You aren't a bloody sphinx. Unless you can give me the sword, then you should just go back to the headmaster. I think your friend should put me on. He's not my... Harry's voice trails off. Well, it's really up to him, isn't it? Harry picks up the hat and walks over to Snape. He kneels down so he is eye level with his professor. Professor, do you want to put on the hat? Snape stares into his mug. Gently, Harry pries his fingers away from the glass and sets it on the floor. The drink is almost full. Bereft of his distraction, Snape looks up at last and meets Harry's eyes. Professor. Harry tries again. I don't, know if you were listening to any of that, but I think it might be a good idea for you to put on the hat. No. This is the first word Harry's gotten out of the man in hours, but somehow he is not overjoyed. No. No. The hat wants you to, Harry pleads. I think Dumbledore sent the hat. Maybe if we do what he wants. That hasn't worked so far, Snape says quietly. I will not debase myself by trying yet again. I think Dumbledore's feeling guilty, Harry confides, changing tactics. That's basically what the hat's riddle meant. I don't care. You don't. Snape shrugs. I don't want to play anymore, Potter. I'm through with Dumbledore's games and his riddles and his bloody meddling. I don't care what he feels, or what messages he sends, or any of the rest of it. I'm through. Oh, Harry sits back on his heels, considering. So that's a no to the hat, then. Leave me alone. Fine, Harry huffs. He'll just have to take care of this himself, like everything else. A stupid, possibly brilliant plan is already forming in his head. He retreats to the other end of the room, steeling himself. Create some danger, He can do that. He always does that without even trying. Harry takes a big breath. If nothing else, this should shake Snape out of his stupor. He places the hat on his head as if were a helmet. Ooh, whispers the hat. You've got something up your sleeve. Just be ready with the sword, Harry growls. Harry pulls out his wand. This is a big risk. Well, choices must be made when times are dire and all that. He takes care to point the wand well away from Snape, and then yells, Serpensortia. A huge adder shoots out the end of his wand. Harry clamps his mouth shut so he will not be tempted to use Parseltongue. This snake is a lot bigger than the one Draco conjured their second year. He flings his wand away from him, not even looking to see where it lands. There. He's recreated the Chamber of Secrets as much as he can, and now he wants the damn sword. Potter. Snape yells, staggering to his feet. What in Merlin's name do you think you are doing? Harry shakes his head, not trusting himself to say anything that's not in Parseltongue. He beckons the adder towards him, and the great snake slithers towards him, mouth wide open in a fanged grin. The snake circles Harry lazily, and Snape freezes out of the corner of his eye. Don't move, Snape yells. Any sudden movement and it might attack. So Harry moves suddenly, praying for the sword over and over again as the snake lunges. Something hits him with a thump, and Harry jumps away from the adder, grabs the sword, and slices the snake's head off. The horrible thing begins to bleed everywhere, and Harry turns away, sickened, images of the graveyard flashing through his mind. But he has the sword, and that's the important thing. Snape is gaping at Harry. He points an accusatory finger at him. Explain yourself. Harry shrugs. The hat said the sword would help us get out of here. So I got us the sword. You nearly got yourself killed, Snape hisses. That was a stupid risk to take. Well, no harm done, Harry says crossly. And you weren't being much help, were you? The stiffness goes out of Snape's body. Well, no, he admits. I do not know what came over me. It's okay, Harry says uncomfortably. Snape frowns, but, thankfully, changes topics. The sword will get us out of here. How? Harry plops the hat back on his head. Well, he demands of it. I've got the sword, now what? Well done, the hat titters. Now all you have to do is plunge the sword into that trunk over there. Harry yells with triumph and runs over to the magic trunk. Careful, Snape cautions. It may lead to nothing, or to another torture chamber devised by the headmaster. Or it might be the way out, Harry says gleefully. He really wants to get away from the bleeding snake corpse. Try it, Snape says doubtfully. He has fresh lines around his eyes, and Harry wonders if they are the price of his melancholy fit. Harry flips open the lid to the magic trunk and plunges the sword deep into it. For a moment, nothing happens. And then the sword springs out of Harry's hand, as thought it has been filled with magic, and hurtles towards one of the walls. The sword smashes into the stone, and, amazingly, begins to gouge a hole into it. It disappears from view, clearly digging some sort of tunnel. Harry puts his hands over his ears, witnessing this destruction in silence. It seems fitting, somehow, that the sword isn't simply unlocking the door. Nothing about this experience has been simple. The scraping and gouging goes on forever. Finally the clanging noises stop, and they hear the sword drop with a clatter. The sword has dug them a way out. I wonder where it leads to, Harry breathes, poking his head into the tunnel. In his eagerness, he notices neither the drawing above the entrance, nor the tiny words scribbled below it. You don't think it's going to make us time travel again, do you? He withdraws from the tunnel, turning back to look at Snape, but the man is frozen, a funny expression on his face. Well, Harry says, let's get our stuff and get the hell out of here. Snape throws back his head and laughs. What's wrong? Harry demands. You do not see, Snape asks, shaking his head. He cups his hands over his mouth and yells in the direction of the tunnel. Well done, Albus. What's wrong? Harry repeats nervously. Snape sobers and turns to Harry, a sad smile on his lips. He points at something drawn above the tunnel. Harry looks at Snape and then looks at the drawing. It is an image of the Gryffindor crest. So, Harry demands, I'm not a Slytherin but I still got into the Chamber of Secrets. Snape snorts. Without further ado, he strides towards the tunnel. However, once he gets within several feet of it, he smashes into an invisible barrier. He slams his hands on it, shoving against it with all his might, but he cannot pass the barrier. Try again, Harry whispers, struggling against the implications of this. Try thinking like, a Gryffindor. Snape purses his lips. The sorting hat had no trouble sorting me, Potter. Nonetheless, he begins patting his hands against the invisible barrier once more, his eyebrows narrowing. But nothing happens. He cannot reach the tunnel. You should have put the hat on, Harry sighs. That's why it won't let you in. It won't let me in, Snape says dryly, because I am not a Gryffindor. Well, put the hat on now. Harry wheels around frantically, looking for the patched thing, but it seems to have disappeared into thin air. Harry curses. Language, Snape says mildly. Have a good journey, Potter. Do owl me a postcard. I'm not leaving you here, Harry says flatly. Hang on. Let me get my wand. Maybe I can blast through the barrier. He fishes into his pocket, but his wand isn't there. My wand's gone. He looks up at Snape, eyes wide. Before he remembers, he threw it away from the snake. Harry races around the room, giving the snake corpse a wide berth, heart in his throat. But he cannot find his wand anywhere. Accio wand, he says finally, at a loss, berating himself for tossing it away. It's gone, Snape says quietly. I heard the pop when it disappeared. You were beheading the snake. What? Harry squawks, unable to process this. My wand's gone. I'm sorry, Potter, Snape says, real empathy in his eyes. Let me use yours, Harry says furiously, blinking back a sudden urge to cry. Or you use it. Snape pulls out the Thestral wand, but it refuses to do any spells for him. Harry snatches it out of his hand and tries a few of his own, but the stupid thing is, no more than a stick of wood. Harry runs over to the magic trunk, thinking he can somehow fill up the wand with magic like he did with the sword. But the trunk's gone. Harry yells, flabbergasted. How can it be gone? His wand arm falls uselessly to his side. Desperately, he tries to channel his magic enough so he can do some wandless magic, but he's never learned how to, and anyhow he can feel the room blocking him. Snape gently pries his wand out of Harry's clenched fist. This is rather curious. Curious, Harry snaps. Our food is gone. No matter. You are leaving. I'm not leaving you in here, Harry returns. Especially not without food. Have you forgotten the washroom? Snape says mildly. I still have water. Look again, Harry growls, no longer surprised by anything. Snape turns, a knowing look already in his eyes. Ah, Snape says softly. That's gone too. Room. Harry bellows, panic bubbling within him. I need you to stop disappearing. I need you to bring back the food and water. He pauses, gulping in a breath, senses taut as he waits for something to happen. Okay, then I need you to let Snape pass the barrier and into the Gryffindor tunnel. Or can you at least bring the Sorting Hat back? Please. But the room has turned a deaf ear to him, and Harry can't help but feel betrayed. Room. Harry urges, voice cracking. Come on. But nothing happens. In fact, in front of Harry's very eyes, the hammocks fade out of existence. And now they are right back to where they started. The room looks just as it did when they first entered, empty, useless, desolate. Well, not completely empty, the window is still there. The stupid window is still piping sunlight into the room. Harry distinctly remembers closing the curtains, but of course the curtains are gone now too. For some reason, this is the straw that breaks the camel's back, and Harry sinks to his knees. It's all gone, he says, bewildered. I listened to the hat, and now everything is gone. He pounds his fist onto the ground. That hat tricked me. I can't believe I fell for it. What good is it, giving us an escape route we can't both use? Dumbledore tricked you, Snape softly corrects. And it was masterfully done, if I do say so myself. Masterfully done, Harry says furiously. It's evil, that's what it is. Evil and cruel. How can you say it's masterfully done? Because, Snape says mildly, the headmaster has forced my hand. You will see why, soon enough. Now, come on, off you go. I hope, for your sake, that the tunnel does not lead anywhere nefarious. I'm not leaving you alone in here. Yes, you are, Snape disagrees. I'll manage, Potter. I'm not completely useless. Harry looks at him doubtfully. This from the man who has spent the last 24s going around the bend. Without food, without water, without company. Snape folds his arms across his chest. Do you really think so little of me? If you could manage all that as a small child, for days on end, then I assure you I can do the same. He smirks. And this cupboard is rather roomier than yours, don't you think? It's different when you're alone, Harry whispers, taking a step forward. It was always the worst, for me, when they stuffed me in there and then drove away. There are many kinds of isolation, Snape says dryly. And, I assure you, I've experienced them all. Now come on, get out of here. I can't, Harry says firmly. It's too big of a risk. You might die in here. Who knows how long it will take me fetch help. Or what if I can't get back? We'll find another way. Snape does not look terribly surprised. You really are a Gryffindor, aren't you? Harry shrugs. Would you leave me in here? Snape traces his jaw with his finger. No. Well, then, Harry says. It's settled. No, Snape says calmly. We will not waste away here waiting for someone to rescue us. You are the Gryffindor, Potter. Act like it. I got the sword, didn't I? Harry snaps. Come on, Potter, Snape says impatiently. I would think you couldn't wait to get away from me. A faint blush pinks Harry's cheeks. You haven't been so bad. Snape smiles at him, one of his rare genuine smiles, and his voice is husky when he responds. I wish I could say the same about you. Harry ducks his head. That is why, Snape says quietly, I regret what I am about to do. He looks at Harry shrewdly. This is your last chance, Potter. Leave of your own free will, or I will make you. With magic, Harry retorts, before remembering their muggle-like state. Oh, you mean by force? Snape snorts. I would if I could. But I rather think the barrier is preventing me from shoving you into the tunnel. Then you can't make me leave, Harry says sharply. Snape takes a deep breath. Yes, I can. Snape squares his shoulders and schools his expression into something cold and flinty. Harry actually takes a step backward, chilled by the transformation. This is the Snape who makes Hermione and Neville cry. Snape looks right into Harry's eyes. 14 years ago, in my duties as a Death Eater, I overheard part of a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney. A real prophecy, not her normal nonsense. She said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." At this point, my presence was detected and I was thrown from the building, so I did not hear the rest of the prophecy. I still do not know it. Dumbledore has not seen fit to share it with me. How does Dumbledore know the rest of it? Harry asks, dread forming a knot inside of him. Trelawney made the prophecy to him. I, in turn, informed the Dark Lord of my discovery. He decided that the prophecy applied to you or to Neville Longbottom. He chose to kill you first. At this point I realized my terrible mistake in telling him what I heard. He meant to kill you, kill your parents. He agreed to spare Lily as long as you were dead. And I agreed. Snape pauses, ice in his eyes. I did not try and stop him from killing you, Potter. Just her. He waits for that to sink in before continuing. But I did not trust the Dark Lord to keep his word, and so I appealed to Dumbledore, asking him to hide her. Only her. He said he would keep you all safe, and I in return told him I would do anything for him. Ugly anger flashes across his face for a minute, before the cold mask returns. That was the moment, Potter, that my allegiances changed. But it was all in vain. Wormtail betrayed the location of your house. The Dark Lord killed your father. He killed your mother. And he tried to kill you. Snape points a finger at Harry. It is because of me that you have no parents, Potter. I led them to their deaths when I told the Dark Lord of the prophecy. Harry puts a hand to his forehead. He must have a fever, because everything is oddly sharp and vivid, and there is a thick ringing in his ears, and he's dizzy. But his forehead is cold and bloodless, even his lightning scar. His fingers brush over its familiar raised edges. Snape isn't done yet. His voice turns low and malicious. You told me that your uncle once left you at the dump. Too bad your parents were dead, They would have saved you from all that. You were under Veritaserum when I told you that, Harry whispers. No, Snape says viciously. I was not. I tricked you. And now Harry feels the first sting of betrayal. Odd, he thinks dully, that this small thing would hurt so much more than the other. You shouldn't have done that. No, Snape replies. You gave me so many useful pieces of information, I am afraid I am going to have to disagree. Snape raises an eyebrow. And now I am returning the favor, Potter, and giving you information. Why are you not thanking me? Harry just stares at him. Were it not for me, Potter, the Dark Lord would never have had the slightest inclination to seek out your family. Snape spreads his arms wide. Now do you really want to be in the same room with me? Is that what your parents would want you to do? Stay in the room with their killer? Is that what you want, Potter? I want. Harry begins, but then he shuts his mouth. What does he want? He wants the buzzing in his ears to stop. He wants. Oh, hell, he never gets what he wants. Snape smiles, a cold mirthless sneer that reminds Harry of the adder. Do you remember when you asked me to tell you something nice about your father? When I was meant to be under Veritaserum. Harry nods, unable, apparently, to speak. Do you remember what I told you? I told you that James used to call you Fawn. Fawn was his special name for you. Snape pretends to look sympathetic. But you don't remember him calling you that, do you? Pity. If the Dark Lord had waited just a bit longer, you might have some real memory of it. The rest of his sentence is lost, because Harry punches him right in the nose. Snape staggers back, taking the blow in silence. He makes no effort to mop up the blood streaming from his face. Harry shakes off his bruised knuckles, watching impassively. Now, he thinks dully, now they have each broken the other's nose. But they aren't even. Not unless Harry goes out and kills Snape's parents. And even then, they wouldn't be even. I'm ready to leave now, Harry says tightly, dredging the words up from deep inside himself. Snape gestures towards the tunnel, hair lank against his face. Go. Harry marches past Snape and climbs into the tunnel. Soon, he disappears from view. Snape watches the boy leave. After a few minutes, the sound of him scrabbling through the tunnel fades away. Then there is absolute silence. Snape stares at the words scribbled under the tunnel entrance. Keep your eyes on the prize. He turns away and looks out the window. Harry pushes his way into the tunnel. It isn't very spacious, so he must squeeze through on his belly. He wriggles forward like a snake, muck and grime wetly sticking to him. The only sound is his panting, ragged breath, and he focuses on it, blocking everything else out so he doesn't become claustrophobic in this muddy tube. To his relief, the tunnel gradually becomes wider, and Harry gets on his hands and knees. He awkwardly lumbers forwards, the stone scraping his shins, dust swirling around him. The air in here is disgusting, and soon Harry's eyes are watering. Finally he stops, tears a strip off his shirt, and wraps it around his nose and mouth like a bandana. It's no bubblehead charm, but it will have to do. Harry closes his red-rimmed eyes, they aren't much use here anyways, and blindly gropes his way onwards. He goes on like this for a while, until gradually his head stops scraping the ceiling. He pauses, wiping the sweat off his brow, and squints upwards. The tunnel has gotten considerably larger, and Harry gets to his feet, stretching his aching back. He feels like he's just undergone evolution. Harry stops long enough only to loosen the kinks in his muscles. He has to keep moving, fast as he can, or else his thoughts will catch up with him. And they cannot catch up with him, because when they do, Harry knows he will break into 1,000 pieces. So he breaks into a run, skidding on the damp stone and bumping into the walls. A rat bangs into Harry's leg, and Harry yelps in surprise, which in turn leads to a coughing fit. He slows down, wheezing, watching the rat waddle off. Hedwig loves rats. Well, she loves eating them, which is not quite the same thing. Harry's eyes water again, and he wipes away the wetness, telling himself sternly that it is only the foul air. He doesn't miss Hedwig that badly, and he certainly isn't wishing he could bury his head into her feathers right now. Really. Finally a door swims into his view. Harry quickens his pace even more, stopping only when he spies the sword of Gryffindor. Harry picks it up and uses the sword to push the door open. To his utter relief, it easily swings open. Harry darts inside, slamming the door behind him. He takes several deep, refreshing breaths. The air in here is much cleaner, and his poor red eyes are practically singing in relief. He rubs at them and then squints blurrily around the room. He's in a small, circular sort of place. The ceiling is very high and everything is made of stone. No windows or anything. He certainly hasn't been here before, but he supposes he could be inside one of the small towers. The room is empty except for a big stone basin set on a sturdy pedestal. Harry frowns, searching for the way out, before his eyes land on a small door hidden in the shadows. Excellent. Harry strides across the room, determined to ignore whatever is inside the basin. He doesn't want to play Dumbledore's games anymore, either. He has that in common with Snape. But he's not going to think about Snape. Or about the prophecy. He's not going to think about any of it. Harry sees something familiar out of the corner of his eye, though, and slows down in front of the basin. My wand, he exclaims, sticking his hand into the water before he can stop himself. His fingers slide comfortingly over the wood, and he tries to pull his wand out of the water. The basin has other ideas, however, and Harry's entire body plunges into the liquid, the tower room spinning away into darkness. Oh, hell, he's really starting to hate Pensieves. Harry lands with an uncomfortable thump. He wearily gets to his feet, wondering in whose memory he has landed. He certainly doesn't recognize the room. It's a cozy nursery, empty of inhabitants except for a chubby cat snoring in the corner. There are voices coming from the hallway, though, so Harry pokes his head out of the doorway. James and Lily are sitting on their sofa, a red and gold quilt draped over their legs, playing with a sturdy toddler. He has a mop of black hair and deep green eyes. Harry stops short, his breath catching in his throat. His parents both have soppy looks of adoration on their faces, gasping and exclaiming as the baby sticks his hand in his mouth and drools. It's probably the same look every parent, every good parent, has for his child, but to Harry it is a rare thing, exquisite to behold. Remember this, he tells himself sternly. Remember that they adored you. He gets closer, kneeling so he can look his baby self in the eye. It's incredibly weird to see his forehead without the scar on it. Man, he's glad Snape isn't here for this particular trip down memory lane. He'd never hear the end of how stupidly besotted James Potter was with his little clone. But he's not thinking about Snape. That's enough, Lily says, poking James in the ribs. Stop making faces at him. The idea is to make him sleepy, remember. Read him one of your sister's letters, James replies, waggling his eyebrows and puffing out his cheeks. That ought to do the trick. His dad's voice is much deeper than Harry remembers from the other memory. Will his own voice sound the same one day? Lily laughs. Her letters aren't that bad. Oh, yes they are, James retorts, aiming a red puff of smoke out of his wand. It erupts in the baby's face, and he giggles hysterically, swatting at the already fading wisps. His father doesn't look like a jerk. A door creaks behind them, and Lily carelessly looks up. Oh, Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go, run, I'll hold him off. Lily scoops the baby up and bolts up the stairs. Harry runs after her. She plops the baby in the crib and starts to shove the dresser against the door. Harry hears a laugh from downstairs and darts to the hallway. Voldemort is laughing, actually laughing, at his father. Voldemort sneers and aims his wand. Avada Kedavra. And, just like that, Harry's father is dead. James crumples to the ground. His glasses fall off, and Harry watches them fall to the ground and shatter. His eyes close, and the lines in his face smooth out. James suddenly looks much younger, like a teenager. Is this what Harry will look like when he dies? Harry blinks, shaking his head back and forth, desperate to forget the look in his father's eyes before they closed for the last time. Terror. That's what it was. Haunted, desperate, animal terror. Voldemort sweeps past him, and Harry shrinks back, disgusted. Part of him wants to stay in the hallway, but another part wants to bear witness to what comes next. This is the reason, right here, that his life is so effed up. Voldemort tries to keep his promise to Snape. He tells Lily once, twice, 3 times to get out the way, but she refuses, her hair a wild halo around her face. She turns her back on Voldemort, draping herself over her child, comforting him. And Voldemort, coward that he is, aims his wand at her back. Avada Kedavra. Lily freezes, exchanging one horrified look of despair with her green-eyed son as she dies. She starts to fall to the ground, and the baby grabs at her red hair. But the strands slide through his grasp just as easily as smoke from his dad's wand. And, really, that's what had happened. His parents had slid through his fingers like water. The baby plants his hands on the bars of the crib, looking wearily at Voldemort. Harry has to stop himself from lunging in front of the child, to try and protect him from the wand pointing at his face. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort says for a 3rd time, the slightest trace of fear in his voice. But this time it doesn't work. There is a huge, fiery explosion, Voldemort is thrown backwards, and a rip of red appears on the baby's forehead. The child starts to howl like an animal, banging his fists against the crib, staring at his dead mother. Finally, his gasps slow to a hiccup, and the child is silent. Everything is quiet now. Voldemort is gone. The house has stopped shuddering, most of the flames have died out, and everything seems frozen in time, waiting for something to happen. That's when Hagrid arrives, his great roaring motorbike smashing through the silence. He's sobbing when he scoops the baby up, sobbing when he puts him in the motorbike, sobbing as they fly away. The baby has finished his sobbing, though. He stopped crying when the flames began to lick at Lily's body. Now they are flying through the starry night, Hagrid whispering broken words of comfort to the wide-eyed child. Harry cranes his head downwards, looking at the remains of the house at Godric's Hollow. The ruin is flecked with gold as the last embers of the explosion fade away. They land with a screech in front of number 4, Privet Drive. McGonagall and Dumbledore are both there, the former talking worriedly to the latter. They stop abruptly when they see Hagrid and his tiny charge. Dumbledore gently takes the baby from Hagrid, and the big man collapses into McGonagall's arms. Dumbledore peers sorrowfully at the baby over his glasses. He nods once to himself. Yes, he murmurs, I believe it would be prudent. He takes out his wand and conjures a little goblet. Don't worry, he says softly. This won't hurt a bit. Dumbledore lifts his wand to the child's ear and mutters a long, soft incantation of syllables. A silvery thread attaches itself to the wand, and the headmaster draws it away from the child's ear. The baby reaches out his fist, scrunching up his face as the strand is pulled out. And now the memory is beginning to flicker in and out, in and out, in and out. The last thing Harry sees is Dumbledore, pocketing the goblet and winking at the toddler. Harry tumbles to the ground, still clutching his wand. For a moment he just sits there, stunned. Shakily, he gets to his feet. Then the anger hits. Harry staggers to the basin. The silver strand of memory floats gently on top of the liquid. Harry whips his wand out, but before he can say any words, the thread shoots out of the water, immediately and forcefully attaching itself to Harry's wand. Harry raises his wand, opens his mouth and swallows the memory like a bird does a worm. The memory tastes like apple cider and honey and slides oddly down his throat, almost eagerly, like it is anxious to be home. Harry gasps, hunching over, as a flame of agony rips through his stomach. Perhaps memories aren't meant to be eaten. Harry groans, sinking to the ground, writhing. He clamps his hands over his mouth, determined to keep his memory inside of his body, where it should have been all along. Gradually, the urge to vomit passes, and Harry dizzily sits up. The images of his parents dying swirl in his head, finding places to land, where Harry knows they will remain forever. The Dementors were wrong. They didn't show him everything. The Dementors didn't show him how his father died with a frown on his face. They didn't show him the sound of Lily's last breath, or the way Voldemort's tongue slithered over his teeth as he killed them, or the smell of their burning flesh. It must be different when you take memories from a baby. Because, apparently, something has remained with Harry, flashes of green light, his mother's plea for mercy, even after Dumbledore removed the memory. Some things are ingrained too deeply. Harry blinks back tears. He has so many questions for the headmaster. Why did he remove the memory? Why is he giving it back now? What is he supposed to do with this? What would Snape think? Harry sighs and stands up. He picks up the sword and walks wearily to the door. He feels about 1,000 years old. He knows who he will dream about tonight. And, for a change, it won't be Cedric who dies. Harry puts his ear against the door. Soft voices mutter to each other, and he can just pick out the high, reedy voice of Phineas Nigellus. Be quiet, Fox, the man snaps. You're giving me a headache. Harry freezes. So, this door leads to Dumbledore's office. Harry takes his hand off the knob. Dumbledore probably expects Harry to walk in, all shaken up over the memory, burning with renewed desire to kill Voldemort. He'll probably give Harry a very good explanation for everything, and tell him about the prophecy, and maybe even apologize. The headmaster will have Harry all to himself, without any bitter potions professor to interrupt or interfere. Is this why Dumbledore maneuvered Snape into telling Harry about the prophecy? So he could get Harry alone, right when he's feeling so raw and shaky. Harry looks back at the tunnel. He's got his wand now. He could go back and get Snape. If he wanted to, they could face Dumbledore together. He'd thought, staggering out of the room, that what Snape had done was unforgivable. He'd thought he'd never speak to Snape again. He'd thought he could never overlook the man's stupid mistake of blurting out the prophecy to the first Dark Lord he ran across. Or the fact that Snape had been just fine with Voldemort killing his baby self. Or the fact that Snape has been such a git to him, all these years, even knowing the part he played in orphaning him. Harry steps away from the door. The fumes from that tunnel must be getting to him, because what he's about to do makes no sense. Snape is the one who got his parents killed. Not Dumbledore. Snape is the Death Eater, the bully, the selfish man who has only cared about one person his whole stupid life. Not Dumbledore. And yet, his parents flash through his mind again. eyes round with anguish, the cat sniffing at their corpses, and something shifts inside of Harry. He didn't need to see that memory. That was supposed to have been the one advantage of being so young when his parents died. He was too young to remember their deaths. And now Dumbledore has removed even this paltry consolation. Harry didn't need that memory taken from him, and he didn't need it returned to him. And now it will haunt him until his dying day. He cannot forgive Dumbledore this. Harry mutters the incantation for a bubblehead charm. Going through the tunnel is a whole lot easier now that he has his wand. Harry enlarges the tunnel as he goes, and shrinks the sword of Gryffindor so it fits in his pocket. He's not letting the weapon out of his sight again. Sooner than he would have liked, he reaches the other end of the tunnel. Harry takes a deep breath of nice, clean air within his fishbowl, and braces himself for another confrontation with Snape. He ducks his head and crawls out of the hole. Silence. Snape is curled up on the middle of the floor, his black robes pulled around him. The sunlight from the window eerily illuminates him, casting a halo-like glow around his body. He is clearly unconscious. Harry races over to him, dropping to the ground. Snape has torn off strips of his robes and tied them around his mouth and nose. Just like Harry did to combat the fumes in the tunnel. Harry looks up. Ominous clouds of muddy black haze have drifted to the ceiling of the room, bumping languidly into each other. Evanesco! Harry shouts, aiming his wand at a batch of them. The clouds disappear, and so Harry vanishes the rest of them, berating himself for not coming back sooner. How thick could he get? Of course the foul tunnel air was going to drift into the room. It's not like there was a door to the tunnel on this end. Just a big hole, and Snape was just stuck in here without any help. And who knows how long he has been breathing the poisoned air. Harry vanishes the last of the haze. Then he rounds on the tunnel, sticks his head in, and yells the spell over and over until he is hoarse. He takes the bubblehead charm off and sniffs the air around him. It feels much cleaner. Then Harry races back to the still unconscious Snape. The man is pale as death, and just as still. Harry puts his head to the man's chest, but he does not hear a heartbeat. Come on, he yells frantically at Snape. Wake up. Fumbling his wand, he finally points it at Snape's face. Aguamenti. Water spurts out of the wand, drenching Snape, but it does not revive him. And now Harry grips Snape by his shoulders and shakes him in earnest, finally doing what he couldn't do in the pensieve. Don't die, he screams, and he's not sure who he's talking about. They all die, it doesn't matter, they all leave him alone. Harry puts his head on the man's chest. Don't die, he screams again. Don't die. The sobs wrench out of Harry's body. He's never cried this hard in his life. Finally his sobs peter out, and it helps, somehow, to be able to hold the body. He couldn't touch his parents in the memory, and he would have liked to. His father died alone, and his mother died staring into her baby's eyes. He's not sure which way was worse. Harry cradles Snape's head in his lap, not caring that his tears are dripping into the man's hair. Nobody will destroy this corpse. He won't let any rats near it, and if the room tries to explode, he will throw his body over Snape's and protect it from the flames. This body, like Cedric's, will remain whole. Then the body groans. Professor! Harry gasps, shocked to his core. Nobody ever comes back. They never come back, no matter how hard he wishes it. Snape seems to be trying to say something, and Harry leans his ear in close. Heal me. How? Harry squawks. He's not a medi-wizard. And now Snape is going to die like everybody else, and it will be all Harry's fault. Burned hands. Harry stares dumbly at Snape before something clicks. He's never thought to heal anyone else before. He places his hands on Snape's chest and focuses all his energy on imagining the bad air leaving Snape's lungs. He usually imagines blisters shrinking, but this seems to do the trick, because in a few minutes Snape begins to breathe easier. Harry keeps his hands on his chest until finally Snape nods and motions for him to stop. Harry takes a deep breath, exhausted. He's never healed for this long before, and it definitely takes more energy with someone else. He slumps forward, too tired to even sit up straight. Snape blearily looks up at him, surprise etched in every line of his face. You came back, he whispers. You came back for me. I know, you're the first, Snape whispers, closing his eyes. Snape coughs, a weak rasping sound that makes Harry uneasy. I need to sit up, Snape heaves. Harry gathers up his little remaining strength and pushes himself to his feet. He locks his arms around Snape's torso, drags the man over to the wall, and props Snape into a sitting position against it. He slides to the ground next to Snape, gasping for breath. Their black heads, inches away from each other, stand in stark contrast to the limestone. Snape coughs again. Need water. Don't you dare do magic. But do you need water? You need to rest after healing. The echoes of another conversation reverberate in Harry's head. He looks at Snape without moving his neck. His teacher is creepily pale, blood caked onto his nose. He still can't believe Snape isn't dead. You don't look so good. Neither do you. Snape shifts slightly, a frown sinking into his features as he takes his first good look at Harry. You look terrible. Harry shrugs, looking down at his mud-caked sneakers. What has happened to you? Why have you returned? Harry doesn't want to tell Snape about the pensieve. It's too private. The poisoned air. I was afraid it would get you. It did. A wave of guilt crashes over Harry. I should have come back sooner. Snape snorts. I didn't expect you to come back at all. Harry ducks his head. You said I was the first. Did I? Snape murmurs. He closes his eyes. I remember falling to the ground. I heard music, and someone calling my name. I think it was my mother. Snape pauses. I was either dead or intoxicated by the fumes. Harry cannot stop a shiver from racing down his back. I vote the fumes. Either way, Snape says softly. You saved my life. So, Harry mutters. You've saved mine. Yes, Snape acknowledges. And because you healed me, your life debt to me is hereby cancelled. For some reason, this really annoys Harry. I don't care about life debts. Nonetheless, Snape looks at Harry. It is one less burden for you to bear. Allow me to remove it. Okay, Harry says uncomfortably. Snape relaxes the tiniest bit. I must know, he says next. Where does the tunnel lead? Dumbledore's office. Snape raises an eyebrow. Did you speak with him? No, I didn't go inside. You came back for me instead. Yes, because of the fumes. Yes. Snape narrows his eyes. You aren't telling me the whole story. No, tell me. No. Snape frowns. Why not? Because I don't owe you anything. Harry snaps. Didn't we just cover that? Snape acknowledges this with a small nod. But I owe you something, he says, managing to make the words into a threat. You left before I could apologize. You weren't looking to apologize when I left, Harry says angrily. You were looking to hurt me. I was looking to get you to safety, Snape says through gritted teeth. And I succeeded. Or, I would have, if you hadn't come back. The tunnel isn't going anywhere, Harry argues. I can use it again. He takes out his wand. And this time, I'm taking you with me. He hopes he managed to make that sound like a threat, because, well, it sort of is. The hat did not resort me in your absence, Snape retorts. Gryffindor's tunnel will not admit me, wand or no wand. Leave that to me, Harry seethes. You think you can outwit the headmaster? I think I outwitted him by coming back for you, Harry says grimly. Snape's eyes take on a calculating gleam. Is that so? Harry shrugs. Let Snape work that one out. It will keep him from apologizing, at any rate. I guess we'll find out. Not yet, Snape says firmly. You will be at full strength when you face Dumbledore. Harry clenches his fists, welcoming the anger that pumps into him at the sound of Dumbledore's name. Oh, he cannot wait for that confrontation. Dumbledore is going to pay. He's going to pay for making Harry relive his parents' deaths. He's going to pay for everything. And don't change the subject, Snape adds, glaring at Harry. I want to apologize to you about the role I played in the death of your parents. No you don't, Harry says curtly. Yes, I do, Snape says, looking angrier by the second. So be quiet and let me. If you really wanted to make amends, Harry explodes, you would have done so years ago. You wouldn't have been such a git to me all this time. You would have come clean, on your own terms, when it would have actually meant something. He returns Snape's glare with interest. You're just pissed because your secret's been found out. Snape looks away. He takes out his handkerchief and begins to carefully wipe away the blood around his nose. His hands are shaking. Are you so sure of that? I'm through with thinking the best of people, Harry says grimly. Snape pauses in his ministrations. He gives Harry a long, close look. And why is that? Because they never have my best interests in mind, Harry snarls. But that's why I didn't tell you sooner, Snape says, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. It wasn't in your best interest to know. Why would I hurt you like that? Why wouldn't you? Harry demands. It's never stopped you before. What's different now? I am, Snape says, emotion thickening his voice. And you are. Don't you dare deny it. Harry bows his head. Snape is right. This room has changed him, changed both of them, irrevocably. He didn't want to be changed. But, as usual, the decision was taken out of his hands. I wasn't talking about you, anyways, Harry mumbles. Other people do not have your best interests at heart, certainly, Snape muses. The Dark Lord comes to mind. Harry does not smile. I meant the headmaster. Snape flings down the bloodied handkerchief. Finally come around to my point of view, have you? I hate him. Snape lifts up a bony hand. He makes to grab Harry's chin, but then thinks better of it, and instead points the finger in his face. You are not allowed to hate the headmaster. Harry looks up at him, surprised. I thought you'd be thrilled. You've been trying to convince me that he's evil for ages. I'd rather you believed in him, apparently, Snape replies, looking disgusted with himself. Why? Harry says in disbelief. Because your eyes don't look like your mother's anymore, Snape says in a rush, voice hitching. Ever since you came out of that tunnel, something about you has been different. And it's your eyes. They're still green, aren't they? Harry says sharply, wishing he had a mirror. Oh yes, Snape breathes. He runs a frustrated hand through his hair. But your mother never had that look in her eyes. Maybe you put it there, Harry says viciously. Maybe you put it there when you told me what you did to my parents. Snape flinches as from a blow. Harry purses his lips, torn between guilt and anger. He sighs and takes out his wand. A pisky. Snape's crooked nose straightens out, and the rest of the blood vanishes. I told you not to do magic. Snape says sharply. You're welcome, Harry returns, fighting an insane urge to laugh. Instead he wipes at the tear tracks on his face, wondering at his professor for not mentioning them. Snape. What? You don't really think I brought you back from the dead, do you? I would think you, of all people, would welcome such a power. Well, you're wrong, Harry says, resting his head against the stone. That spell took a lot from him. It's the last thing I'd want. Because then I really could have saved Cedric, and his death really is my fault. Harry swallows. He couldn't have saved his parents, right? He was just a little tiny baby. Right. Snape says nothing for a long time. Finally he sighs. I must have been dizzy from the fumes, then. He carefully stretches out his legs, groaning as he loosens his limbs. Something happened in the tunnel, didn't it? Harry shrugs. Fine, Snape says wearily. Keep your secrets. At least one person in here should be accorded the privilege. For some reason, this sets Harry off. What are we doing here, Snape? He demands. What is this conversation? Are we friends now? Are we not? What happens when we talk to Dumbledore? And after that, do we just go on, pretending that nothing has changed? Or does something else happen? Snape does not meet his eyes. What would you like to happen? I asked you first. Snape's brow furrows in thought. When he finally speaks, his words are slow and methodical. Whether we are on good terms or not is entirely up to you. You know who I am now and what I have done. I understand if you despise me for it. If you choose not to hate me, however, and you are allowed to hate me, Potter, make no mistake about it, then I am not opposed to a different relationship with you. Harry considers this. So it's my decision, huh? Yes. In this I must follow your lead. It would be despicable for me to do otherwise. Harry frowns, folding his arms over his chest. I don't want it to be my decision. Then I ask you again, Snape says softly. What would you like to happen? Snape looks like he will give him anything he asks. Merlin, but guilt does strange things to people. Guilt made him heal a broken nose. It probably made Dumbledore return a memory best left forgotten. And it made Snape change. I don't know, Harry admits. His words do not come quickly, but perhaps that is to be expected. He's never been this honest with Snape before. It seems like people want me to make all the decisions, or they want to make all the decisions for me. It's like I have to fend for myself, or I'm a puppet for others to control. He takes a deep breath. And I don't like it. Because either way, there's nobody for me to depend on. Harry stops short, terrified at what he's let slip. I see, Snape says quietly. You want someone to depend on. He looks at Harry, his expression frighteningly open. I'm not sure I can be that person, Potter. Harry laughs, a ragged sound that perhaps is also a sob. Who said I meant you? Snape just looks at him, and Harry does his best to hold himself together. He bows his head, a stupid, cowardly lump in his throat, wondering how he can feel abandoned by this man. How can someone leave you when they were never even there in the first place? I meant, Snape says quietly, something like understanding illuminating his features, that I don't know if you can depend on me. I'm a weak man, Potter. Surely you understand that by now. It's not that hard, Harry says, and this time it really is a sob. Why does everyone think it's so hard? He draws his knees up to chest and buries his head in his arms. I don't need someone strong, he says, words muffled. Dumbledore is strong. Voldemort is strong. I've had enough of strong. A long silence greets this. But then a hand settles onto Harry's head. The hand doesn't do anything, just sits there, a solid heavy weight on top of his mess of black hair. Harry doesn't do anything, he doesn't move at all, in fact, and still the hand doesn't go away. Harry doesn't look up. What? Look at me, Harry. Harry frowns into his jeans. Don't call me that. You're trying to manipulate me by calling me that. Harry can hear the smirk in Snape's voice. Dumbledore always said you'd like me better if I called you by your first name. Well, he was wrong, Harry says hotly. He was wrong about a lot. All right, Snape says dryly. Potter, then, look at me. Harry closes his eyes. I told you my secret, he whispers instead. And now you're going to throw it back in my face. Not everybody is the headmaster, Snape says softly. And your secret isn't much of one, Potter. The hand closes around Harry's hair, gently tugging upward on it. Harry allows his head to be pulled up, and looks at Snape. The man's eyes are bright with emotion. You can depend on me, he says in a strange voice. Although I don't know why you would want to. Harry lets out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. Okay, he says quietly, unable to find words for more than that. Thanks. Snape smiles at him, something like affection in his eyes, and gives Harry's hair a final tug before letting him go. Let's get out of here, Harry says, suddenly fidgety. Enough talk. He jumps to his feet. I've rested, I've got my strength back. Have you? Snape gets to his feet, looking amused by something private. I have strength enough for this. Harry conjures 2 goblets and fills them both with water. He hands one to Snape and quaffs the other himself. Snape raises an eyebrow, lifting his goblet as if in a toast, before doing the same. Now, Harry says, circling the tunnel opening. See if you can enter. Snape tries to crawl into the tunnel, but he's pushed backwards before he even gets close. Harry takes out his wand and tries several spells to no avail. Then he takes out Gryffindor's sword and changes it back to its normal size. I wonder, he muses, if you have to do something brave. Snape snorts. Something else, you mean? Harry shrugs. Feel up to killing a snake. Snape smirks. One dead snake later, and Snape and Harry are well on their way. They left the room without a backward glance. Snape's been muttering the whole time about Dumbledore's ethics and standards for bravery and the sheer idiocy of Gryffindors in general. Harry, thankfully, has only heard snippets, because the bubblehead charm tends to muffle most sound. He doesn't see any of the ominous black clouds, but, well, better safe than sorry. Finally, they arrive at the door to the pensieve room. Harry puts his hand on the knob. Snape stops him. Wait, he mouths. Harry waves his wand, canceling the bubbleheads so they can talk freely. Do you wish to discuss anything more before we confront Dumbledore? Oh, Harry says, somewhat sheepishly. This doesn't lead to his office. One more room to go. Snape frowns at him, but allows Harry to open the door. Harry shuts the door firmly behind them, glad to be done with the stupid tunnel once and for all. He sneaks a look at Snape. His professor is standing, arms folded, a tiny smile on his lips. Then the smile fades as his eyes find the pensieve. He walks over to it, studying its contents. Finally, he looks up at Harry. There is no memory in here. Harry joins him, staring into the clear liquid. So. Snape glares, but does not pursue it. Do you wish to discuss our upcoming meeting with the headmaster or not? Not, Harry says firmly. I know exactly what I want to say to him. Promise me one thing, Snape says calmly. Promise me that you will not raise your wand to him. Harry hesitates. Promise me the same. No, Harry snorts. Then why should I? Because, Snape says softly. It is in your best interest to do so. Perhaps this argument will not always work on him, but, right now, it basically wrecks any defense he has. Okay. Harry agrees quietly. I promise. Snape puts his hand on the door, but the knob will not budge. The two look at each other, perplexed. The knob turned before, Harry says faintly. Snape looks thoughtful. Did you view a memory before you tried the door? Harry hesitates. You need not describe it. I merely wonder if the door has been charmed to remain locked until a memory has been viewed. Yes, Harry sighs. There was a memory. Where is it now, I wonder? Snape says shrewdly, looking right at Harry. Harry shrugs. He just doesn't want to talk about this with Snape. Not right now, and maybe not ever. Well, Snape says, taking out his wand. I rather think another memory must be viewed before we can pass. He lifts his wand to his ear, murmuring to himself, and a thick glossy strand soon appears. Hey, Harry says, delighted. Your magic is back. Yes, Snape says gleefully, not bothering to mask his happiness. I felt it as soon as we left the tunnel. He drops his memory into the pensieve, and it rises to the surface, silver and dewy. Go on, he gestures to Harry, his movements full of a new confidence and grace. Look at it. Harry takes a step back. No way. Snape walks to the door, tries to unlock it with magic, and then walks back to Harry. Still locked, he announces, practically bouncing with energy. The return of his magic has transformed him, and Harry's not sure whether he should laugh or run away screaming. Go on. Let's both watch it. That would make me ill, Snape says lightly. At the look on Harry's face, he adds, it's nothing bad, Potter, I promise. Harry looks at him uneasily. But, really, it can't be worse than the other memory, can it? And would Snape really show him something awful? Especially now. All right, Harry says reluctantly. He dips his hand into the memory, and quickly whirls away before he can catch the expression on Snape's face. It is a quick trip. Merely a snowy day in Hogsmeade. Snape backing out of a shop, catching sight of James and his infant son. James throwing Harry up in the air, cuddling him. Playfully butting his head into the baby stomach. Calling him something. Calling him Fawn. That's all. Harry is back before he knows it, stumbling backwards from the pensieve. He would have fallen, but a hand grasps him, steadying him. Sickening, wasn't it? Comes a dry voice from behind him. Harry does not answer, his heart pounding as he tries to swap this memory for the other one. This is how he wants to remember his father. With red cheeks and snowflakes on his glasses. Snape does not seem to expect a reply. He strides to the door. Don't you want your memory back? Harry asks in a small voice. What memory? Snape throws over his shoulder. He puts his hand on the knob, and this time, the knob turns. The door to Dumbledore's office swings open. Prepare yourself, Snape growls. He marches through the door. Harry hesitates. He slips his wand up his sleeve and then follows Snape. Harry and Snape rush into Dumbledore's office, jostling each other in their shared desperation to confront the headmaster. The office is silent and appears to be empty. Snape and Harry look uneasily at each other, wondering if this is another trick, when a soft rustling noise comes from the corner. Dumbledore materializes out of the shadows. He looks fine. He looks pleasant. He looks the same. Gentlemen, Dumbledore says grandly, nodding to each of them in turn. Welcome back. Harry whips out his wand. He forgets his promise to Snape, forgets that he could be expelled for this, and remembers only the names of painful curses. Unforgivable curses. Stupid boy, Snape says sharply. Expelliarmus. Harry's wand flies through the air and Snape snatches and pockets it. Snape rounds on Dumbledore, his own wand aimed at the headmaster's heart. Dumbledore looks back at him innocently. What are you going to do, Severus? Dumbledore asks lightly. Are you going to kill me? Not yet, Snape breathes. First I'm going to hurt you. I must warn you, Dumbledore continues pleasantly, that I plan on defending myself. I'm more useful alive than dead, you see. I won't duel you, Snape sneers. You're not worth it. You mean I will best you, Dumbledore corrects. As I always have before. Not if it's 2-on-1, Harry growls. Give me back my wand, Snape. Snape eyes the headmaster, ignoring Harry. I have other weapons, Albus. To Harry's great uneasiness, Snape swivels around to focus on him. I could hurt Potter, he says sweetly. He aims his wand right at Harry's scar. That might wound you, headmaster. Dumbledore cocks his head as though his curiosity has been aroused. He makes no move, however, to stop his potions master from killing his student. Fawkes flies from his perch and settles onto Harry's shoulder. The warm, thick weight makes Harry feel better. Fawkes nuzzles at his cheek. He is missing some feathers and looks close to burning. Something about his temporary ugliness touches Harry. He has, at least, one ally here. What are you doing? Harry asks Snape. Don't be stupid, Professor. Be quiet, Potter, Snape yells, an ugly sneer on his face. Harry blanches, searching his cold eyes for some sign of the man from the room. The man whose life he saved not an hour ago. But that person seems to have disappeared. Was he ever there at all? You are bluffing, Dumbledore announces. You would not hurt Harry. How do you know that? Snape demands. You do not know what I have been driven to. Why shouldn't I curse him? It's the only thing I can think of that might actually affect you. He tosses a glare back at Dumbledore, still keeping his wand trained on Harry's scar. Not because the boy means anything to you. But his death would still be a blow, would it not? You would not harm Harry, Dumbledore repeats. I have watched you, Severus, more closely than you can imagine. I know exactly what went on in the room of requirement. I know how far the two of you have come. You are not capable of harming Harry. Not now. This seems to enrage Snape further. Do not tell me what I can and cannot do. He yells. Despite your best efforts, Headmaster, I still have free will. Do you need me to demonstrate? Snape turns back to Harry, an odd look in his eyes. Harry stands rooted to the spot, acutely aware that he is without his wand. Snape mouths the words, and still Harry cannot believe it, still he does not jump out of the way. He just lets Snape cast an unforgivable on him. Harry waits for the surge of pain, waits for Snape's betrayal to become physical, but nothing happens. Just a sharp prick in his shoulder. And then something feathery bangs into him, and Harry realizes that Snape must have cast the Cruciatus on Fawkes. The bird screeches in pain, and Harry does too, because Fawkes in his distress has worked his claws into Harry's shoulder. Snape does not lift the curse and stares right at Dumbledore, drinking in the man's horrified expression. Harry grimaces and gently wraps his hands around the agonized phoenix. He girds himself and yanks the embedded claws out of his shoulder. There is a sickening ripping sound, and then the bird is free. Harry clenches his teeth as a wave of white pain pumps through his arm. He dizzily places the shaking bird on Dumbledore's desk. Fawkes twitches a couple of times, clearly suffering, and then stills. Harry stares, horrified, as the bird shrivels away into a pile of ashes. But before he can make sense of this latest death, a tiny head emerges from the dust. The infant Fawkes peeps insistently and Harry obeys some deep instinct to hold out his arm. The blood from his shoulder has dripped into the crook of his elbow, and it dribbles unnoticed to the ground. Fawkes scrabbles up his arm, slipping on the blood, and bends his bulging eyes over the deep gouges in Harry's shoulder. The baby bird begins to sob, and Harry's shoulder is soon mended. As if in a dream, Harry puts the tiny phoenix on his perch, and Fawkes instantly burrows out of sight and hopefully out of harm's way. Harry stares in utter bewilderment at his professors. "How could you curse Fawkes?" he asks, voice cracking as he addresses each of them in turn. "How could you let him curse Fawkes?" "I do not need to duel you, Albus," Snape says calmly. "There are other ways of inflicting pain. Psychological torture, you might call it. I picked up several of your techniques during my imprisonment. How could you curse Fawkes?" Harry repeats loudly. "I had a point to make," Snape says, ice in his voice and eyes. "Have I made it?" "Yes," Dumbledore says roughly, not bothering to hide his distress. "You've made yourself quite clear, at the expense of a defenseless animal." "I thought so," Snape sneers. "It's so nice to know, Headmaster, that you are still capable of feeling pain." "I had my doubts." "Why didn't you stop Snape?" Harry demands of Dumbledore. "Didn't you see how he was hurting Fawkes?" "I wanted to see how far Professor Snape would go." "And has your curiosity been satisfied?" Harry snarls. "Oh yes," Dumbledore breathes. "Rest assured, Harry, I will not make such a mistake again." The threat in his voice is clear, and Harry wonders at Snape's total non-reaction. Instead his professor shrugs, as if the torture of Dumbledore's pet is of small importance, and taps a finger against his jaw. Now that pleasantries are out of the way, Snape says silkily, "Perhaps we could settle down to business." "Of course," Dumbledore answers, still darting glances at Fawkes. Snape hungrily follows these looks, a sadistic gleam in his eyes. "Please, sit down, both of you." Dumbledore tears his attention away from the phoenix and gestures to the two chairs opposite his desk. "I'll stand," Snape snarls. "And you, Harry?" "He'll stand too," Snape snaps before Harry can reply. "Very well," Dumbledore says. "But you'll pardon an old man for resting his bones." He slides into his chair, effectively placing the large desk between himself and his visitors. "I assume by business you mean the room of requirement." "I have certain questions," Snape begins. "You will answer them, unless you would like another example of my free will." "There is no need to resort to threats," Dumbledore says firmly. Nonetheless, he reaches up and cradles the tiny Fawkes protectively in his hands. "I will answer your questions freely." "How do I know you will answer honestly?" "You have my word." "Your word no longer suffices," Snape announces. "I know you have Veritaserum on hand, Professor. I suggest we make use of it." "That will not be necessary," Dumbledore answers. "You will not lower yourself to the same tactics employed by Dolores Umbridge. You have my word, Severus, and that will have to do." Snape smiles wolfishly. "Take the unbreakable vow." "That will do." Dumbledore considers him. "I would prefer the Veritaserum." "Too late," Snape snarls. "That offer is off the table. Take the unbreakable vow or you will never see me again." He smiles. "Do you see why I do not need to duel you? It's so much simpler just to play on your emotions. But of course you are familiar with the tactic." Dumbledore looks at Harry. "And you, Harry, is my word good enough for you?" Harry shakes his head. "I don't trust you anymore. Do what Snape says." "And if I die as a result of this vow?" Dumbledore asks steadily. "Be it on your head," Snape growls. "Your death no longer concerns me." If this hurts Dumbledore, he hides it well. "Very well. Harry, will you consent to being our bonder?" Harry looks nervously at the pair of them. He doesn't know what an unbreakable vow is, but it doesn't sound pretty. On the other hand, he really needs the truth from Dumbledore, and this may be the only way to ensure it. "Okay." Snape gives Harry back his wand with a warning look. "You merely need to touch the tip to our hands, Potter. Can you manage that?" Harry shoots him a dark look but nods. His wand is humming strangely, almost as if it senses that Fawkes is close by. Dumbledore gently replaces Fawkes on his perch, stands and offers his hand to Snape. Snape clasps it with a sneer and gestures at Harry. Harry gulps and places his wand on their linked hands. "Will you, Albus Dumbledore, swear to tell Harry Potter and myself the truth?" Dumbledore breaks away. "I require a time limit. I will not be struck down for a slip of the tongue 3 years from now." "Should you be so lucky," Snape breathes. He grabs Dumbledore's hand again and Harry replaces his wand. "Will you, Albus Dumbledore, swear to tell Harry Potter and myself the truth and nothing but the truth, for the next hour. I will. A thin rope of hot flame spits out the end of Harry's wand and twines itself around their clasped hands. Very well, Snape sneers, dropping the headmaster's hand as though it is something dirty. Let us hope, for your sake, that you can manage not to lie for 60 minutes. And now he does take a seat, and jerks his head at Harry to do the same. Harry hesitates but slides into the other chair. He cannot help tensing when Snape begins to fire off questions. You have already raised my first point, headmaster, but let us review. You did, in fact, witness our suffering. I monitored both of you while inside the room, yes. So you are aware, then, of what went on. Snape continues. You are aware that we went without food, without water, without as much as a chamber pot at times. I am. You are aware of the violence that occurred. You are aware of the blood, the burns, the number of times your student threw a punch at me. Twice, if I'm not mistaken. Dumbledore leans back in his chair, clearly settling in for the long haul. And you threw a book at him, Severus. You are aware that we broke the law while time traveling. With a dinosaur and a memory charm, Dumbledore answers, eyes cast upward. So you admit that you put me through considerable discomfort and danger. You admit that you contributed to the delinquency of a student. That you essentially tortured an underage wizard. Not just any student, Dumbledore says, and strangely, something clears in his expression. It was Harry. Will you not say his name? Snape smirks, but there is no amusement in his eyes. You admit that you put your precious Potter in peril, Professor. Potentially, Dumbledore says, his eyes in contrast growing more affectionate. But I would have stepped in immediately had the danger become life-threatening. What about the fumes? Snape demands, his faked humor vanishing on a dime. You left me to die. Harry came back for you. And if he hadn't, Snape says hotly, would you have intervened then? Yes, Dumbledore says clearly. And, in the interest of full discretion, I must add that I left you an escape route, Severus. I don't know why you didn't use it. You mean an escape route besides the tunnel? Harry prods. Of course, Dumbledore says pleasantly. I left Severus the window. Harry and Snape both stare at the headmaster. The window. Dumbledore nods. He flicks his wand, and a series of words appear in the air. A place for warriors. Tap your weapons. Desire is a battle. United are the victors. Stay in the present. Keep your eyes on the prize. At dusk, Dumbledore explains. Do you not see? He looks at Harry. I thought at least one of you would figure it out. It is the password to open the window. Harry and Snape look at each other. I never saw the last phrase, Harry says finally. Where was it? Ah. Dumbledore nods. That explains why you did not tell Professor Snape. It was underneath the tunnel entrance. You left my survival up to that. Snape whispers. A series of riddles. I must mean even less to you than I thought. You mean a great deal to me, Dumbledore sighs. And for once, you must believe me when I say so. He pauses. I would have intervened, Severus. Truly I would have. Snape clears his throat, obviously unsettled. How long were we inside the room? A week. Who has been covering my classes? Minerva, Dumbledore says lightly. I believe you and Harry are both laid up in the hospital wing with highly contagious cases of spattergroit. Hermione and Ron knew I was in the room, Harry says immediately. They did, Dumbledore allows. And they certainly ask a lot of questions, don't they? Your friends have been very concerned about you. Good, Harry huffs, a secret warmth spreading through him. Hermione and Ron haven't forgotten him. Snape narrows his eyes. How long have you been planning this little escapade? Since you stopped teaching Harry occlumency. Snape leans back in his chair. You planned the Veritaserum, the Mirror of Erised, the Sorting Hat, and everything else, Dumbledore says soberly. Yes, Severus, I do not deny any of it. Harry drums his hand on the chair. He's reluctant to get into this with Dumbledore, especially next to this torture-happy version of Snape, but he really needs the answer. You meant for us to talk about my mum. You meant for Snape to tell me about his past. I meant for all your secrets to be brought to light, my boy. And did everything go according to your plan? Harry grates out, latching onto his anger. Were we your perfect little puppet from start to finish? My main objective was realized, Dumbledore says carefully. But the two of you did surprise me along the way. He cocks his head. I believe it is known as free will, Severus. How did we surprise you? Harry cuts in before Snape can respond. Dumbledore peers at Harry. I must admit that I did not expect you to learn occlumency. Forgive me for underestimating you. No, Harry says shortly. Keep going. I expected your professor to drink the Veritaserum, Dumbledore says thoughtfully. I suppose I underestimated him as well. Anything else? Snape growls. Dumbledore hesitates. I did not expect Harry to react as he did to the memory he found in the pensieve. Ah, Snape says softly. I was wondering when we would come back to that. He looks at Harry. Willing to tell me yet, Potter? Harry shakes his head and Snape smirks but does not pursue it. Instead he leans back into his chair, a wolfish gleam in his eyes. What was this main objective of yours, Headmaster? Dumbledore takes his time in answering. My goal, he finally says, was simple. I wanted to help you resolve your differences. I wanted something better for each of you. And I wanted something better for Fawkes, Snape interrupts. He was looking so decrepit. Really it was a mercy to kill him. I'm sure you understand, Professor. Dumbledore and Harry both glare at Snape. He returns the look with interest as he asks his next question. Why did you not come to me first, Headmaster? I deserved at least that slight courtesy before being imprisoned against my will. You wouldn't have listened to me, Dumbledore replies with a shrug. Harry is your blind spot, Severus, and he always has been. And I did give the two of you one more chance before I resorted to the room. But frankly you both made a mess of it. What chance? Harry asks indignantly. Remedial potions, Snape sneers in reply. Honestly, Professor, if I had known that was my last chance before incarceration, perhaps I would have made better use of it. Dumbledore merely looks at Snape over his glasses. To avoid an unpleasant consequence, yes, you might have acted differently. But you did not wish to truly make amends with Harry. Let us not kid ourselves. Snape purses his lips but does not deny it. Potter didn't try either. Of course he didn't, Dumbledore says calmly. Why would he? Thus, you see, I had to take extreme measures. You weren't going to change on your own. And your extreme measures are somehow more justified than my extreme measures. I have yet to cast an unforgivable on you, Dumbledore says quietly. Yes, Snape says silkily. Things are always so black and white with you, aren't they? The two men stare at each other. Harry folds his arms across his chest, feeling they are getting slightly off topic. Who says we needed to change, Headmaster? I was okay with the way things were. I could have handled Snape for another 2 years. And I would have had little contact with Potter after his OWLS, Snape interjects. The situation was not as dire as you make it out to be. I might make an O in potions, Harry points out. And I might be a Gryffindor. Gentlemen, Dumbledore interrupts, avoiding each other would not have solved anything. Your growing discord was unacceptable. I decided to take action before the two of you killed each other. It's a pleasure to know you think so highly of me, Snape says sarcastically. Is that why you took away my magic inside the room, Headmaster? You assumed I would harm the boy. It was a precautionary measure. Dumbledore looks at his phoenix's perch meaningfully. I do not think it was unwarranted. Were you worried that Potter would harm me? Snape asks in a low voice. I didn't do anything that bad to you, Harry mutters. Snape whirls around in his chair, daggers in his eyes. Let's see what Snape deserves, he mocks. Or have you forgotten? Well, I didn't curse you to smithereens, Harry says fiercely. And that's what you would have done to me. I have never cursed you, Snape says through gritted teeth. Despite immense provocation, he looks with heavy-lidded eyes at Harry and Dumbledore. But it appears the two of you have forgotten that piece of trivia. You cursed Fawkes, Harry says hotly. Which has nothing to do with you, Snape sneers. Just because you have his feather in your wand, I didn't curse you, Potter. And your precious bird is still alive, isn't he? Harry scowls. You're missing the point. Snape clearly doesn't care, and continues with his line of questioning. I am curious how our so-called reconciliation figures into your strategy for the upcoming war. Dumbledore clasps his hands. What is your question, precisely? Choices are made when times are dire, Harry chimes in, quoting the Sorting Hat. And war is dire, so the son closed a door. He swallows and asks the question that has been haunting him. Why did you want us to resolve our differences, Professor? Did you want us to become friendly, or did you want us to become allies for your war? It is not my war. Voldemort's defeat is a task for all of us. Save us the rousing pep talk, Snape says angrily. And answer honestly lest your vow be broken. I wanted both to occur, Dumbledore replies. I wanted you strong, united, and ready to face this war together. I also hoped you would become friendly. More than friendly. More than friendly, Snape repeats dangerously. Explain. Dumbledore spreads his hands out in front of him. It was not entirely clear to me, to be honest, until I overheard something Harry said in the room. He said he wanted someone to depend on. Harry winces. You heard that? Yes. Snape hesitates, a rarity for him, before pursuing his line of thought. When he speaks, his words are so low that Harry can barely make them out. You would entrust Potter to me. To me, Headmaster. Yes, Dumbledore says softly. Why? Snape asks, staring at the headmaster with a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Why not? Why not? Snape repeats. There are a dozen reasons why not. One of which I demonstrated not 10 minutes ago. There are a dozen reasons, Headmaster. Are there? Snape and Dumbledore look at each other. Harry tenses, waiting for Dumbledore to keel over, because these certainly don't seem like good answers to him. Nothing happens, though, except Snape actually relaxes. Harry looks between them, feeling as though he's missed something. But nobody says anything. Well, Harry's not done with the subject, even if Snape is. I think you wanted us as warriors first and friends second. I think you wanted to toughen me up, and that the rest was just a bonus. What is your question, Harry? Dumbledore asks maddeningly. What was all that stuff about? Harry demands. All your stupid riddles about weapons and battles and victors. You were trying to make me into your big bad soldier for Voldemort. He pauses. Weren't you? I was trying to prepare you. Yes, Dumbledore replies. You are going to be very important in this war, Harry. Professor Snape has told you part of the prophecy, and I can tell you the rest. Your survival is crucial. I am going to need you. The wizarding world is going to need you. And you are much stronger with Snape as an ally than as an enemy. He sighs. I was killing two birds with one stone, Harry, when I locked you inside the room. But which bird do you think is more important? Harry insists. He's not sure why he wants to know so badly. Do you want me alive or do you want me happy? I want you alive. Oh, Harry can't think of anything else to say. He's got his answer. Dumbledore doesn't care if Harry's messed up. He doesn't care if he's the one who's messed Harry up. He just cares about Harry's heartbeat. Not his heart, his heartbeat. There's a difference, and now Harry knows what it is. I shouldn't be surprised, Harry says slowly. But I am. I need you alive, Harry, so that you can be happy, Dumbledore explains. The dead, I believe, are a rather dour lot. Don't joke about this, Harry yells, jumping to his feet. That's crap. That's crap. You don't care if I'm happy. You don't. If you did, then you wouldn't have shown me that memory. Snape looks alertly between the two of them. Will someone please tell me about the blasted pensieve? He showed me the night my parents died. Harry shouts, crouching down so he's right in Snape's face. Did you know Mum had tears in her eyes when she died, Snape? I didn't know a person could cry so fast. She only had a second between Voldemort cursing her, and then she turned around and looked at me, and she had tears in her eyes. The color drains from Snape's face. Look at me, Harry demands, grabbing the man's collar. You said my eyes looked different after I came out of the tunnel. You said Mum never looked like that. Well, this is the reason why. Harry can barely talk, he's so angry. And guess what else? He hisses. You're wrong. The look in Mum's eyes. It was worse. He releases Snape, breathing heavily, trying to master himself. Snape stands up slowly. Whose memory was this? Dumbledore opens his mouth, but Harry beats him to the punch. "It was mine," he says fiercely. "It was my memory, and Dumbledore took it away from me. He had no right. Why would you do such a thing?" Snape asks, creepily calm, his eyes blank as he studies the headmaster. "Because he's a bastard," Harry shouts, cutting in before Dumbledore can respond. "Because he doesn't care about me. He had no right to take my memory away. He shouldn't have done that." A sob builds inside of him, but Harry does not allow it voice. He slams his fist into the back of his chair. "And you shouldn't have given it back, Dumbledore. Why did you do this?" Snape asks Dumbledore again. He holds up his hand to stop Harry from speaking. "I would like to hear from Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Potter. I was trying to spare Harry pain by removing his memory of that night," Dumbledore says heavily. "And I wished to see what it could tell me about Harry and about Voldemort. Two birds with one stone." He raises his head and looks at Harry. "I never meant to keep your memory forever. I thought it was high time it was returned." "You returned it," Harry yells, "so I'd want to kill Voldemort. You returned it to make me hate him even more, but guess what, Dumbledore? It backfired." His fingers itch for his wand, but he does not reach for it. He will not resort to cursing anyone, or anything, no matter how much they deserve it. "I hate you, okay, I hate you. I can only say, Harry, that I did what I thought was best." "When would you have preferred the memory back?" "When you were 6, 12, 18, Dumbledore sighs. "I had to return it. It would have been wrong not to. It wasn't right to take it in the first place," Harry snarls. "It wasn't right to leave me with the Dursleys, and it wasn't right to lock me up in that room." Snape opens his mouth to speak, but Harry waves his hand, stopping him. "It wasn't right to let my dad bully Snape, Professor. It wasn't right to let him go to Spinner's End each summer. It wasn't right for you to use our love for Mum against us." Harry clenches his wand, but still he does not take it out. "You don't even know what love is, do you? If you did, you wouldn't have hurt us." Dumbledore says nothing for a long time, and Harry all at once loses his patience. "Answer me." "I know what love is," Dumbledore says sharply. "You'd be surprised, gentlemen, at what we have common. You two act as though you are the only people in the world to have ever loved and lost somebody. You are mistaken. I have been where you have been. I have." Dumbledore abruptly stops and turns his back on his visitors. He lifts Fawkes from his perch. The infant phoenix sings softly, but for once, the song means nothing to Harry. It seems made only for the headmaster. In any case, when Fawkes stops singing, the heat seems to have died out of Dumbledore. He faces his visitors once more, cradling the phoenix in his hand, looking older than Harry has ever seen him. "Do you have any more questions?" Dumbledore asks. "I will tell you about the prophecy, Harry. You have my word, but, if I may be so bold, not right now." "I'm done," Harry snarls. He turns on heel and marches out of the office. Snape looks at Dumbledore. The silence stretches between them. "You have been where I have been, Headmaster." "I have." "You are not lying." "I couldn't lie right now if I wanted to, Severus. It must be so unpleasant," Snape drawls, "to be forced to reveal your secrets." And then he too is gone. Dumbledore looks around his empty office. The portraits hurriedly begin to talk, and Fawkes begins to warble again, but somehow, their noise doesn't fill the silence. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.